Howdy, folks, and welcome to this classic and heart-tugging story where the red fern grows. I'm glad to have you here listening along. Before we get started, I'd like to apologize for any of the ads you'll encounter. They help keep the channel going, but I do know that they can break the emotion of a story like this one. If you would like an ad-free experience, there's a couple options available. YouTube Premium, it removes all the ads and it'll also let you download the audiobook so you can listen to it offline if you're out in the field or going for a road trip or something. Another option is Patreon for $1 a month. I go by the Reading Farmer. It gives you a completely ad-free version of all my readings, and also there's a lot of extra audiobooks that are on there that I'm not able to post on YouTube. Anyways, thanks for being here. Settle in, grab a bag of chips, and get comfortable, and let's get into it. Where the Red Fern Grows by Wilson Rawls. Chapter 1. When I left my office that beautiful spring day, I had no idea what was in store for me. To begin with, everything was too perfect for anything unusual to happen. It was one of those days when a man feels good, feels like speaking to his neighbor, is glad to live in a country like ours and proud of his government. You know what I mean, one of those rare days when everything is right and nothing is wrong. I was walking along whistling when I heard a dog fight. At first I paid no attention to it, and after all, it wasn't anything to get excited about, just another dog fight in a residential section. As the sound of the fight grew nearer, I could tell there was quite a few dogs mixed up in it. They were boiling out of an alley and turned and headed straight towards me. Not wanting to get bitten or run over, I moved over to the edge of the sidewalk, and I could see that all the dogs were fighting one. About 25 feet from me, they caught him, and down he went. Well, I felt sorry for that unfortunate one. I knew if something wasn't done quickly, the sanitation department would have to be picking up a dead dog. I was ready to try and make up my mind on helping when I got a surprise. Out of that snarling, growling, slashing mass reared an old red-boned hound, and for a second I saw him. I caught my breath. I couldn't believe what I had seen. Twisting and slashing, he fought his way through that pack, backing up under the low branches of a hedge. Growling and snarling, they formed a half-moon circle about him. A big bird dog, bolder than the others, darted in, and the hedge shook as he tangled with the hound. He came out as fast as he fell over backwards, and I saw his right ear was split wide open. It was too much for him, and he took off down the street, squealing like a scalded cat. A big ugly cur tried his luck, and he didn't get off so easy. He came out with his left shoulder laid open to the bone. He sat down on his rear and let the world know that he had been hurt. By this time, my fighting blood was boiling. It was hard for a man to stand and watch an old hound fight against such odds, especially if the man had memories in his heart like I had in mine. I had seen the time when an old hound like that had given his life so that I might live. Taking off my coat, I waded in. My yelling and scolding didn't seem to have much effect, but the swinging coat did, and the dogs scattered and left. Down on my knees, I peered back under the hedge. The hound was still mad, and he growled at me and showed me his teeth. I knew it wasn't his nature to fight a man, though. In a soft voice, I started talking to him. "Come on, boy," I said. "It's all right. I'm your friend. Come on out now." The fighting fire slowly left his eyes, and he bowed his head, and his long red tail started thumping the ground. I kept on a coaxing, and on his stomach, an inch at a time, he came to me and laid his head in my hand. I almost cried at what I saw. His coat was dirty and mud-caked. His skin was stretched drum-tight over his bony frame. The knotty joints on his hips and shoulders stood out a good 3 inches from his body, and I could tell that he was starved. I couldn't figure it out. He didn't belong in town. He was far out of place with the boxers and poodles and bird dogs and other breeds of the town dogs. He belonged in the country. He was a hunting hound. I raised one of his paws, and there I read the story. The pads were worn down slick as the rind as an apple. I knew he'd come a long ways, and no doubt had a long way to go. About his neck was a crude collar. Upon closer inspection, I saw that it had been made from a piece of check-lined leather. 2 holes had been punched in each end, and the ends were laced together with baling wire. As I turned the collar with my finger, I saw something else, and there, scratched deep in the tough leather, was the name Buddy. I guessed that was the crude scribbled letters that had been written by a little boy. It's strange indeed how memories can lay dormant in a man's mind for many years. Yet those memories can be awakened and brought forth fresh and new just by something you've seen or something you heard, or the sight of an old familiar face. What I saw in those warm gray eyes of the friendly old hound brought back wonderful memories, and to show my gratitude I took hold of his collar and said, "Come on, boy, let's go home and get something to eat." He seemed to understand that he had found a friend, and he came along willingly. I gave him a bath and rubbed out all the soreness from his muscles. He drank quarts of warm milk and ate all the meat that I had in that house, so naturally I hurried down to the store and bought more, and he ate until he was satisfied. He slept all that night and most of the next day, and late in the afternoon he grew restless. I told him I understood, and as soon as it was dark, he could be on his way. I figured he'd had a much better chance if he left town at night. So that evening, a little after sundown, I opened the back gate. He walked out and turned around and looked at me. He thanked me by wagging his tail. With tears in my eyes, I said, "You're more than welcome, old fellow. In fact, you could have stayed here as long as you wanted to." He whined and he licked my hand. I was wondering which way he would go. With one final whimper, he turned and headed east. I couldn't help smiling as I watched him trot down the alley. I noticed the way his hind quarters shifted over to the right, never in line with the front, yet always in perfect rhythm. His long ears flopped up and down, keeping time with the jogging motion of his body. Yes, they were all there, the unmistakable marks of a hunting hound. When the alley emptied into the street, he stopped and looked back, and I waved my hand. As I watched him disappear in the twilight, I whispered those words, "Goodbye, old fella. Good luck and good hunting." I didn't have to let him go. I could have kept him in my backyard, but to pen up a dog like that's a sin. It would have broken his heart. The will to live would have just slowly left his body. I had no idea where he'd come from or where he was going. Perhaps it wasn't too far, or maybe it was a long, long way. I tried to make myself believe that his home was in the Ozark Mountains somewhere in Missouri or Oklahoma. It wasn't possible, though, even if it was a long ways from the Snake River Valley in Idaho. I figured something drastic must have happened in his life, as it's very unusual for a hound to be traveling all alone. Perhaps he'd been stolen, or maybe he had been sold for some much-needed money. Whatever it was that had interrupted his life, he was trying to straighten it out. He was going home to the master he loved, and with the help of God, he'd make it. To him, it made no difference how long the road or how rough and rocky. His old red feet would keep jogging along, on and on, mile after mile. There'd be no crying or giving up, and when his feet grew tired and weary, he would curl up in the weeds and rest. Water from a rain puddle or a mountain stream would quench his thirst and cool his hot, dry throat. Food found along the highway or offerings from a friendly hand would ease the pangs of hunger. And through the rains, the snows, or the desert heat, he would jog along, never looking back. Some morning, he'd be found curled up on the front porch. The long journey would be over. He'd be home. There'd be a lot of tail wagging and a few whimpering cries, and his warm, moist tongue would caress the hand of his master. All would be forgiven. Once again the lights would shine in his dog's world. His heart would be happy. After my friend had disappeared into the darkness, I stood and stared at that empty alley. A strange feeling came over me. At first I thought I was lonely or sad, but I realized it wasn't that at all. The feeling was a wonderful one. Although the old hound had no way of knowing it, he had stirred memories, and what priceless treasures they were. Memories of my boyhood, an old KC bacon powder can, and 2 little red hounds. Memories of wonderful love, unselfish devotion, and death in its saddest form. As I turned to enter my yard, I started to lock the gate, and then I thought, nah, I'll just leave it open. He might need to come back. I was about halfway to the house when a cool breeze drifted down from the rugged Tetons. It had a bite in it, and goose pimples jumped out on my neck. I stepped up on the woodshed and picked up several sticks of wood. I didn't turn on any lights upon entering the house. The dark, quiet atmosphere was a perfect setting for the mood that I was in. I built a fire in the fireplace and pulled up my favorite rocker. And as I sat there in the silence, the fire grew larger, its crackling and popping. Firelight shadows began to shimmer and dance upon the room. The warm, comfortable heat felt good. I struck a match and lit my pipe, and as I did, 2 beautiful cups gleamed from the mantel. I held the match up so that I could see a little better. There they were, sitting side by side. One was large, with long, upright handles that stood out like wings on a mourning dove. The highly polished surface gleamed and glistened with a golden sheen. The other was a smaller one and made of silver. It was neat and trim, and sparkled like a white star in the heavens. I got up and took 'em down. There was a story in those cups, a story that went back more than half a century. And as I caressed those smooth surfaces, my mind drifted back over the years, back to my childhood days, and how wonderful the memories were. Piece by piece, the story unfolded. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. I suppose there's a time in practically every young boy's life when he's affected by that wonderful disease of puppy love. I don't mean the kind a boy has for a pretty little girl that lives down the road. I mean the real kind. The kind that has 4 small feet and a waggy tail, and sharp young teeth that can gnaw on a boy's finger. The kind a boy can romp and play with, and even eat and sleep with. I was 10 years old when I first became infected with that terrible disease. I'm sure no boy in the world had it worse than I did. It's not easy for a young boy to want a dog and not be able to have one. It starts gnawing at his heart and gets all mixed up in his dreams. It gets worse and worse until finally it becomes almost unbearable. If my dog wanting had been that of an ordinary boy, I'm sure my mother and father would have gotten me a puppy, but my wants were different. I didn't want just one dog, I wanted 2, and not just any kind of dog. They had to be a special kind and a special breed. I had to have me some dogs. I went to my father and had a talk with him. He scratched his head and thought it over. "Well, Billy," he said, "I heard that old man Hatfield's Coley's going to have some pups. I'm sure I can get one of them for you." He may have poured cold water on me. "Pa," I said, "I don't want any old Coley dog. I want hounds, coon hounds, and I want 2 of them." I could tell by the look on his face that he wanted to help me, but couldn't. "Billy, those kind of dogs, they cost money, and That's something we don't have right now. Maybe someday when we can afford it you can have them, but not right now. I didn't give up. After my talk with Pa, I went to Ma. Well, I fared no better there. Right off, she said I was too young to be hunting with hounds. Besides, a hunter needed a gun, and that was one thing I couldn't have. Not until I was 21, anyway. I couldn't understand it. There I was, sitting right in the middle of the finest hunting country in the world, and I didn't even have a dog. Our home was in a beautiful valley, far back in the rugged Ozarks. The country was new and sparsely settled. The land we lived in was Cherokee land, allotted to my mother because of the Cherokee blood that flowed in her veins. It lay in a strip from the foothills of the mountains to the banks of the Illinois River on the northeast Oklahoma. The land was rich and black and fertile. Pa said it would grow hair on a cross-cut saw. He was the first man to stick the cold steel point of a turning plow into the virgin soil. Ma had picked the spot for our log home. It nestled at the edge of the foothills in the mouth of a small canyon and was surrounded by a grove of huge red oaks. And behind our house one could see for miles and miles of the mighty Ozarks. In the spring, the aromatic scent of wildflowers and red buds and pawpaws and dogwoods drifted on the wind currents and spread over the valley and around our home. Below our fields, twisting and winding, ran the clear blue water of the Illinois River. The banks were cool and shady. The rich bottomland near the river was studded with tall sycamores and birches and box elder. To a 10-year-old country boy, it was the most beautiful place in the whole wide world, and I took advantage of it all. I roamed those hills and the river bottoms, and I knew every game trail in the thick canebrakes and every animal track that was pressed into the mud along those river banks. The ones that fascinated me the most were the baby-like tracks of a river coon. I'd lay for hours examining them. Before leaving, I'd take a switch and sweep them all away. These I called my trail looks, and the next day I'd hurry back, and sure enough, 9 times out of 10, there on the clean-swept ground I would find the tracks of another ringtail coon. I knew he had passed over the trail during the night. I could close my eyes and almost see him, humped up and waddling along, fishing under the banks with his delicate little paws for crawfish and frogs and minnows. I was a hunter from the time I could walk. I caught lizards on the rail fences and rats in the corn crib and frogs in the little creek that ran through the fields. I was a young Daniel Boone. As the days passed, the dog-wanting disease grew worse. I could see dogs in my dreams. I went back to my mother and father. It was the same old story. Good hounds, they cost money, and they just didn't have it. My dog-wanting became so bad I began to lose weight, and my food didn't seem to taste good anymore. Ma noticed this, and she had a talk with Pa. "You'll have to do something," she said. "I never saw a boy grieve like that. It's not right. Not right at all." "Well, I know," said Pa. "I feel just as badly as you do, but what can I do? You know we don't have that kind of money." "I don't care," said Ma. "You gotta do something. I just can't stand to see him cry like that. Besides, he's getting to be a problem. I can't even get my work done. He follows me around all day long begging for hounds." "Well, I offered to get him a dog," said Pa, "but he just don't want any kind of dog. He wants hounds, and they cost money. Do you know what Parker's boys paid for those 2 hounds they bought? $75. If I had that much money, I'd buy another mule. I sure do need one." I had overheard that conversation from another room. At first, it made me feel pretty good. At least I was getting to be a problem. But then, I didn't feel so good. I knew my mother and father, they were poor and they didn't have any money, and I began to feel sorry for them and myself. After thinking it over, I figured out a way to help. Even though it was a great sacrifice, I told Pa that I decided I didn't want 2 hounds. One would be enough. I saw the hurt in his eyes. It made me feel like someone was squeezing water out of my heart. Pa set me on his lap and we had a good talk. He told me how hard times were and that it looked like a man couldn't get a fair price for anything he raised. Some of the farmers had quit farming and were cutting railroad ties just so they could feed their families. If things didn't get better, that's what he'd have to do. He said he'd give anything if he could get some good hounds for me, but there didn't seem to be any way he could do it. I went off to bed with my heart all torn up into little pieces, and I cried myself to sleep. The next day, Pa had to go to the store. Late that evening, I saw him coming back. As fast as I could, I ran out to meet him, expecting a sack of candy. Instead, he handed me 3 small traps. If Santa Claus himself had come down out of the mountains, reindeers and all, I couldn't have been more pleased. I jumped up and down and cried a whole bucket full of tears, and I hugged him and told him what a wonderful pa he was. He showed me how to set him by mashing the spring down with my foot and how to work the trigger. I took them to bed with me that night. The next morning I started trapping around the barn. The first thing I caught was Sammy, our house cat. If that didn't cause a commotion. I didn't intend to catch him. I was trying to catch a rat, but somehow he was nosing around and got in my trap. Well, my sister started bawling and yelling for Mama, and she came a-running, wanting to know what in the world was going on. None of us had to tell her. Sammy told her with his spitting and squalling. He was mad. He couldn't understand what that thing was that was biting his foot, and he was making an awful fuss about it. His tail was as big as a wet corn cob, and every hair on his small body was sticking straight out. He spit and yowled and dared anyone to get close to him. My sisters were yelling their fool heads off the whole time. Poor Sammy, poor Sammy. Mama shushed them up and told me to go get the forked stick from the clothesline, so I ran and got it. Ma was the best helper a boy could ever have. She put that forked end over Sammy's neck and pinned him to the ground. Well, it was bad enough for the trap to be biting his foot, but to have his neck pinned down that way was just too much, and he threw himself a fit. I never heard such a racket in all my life. It wasn't long before everything on the place was all spooked up. The chickens started cackling and flew all the way up the hillside. Daisy, our milk cow, all but tore the barn lot up and refused to give any milk that night. Sloppy Ann, our hog, started running in circles, squealing and grunting. Well, Sammy wiggled and twisted. He yowled and spit, but didn't do him any good. Ma was good and stout, and she held him down tight to the ground. I rushed in and put my foot on the trap spring, mashing it down, and released his foot. With one loud squall, he scooted under the barn. After it was over, Ma said, I don't think you'll have any more trouble with that cat. I think he might have learned his lesson. Well, how wrong Ma was. Sammy was one of those nosy kind of cats. He would lie up on the red oak limbs and watch every move I made. I found some slick little trails out of our garden down some tall hollyhocks, thinking they were game trails and not knowing that they were Sammy's favorite hunting trails. Well, I naturally set my traps. Sammy couldn't understand what I was doing there, messing around with his hunting territory, so he went to investigate. It wasn't long until I saw him limping with all 4 feet. Every time Pa saw Sammy lying around in the warm sun with his feet wrapped up in turpentine rags, he would laugh until big old tears rolled down his cheeks. Ma had another talk with Pa. She said he was going to have to say something to me because if I caught that cat one more time, it would drive her out of her mind. So Pa told me to be a little more careful where I set my traps. Pa, I said, I don't want to catch Sammy, but he's the craziest cat I ever saw. He sees everything I do and just has to go sniffing around. Pa looked over at Sammy. He was laying all sprawled out in the sunshine with all 4 paws bandaged and sticking straight up, His long tail was swishing this way and that. You see, Pa, he watches me right now, just waiting for me to go set my traps again. Pa walked off towards the barn, and I heard him laughing fit to kill. It finally got too tough on Sammy. He left home. Oh, he came back once in a while, all long and lean looking, but he was never the same friendly cat anymore. He was nervous and wouldn't let anyone pet him. He would gobble down his milk and then scoot off for the timber. Once I decided to make friends with him because I felt bad about catching him in my traps. I reached out my hand to rub his back, and he swelled up like a sitting hen. His eyeballs got all green, and he growled all the way down deep inside. He spat at me and drew back his paw like he was going to knock my head off. It's then I decided I'd best just leave him alone. In no time at all, I'd cleaned out all the rats, and then something bad happened. I caught one of Ma's prize hens. I got one of those young man peach tree switchings over that one. Pa told me to go down to the cane breaks back of our fields and go trap there. This opened up all kinds of new wonders. I caught opossums and skunks, rabbits and squirrels. Pa showed me how to skin my game. In neat little rows, I tacked the hides onto the smokehouse wall. I'd stand for hours and admire my magnificent trophies. There was only one thing wrong. I didn't have a big coon skin to add to my collection. I couldn't trap old Mr. Ringtail. He was too smart for me. He'd steal the bait from the traps, spring the triggers, and sometimes just turn them over. Once I found a small stick standing upright in one of my traps, and I showed it to Pa. He laughed and said the stick must have fallen from a tree. Well, it made no difference what Pa said. I was firmly convinced that that old coon was deliberately poking that stick into my trap. The traps helped my dog wanting considerably, but like a new toy, the newness wore off and I was right back to where I started. Only this time it was worse, much worse. I'd been exposed to the feel of wildlife. I started pestering Ma again, and she said, "Oh, no, not that again. I thought you'd be satisfied with the traps. No, Billy, I'll not hear another word about the hounds." I knew Ma meant what she said, and this broke my heart. I decided I'd leave home. I'd sneak out a quart jar of peaches and some cold corn bread and a few onions and start up the hollow back of the house. I had it all figured out. I'd go away off to some big town and get 100 dogs and bring them all back with me. I made it all right until I heard a timber wolf howl. Well, this stopped my home leaving. When the hunting season opened that fall, something happened that almost more than I could stand. I was laying in bed one night trying to figure out a way I could get some dogs when I heard the deep baying of a coonhound. I got up and opened my window, and it came again. The deep voice rang loud and clear on the frosty night, and now and then I could hear the hunter whooping to him. The hound hunted all night. He quit when the rooster started crowing in the morning. The hunter and the hound weren't the only ones awake all that night. I stayed up and listened to them until the last tones of that voice of the hound died away in the daylight hours. That morning, I was determined to have some hounds, so I went to Ma again. This time I tried bribery. I told her if she'd get me a hunting dog, I'd save the money I'd earned from my furs and buy her a new dress and a box full of pretty hats. That time I saw tears in her eyes, and it made me feel all empty inside, and I cried a little too. By the time she was through kissing me and talking to me, I was sure I didn't need any dogs at all. I couldn't stand to see Ma cry. The next morning, I heard the hound again. I tried to cover my head with my pillow to shut out the sound. It was of no use. His voice seemed to bore its way through the pillow and ring in my ears. I had to get up and again go to the window. I'm sure if that coon hunter had known he was slowly killing a 10-year-old boy, he would have put a muzzle on his dog. Sleep was out of the question. Even on nights when I couldn't hear the hound, I couldn't sleep. I was afraid if he did, he'd come and I'd miss hearing him. By the time that hunting season was over, I was a nervous wreck. My eyes were red and bloodshot. I'd lost weight and was as thin as a beanpole. Ma, she checked me over. She looked at my tongue and turned back one of my eyelids. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you aren't sleeping well. Well, Ma, I go to bed, don't I? What does a boy go to bed for if it isn't for sleeping? By the little wrinkles that bunched up on her forehead, I could tell that Ma wasn't satisfied. Pa came in during one of those inspections, and Ma told him she was worried about my health. There's nothing wrong with him. It's just that he's been cooped up all winter. Boy needs some sunshine and exercise. He's almost 11 now, and I'm going to let him help in the fields this summer. That should put some muscle back on him. I thought this was wonderful. I'd finally grown up to be a man. I was going to be helping Pa with the farm. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The dog-wanting disease never did leave me altogether. With the new work I was doing, helping Pa, it just kind of burned itself down and left a big old sore on my heart. Every time I'd seen a coon track down in our field or along the river banks, the old sore would get all festered up and go back to hurting again. It was just when I'd given up all hope of ever owning a good hound, something wonderful happened. The good Lord figured I'd heard enough, and it was time to lend a helping hand. It all started one day when I was hoeing corn down in our field near the river. Across the river, a party of fishermen had been camping for several days. I heard the old Maxwell car as it snorted and chugged its way out of the bottom, and I knew that they were leaving. Throwing down my hoe, I ran down to the river and waded across to a place that was called the Shannon Ford, and I hurried to the campground. It was always a pleasure to prowl where the fishermen had camped. I usually could find things, a fishing line or a forgotten fishing pole, and on one occasion I found a beautiful knife stuck in the bark of a sycamore tree, forgotten by a careless fisherman. But on that day, I found the greatest of treasure, a sportsman magazine discarded by the campers. It was a real treasure for a country boy, and because of that magazine, my entire life was changed. I sat down on an old sycamore log and started thumbing through the leaves. And on the back pages of that magazine, I came to the for sale section. Dogs for sale, of every kind of dog. I read on and on. They had dogs I'd never heard names of, names I couldn't make out, and far down in the right-hand corner, I found an ad that took my breath away. In small letters it read, "Registered red-bone coonhound pups, $25 each." The advertisement was from a kennel in Kentucky, and I read it over and over. By the time I had memorized the ad, I was seeing dogs and hearing dogs and even feeling them. The magazine was forgotten. I was lost in thought. The brain of an 11-year-old boy can dream some fantastic dreams. How wonderful it would be if I could have 2 of those pups. Every boy in the country but me had a good hound or 2, but $50. How would I ever get $50? I knew I couldn't expect help from Ma or Pa. I remembered a passage from the Bible my Ma used to read to us. God helps those who help themselves. And I thought of those words. I mulled them over in my mind. I decided I'd ask God to help me. And there, on the banks of the Illinois River, in the cool shade of the tall white sycamores, I asked God to help me get 2 hound pups. It wasn't much of a prayer, but it did certainly come right from the heart. When I left the campground of the fishermen, it was late, and as I walked along I could feel the hard bulge of the magazine jammed deep in the front of my overalls. The beautiful silence that followed the setting sun was setting on the river bottoms. The coolness of the rich black soil felt good on my bare feet. It was the time of day when all furried things came to life, A big swamp rabbit hopped out on the trail, sat on his haunches and stared at me, and then scampered away. A mother gray squirrel ran out onto a limb of a bur oak tree. She barked a warning to the 4 fur balls behind her, and they melted from sight into the thick green. A silent gray shadow drifted down from the top of the tall sycamore, and there was a squeal and a beating of wings, and I heard the tinkle of a bell in the distance ahead. I knew it was Daisy, our milk cow. I'd have to start her on her way home. I took the magazine from my pocket, and again I read that ad. Slowly, a plan began to form. Well, I'd saved the money. I could sell stuff to the fishermen. Crawfish, minnows, fresh vegetables. In berry season, I could sell all the berries I could pick at my grandfather's store. And I could trap in the winter. The more I planned, the more real it became. There was a way to get those pups. Saved my money. I could almost feel the pups in my hands, and I planned the little doghouse and where it'd be put, collars I could make myself, and then the thought came to me. What would I name them? Well, I tried name after name and voicing them out loud. None seemed to fit. Well, there'd be plenty of time for names. Right now, there was something more important. $50. A fabulous sum, a fortune, far more money than I'd ever seen before. Somehow, some way, I was determined to get it. I had 23 cents. A dime I'd earned running errands for my grandpa, and 13 cents a fisherman had given me for a can of worms. The next morning, I went to the trash pile behind the barn. I was looking for a can, my bank. Well, I picked up several, but they didn't seem to be quite what I wanted, and then I saw it. An old KC baking powder can. It was perfect, long and slender with a good tight lid. I took it down to the creek and scrubbed it with sand until it was bright and new looking. I dropped the 23 cents in the can. The coins looked so small laying there on the shiny bottom, but to me it was a good start. With my finger I tried to measure how full it'd be with $50 in it. Next I went to the barn, up in the loft. Far back over the hay and up under the eaves I hid my can. I had a start towards making my dreams come true. 23 cents. I had a good bank and was safe from the rats and from the rain and snow. All through that summer I worked like a beaver. In the small creeks that wormed its way through our fields, I caught crawfish with my bare hands. I trapped minnows with an old screen wire trap I'd made myself, baited with yellow cornbread from my mother's kitchen. These I sold to the fishermen, along with fresh vegetables and roasted ears. I tore my way through the blackberry patches until my hands and feet were scratched raw and red from the thorns. I tramped the hills seeking out the huckleberry brush, and Grandfather paid me 10 cents a bucket for my berries. Once Grandpa asked me what I did with the money I earned, and I told him that I was saving to buy some hunting dogs. I asked him if he would order them for me if I had saved enough, and he said he would. I asked him not to say anything to Father. He promised he wouldn't, and I'm sure Grandpa paid little attention to my plans. That winter I trapped harder than ever with those 3 little traps I own. Grandpa sold my hides to fur buyers who came to his store all through the fur season. Prices were cheap. 15 cents for a large opossum hide and 25 cents for a good skunk hide. Little by little, the nickels and dimes they added up, and the old KC bacon powder can it grew heavy. I would heft its weight in the palm of my hand, and with a straw, I'd measure from the lip of the can to the money. As the months went by, the straws they grew shorter and shorter. The next summer, I followed the same routine. Would you like to buy some crawfish or minnows? Maybe you'd like some fresh vegetables or roasting ears? The fishermen were wonderful, as true sportsmen are. They seemed to sense the urgency in my voice, and always they bought my wares. However, many was the time I'd find my vegetables left in the abandoned camp. There never was a set price. Anything they offered was good enough for me. Well, a year passed, and I was 12. and I was over the halfway mark. I had $27.46. My spirits soared. I worked all the harder. Another year crawled by, and then that great day came. The long, hard grind was over, and I had it. I had my $50. I cried as I counted it over and over. As I set the can back in the shadowy eaves of the barn, it seemed to glow with a radiance of whiteness I'd never seen before. Perhaps it was all imagination, I don't know. Laying back on that soft hay, I folded my hands behind my head and closed my eyes and let my mind wander back over those 2 long years. I thought of the fishermen, the blackberry patches, the huckleberry hills. I thought of the prayer that I had said when I asked God to help me get those 2 hound pups. And I know He had surely helped me, for He had given me the heart and the courage and the determination. Early the next morning, with that can jammed deep in the front pocket of my overalls, I flew over to the store. As I trotted along, I whistled and sang. I felt as big as the tallest mountain in those Ozarks. Arriving at my destination, I saw 2 wagons were tied up at the hitching rack, and I knew some farmers had gone into the store, so I waited until they left. As I walked in, I saw my grandfather behind the counter. Tugging and pulling, I worked the can out of my pocket and dumped it out in front of him and looked up. Grandpa was dumbfounded. He tried to say something, but it wouldn't come out. He looked at me finally, and he looked at that pile of coins, and finally, in a voice much louder than he ordinarily used, he asked, "Where'd you get all this?" "I told you, Grandpa. I was saving my money so I could buy 2 hound pups, and I did. You said you'd order 'em for me. Well, I got the money, and now I want you to order them." Grandpa stared at me over his glasses, and then back at the money. "How long you been saving this?" he asked. "A long time, Grandpa." "How long?" "2 years," I answered. His mouth flew open, and in a loud voice he said, "2 years?" Well, I nodded my head. The way my grandfather stared at me made me uneasy. I was on needles and pins. Taking his eyes from me, he glanced back at the money again. He saw the faded yellow piece of paper sticking out from the coins. He worked it out, asking as he did, "What's this?" I told him it was the ad, telling where to order my dogs from. He turned it over and read it, and then glanced on the other side. I saw the astonishment leave his eyes and the friendly old grandfather come looking back. I felt much better. Dropping the paper down on the money, he turned and picked up the old turkey feather duster and started dusting where there was no dust. He kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye as he walked slowly from one end of the store to the other, dusting here and there. And then he put the duster down and came from behind the counter and walked up to me. Laying a friendly, old, work-calloused hand on my head, he changed the conversation altogether and said, "Son, you need a haircut." I told him I didn't mind. I didn't like my hair being short with the flies and mosquitoes that bothered me. He glanced down at my bare feet and asked, "How come your feet are all cut and scratched like that?" And I told him it was pretty tough picking blackberries barefoot. And he nodded his head. It was too much for my grandfather. He turned and walked away. I saw the glasses come off and the old red handkerchief come out, and I heard the good excuse of blowing his nose. He stood for several seconds with his back towards me, and when he turned around, I noticed his eyes were kind of moist. In a quivering voice, he said, "Well, son, it's your money. You worked for it, and you worked hard. You got it honestly, and you want some dogs. By all things damned, you'll be getting them dogs." That was as near as I ever come to hearing my grandfather curse, if you could call it cursing. He walked over and picked up the ad again and asked, "Is this ad 2 years old too?" Well, I nodded. Well, the first thing we have to do is rate this outfit. There may not even be a place like this in Kentucky anymore. After all, a lot of things has happened in the last 2 years. Seeing that I was worried, he said, "Now you go on home. I'll rate these kennels and I'll let you know when I get an answer. If we can't get the dogs here, we can think of some other place. And I don't think, if I were you, I'd let my pa know anything about this right away. I happen to know he wants to buy that red mule from old man Potter." I told him I wouldn't, and I turned to leave the store. As I reached the door, my grandfather said in a loud voice, "Say, it's kind of been a long time since you had any candy, hasn't it?" I nodded my head. He asked, "How long, you figure?" "Oh, probably a long time." "Well, we'll have to do something about that." Walking over behind the counter, he reached out and got a sack, and I noticed it wasn't the nickel kind of sacks, it was one of the quarter kind. My eyes never left my grandfather's hand. Time after time, it dipped in and out of the candy counter, peppermint sticks, jawbreakers, horehound, gumdrops. The sack bulged, and so did my eyes. Handing the sack over to me, he said, "Here, first big coon you catch with those dogs, you can pay me back." And I told him I would. And on my way home with a jawbreaker in one side of my mouth and a piece of horehound in the other, I skipped and whistled, making half an effort to try and whistle and sing, and couldn't do for the candy, though. I had the finest grandpa in the world, and I was the happiest boy in the world. I wanted to share my happiness with my sisters, but decided not to say anything about ordering the pups. Arriving home, I dumped the sack of candy out on the bed. 6 little hands helped themselves. I was well repaid by the love and adoration I saw in the wide blue eyes of my 3 little sisters. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Day after day I flew to the store. Grandpa would shake his head. And then on Monday, as I entered the store, I sensed a change in him. He was in high spirits, talking and laughing with a half-dozen farmers. Every time I caught his eye, he would smile and wink at me. I thought the farmers would never leave, but then finally the store was empty. Grandpa told me a letter had come. The kennels were still there, and they had dogs for sale. He had said he had made the mail buggy wait while he made out the order. And another thing, the dog market had gone downhill. The price of dogs had dropped by $5, and he handed me a $10 bill. "Well, there's still one stump in the way, though," he said. "The mail buggy can't carry such things like dogs, so they'll have to come as far as the depot in Tahlequah. But you'll get the notice here because I ordered them in your name." Well, I thanked my grandfather with all my heart and asked him how long I'd have to wait for the notice. He said, "Oh, I don't know, but shouldn't take more than a couple weeks, I figure." I asked just how I was going to get my dogs out from Tahlequah. "Well, there's always someone coming or going, and you can get a ride in with them." That evening the silence of our supper was interrupted when I asked my father this question. "Pa, how far is it to Kentucky?" Well, I might as well have exploded a bomb. For an instant there was a complete silence, and then my oldest sister giggled, and the 2 little ones they stared at me. With a half-hearted laugh, my father replied, "Well, I don't know, but it's a pretty good ways. What do you want to know that for? Thinking of taking a trip down to Kentucky?" "Oh, no, I was just wondering," I said. My youngest sister giggled and asked, "Can I go with you?" Well, I glared at her. Ma broke into the conversation. "Well, I declare, what kind of question is that? How far is it to Kentucky? I don't know what's gotten into that mind of yours lately. You go around like you was lost and you're losing weight. You're skinny as a rail. And look at that hair. Just last Sunday they had a haircutting over at Tom Rollins' place, but you wouldn't go. You had to go prowling around the river in the woods." Well, I told Ma that I'd get a haircut next time they had a cutting, and I just heard that some fellas talking about Kentucky up there at the store, and just wondered how far away it was. Much to my relief, the conversation was ended. The days they dragged by, a week passed, and still no word about my dogs. Terrible thoughts ran through my mind. Maybe my dogs was lost. The train had a wreck, and someone stole my money. Or perhaps the mailman lost my order. And then, at the end of the second week, a notice came. My grandfather told me he was talking to Jim Hodge that day. He was going into town about a week, and I could ride in with him to pick up my dogs. Well, again, I thanked my grandfather. I started for home. Walking along in deep thought, I decided it was time to tell my father the whole story. I fully intended to tell him that evening. I tried several times, but somehow I just couldn't. I wasn't scared of him, for he never whipped me. He was always kind and gentle, but for some reason, I don't know why, I just couldn't tell him. That night, snuggled deep in the soft folds of my feather bed, I lay thinking. I had waited so long for my dogs, and I so desperately wanted to see them and hold them. I just couldn't wait a whole another week. In a flash, I made up my mind. And very quietly, I got up and pulled on my clothes. I sneaked into the kitchen and got one of Ma's precious flour sacks. In it, I put 6 eggs, some leftover cornbread, a little salt, and a few matches. Next, I went to the smokehouse and cut off a piece of salt pork. I stopped at the barn and picked up a gunny sack, and I put the flour sack inside of the gunny sack, and then I rolled up and crammed lengthwise into the bib of my overalls. I was on my way. I was going after my dogs. Tahlequah was a small country town with a population of about 8,000. By the road, it was about 32 miles, but as the crow flies, it was only 20 miles. Well, I went as the crow flies, straight through the hills. Although I'd never been to town in my life, I knew what direction to take. Tahlequah and the railroad lay on the other side of the river from our place. I had the Francisco Railroad on my right and the Illinois River on my left. Not far from where the railroad crossed the river lay down to the town of Tahlequah. I knew if I bore to the right, I'd find the railroad, and if I bore to the left, I'd have the river to guide me. Sometime that night, I crossed the river on a riffle somewhere on the Dripping Springs country. Coming out of the river bottoms, I scattered up a long hogback bridge and broke out on top of some flats. In a mile-eaten trot, I moved along. I had the wind of a deer and the muscles of a country boy and a heart full of dog love and some strong determination. I wasn't scared of darkness or of the mountains, for I was raised in those mountains. On and on, mile after mile, I moved along. I saw faint gray streaks appearing in the east, and I knew daylight was close. My bare feet were getting sore from the flint rocks and sawbriars. I stopped beside a mountain stream and soaked my feet in the cool water and rested for a spell and then started back on again. After leaving the mountain stream, my pace was much slower. The muscles of my legs were getting stiff. Feeling the pangs of hunger in my stomach, I decided I'd best stop and eat at the next stream that I come to. Then I remembered I'd forgotten to include a can in which to boil my eggs. So I stopped and built a small fire. Cutting off a nice thick slab of salt pork, I roasted it, and with a piece of cornbread made a sandwich. Putting out my fire, I was on my way again, and I ate as I trotted along. I felt much better. I came into Tahlequah from the northeast. At the outskirts of town, I hid my flour sack and provisions, and keeping the gunny sack, I walked into town. I was kind of scared at Tahlequah and the people. I'd never seen such a big town and so many people. There was a store after a store, and some of them were 2 stories high. The wagon yard had wagons on top of wagons and teams and buggies and horses. Two young ladies about my age stopped and stared at me and then giggled. My blood boiled, but I could understand. After all, I had 3 sisters. They couldn't help it because they were women folk. I went on. I saw a big man coming up the street. The bright, shiny star on his vest looked as big as a bucket. I saw the long, black gun on his side and froze in my tracks. I had heard of sheriffs and marshals, but I'd never seen one. Stories repeated about them in the mountains told how fast they were with a gun and just how many men they'd killed. The closer he came, the more frightened I got. I knew it was the end for me. I could just see him aiming his big black gun and shoot me betwixt the eyes. It seemed like a miracle that he passed by, hardly glancing at me. Breathing a sigh, I went on, seeing the wonders of the world. Passing a large store window, I stopped and stared. There in the window was the most wonderful sight I ever did see. Everything under the sun, overalls, jackets, bolts of beautiful cloth, new harnesses, collars, bridles, and then my eyes, they popped open. There were several guns, and one of them had 2 barrels. I couldn't believe it. 2 barrels. I had seen several guns before, but never one with 2 barrels. Then I saw something else. The sun was just right, and the plate glass was a perfect mirror. I saw the full reflection of myself for the first time in my life. I could see that I did look a little odd. My straw-colored hair was long and scraggly, and it kind of brushed out like a corn tassel that had been hit by a wind. Well, I tried to smooth it down with my hands. Well, this helped some, but not too much. What it needed was a good combing, and I had no comb. My overalls were patched and faded, but they were clean. My shirt was pulled out, so I tucked it back in. I took one look at my bare feet and winced. They were as brown as a dead sycamore leaf. The spider web pattern of raw red scratches looked kind of odd on the saddle brown skin. Well, I thought, well, I won't have to pick any more blackberries, and the scratches, they'll go away soon. I pumped up one of my arms and thought surely the muscle was going to pop right through my thin blue shirt. And I stuck out my tongue, and it was as red as pokeberry juice, and anything that color was supposed to be healthy. After making a few funny faces at myself, I put my thumbs in my ears and was making some mule ears when 2 old women walked by. They stopped and stared at me. I stared back. As they turned to go on their way, I heard one of them say something to the other. The words were hard to catch, but I did hear one word. Wild. As I said before, they couldn't help it. They was women folk. As I turned to leave, my eyes again fell on the overalls and the bolts of cloth. I thought of my mother and father and sisters. Here was an opportunity to make amends for leaving home without telling anyone. I entered the store, and I bought a pair of overalls for Pa, and after telling the storekeeper how big my mother and sisters were, I bought several yards of cloth, and I also bought a large sack of candy. Glancing down at my bare feet, the storekeeper said, "I have some good shoes." I told him I didn't have any need of shoes, and he asked if that'd be all, and I nodded. He added up the bill, and I handed him my $10, and he gave me my change. After wrapping up the bundles, he helped me put them into my sack, and I lifted them to my shoulder, and I turned and left the store. Out on the street, I picked out a friendly-looking old man and asked him where the depot was. He told me to go on down to the last street, turn right, and go as far as I could, and I wouldn't miss it. And I thanked him, and I started on my way. Leaving the main part of town, I started up the long street through the residential section. I'd never seen so many beautiful houses, and they were all different colors. The lawns were neat and clean and looked like green carpet. I saw a man pushing some kind of mowing machine, and I stopped to watch the whirling blades. He gawked at me, and I hurried on. I heard a lot of shouting and laughing ahead of me. Not wanting to miss anything, I walked a little faster. I saw what was making the noise. There was more kids than I'd ever seen were playing around a big red brick building. I thought some rich man lived there and was having a party for his children. Walking up to the edge of the playground, I stopped to watch. The boys and girls were about my age, and they were as thick as flies around a sorghum mill. They were milling and running and jumping. Teeter-totters and swings were loaded down with them. Everyone was laughing and seemed to be having a big old time. Over against the building, a large blue pipe ran up on an angle from the ground. A few feet from the top, there was a bend in it, and the pipe seemed to go up into the building. Boys were crawling into its black mouth, and I counted 9 of them. One boy stood about 6 foot from the opening with a stick in his hand. Staring goggle-eyed, I tried to figure out what they were doing. Well, I got a surprise. Out of the hollow pipe spurred a boy. He sailed through the air and lit out on his feet. The boy with the stick marked the ground where he landed. All 9 of them came shooting out, one after the other. As each boy landed, a new mark was scratched on the ground. They ganged around looking at the lines. There was a lot of talking and pointing and arguing, and then all the lines were erased and a new scorekeeper was picked out, and the others, they crawled back up into the pipe. Well, I figured out how the game was played. After climbing to the top of the slide, the boys took turns and sat down, and one at a time they came flying out, feet first. The one that shot out the furthest was the winner. Well, I thought how wonderful it'd be if I could give that a slide one try. One boy spied me standing at the corner and came over. Looking me up and down, he said, "Do you go to school here?" "School?" "Yeah, school. What do you think this place was?" "Oh no, I don't go to school here." "Do you go to Jefferson?" "No, I don't go there either." "Well, don't you go to school at all?" "Sure, I go to school." "Where?" "At home." "You go to school at home?" I nodded. "What grade are you in?" I said I wasn't in any grade. Puzzled, he said, "You go to school at home and don't know what grade you're in? Who teaches you?" "My mother." "What does she teach you?" "Reading, writing, arithmetic, and I bet I'm just as good as you are." "Don't you have any shoes?" "Sure I have shoes." "Well, why aren't you wearing them?" "I don't wear shoes until it gets cold." He laughed and asked where I lived. "Well, live back in the hills." "Oh, you're a hillbilly." He ran back to the mob. I saw him pointing at me and talking to several boys, and they started my way, yelling, "Hillbilly, hillbilly." Just before they reached me, a bell started ringing. Turning, they ran to the front of this building, lined up in 2 long lines, and marched like tiny tin soldiers. They disappeared into the school. The playground was silent. Well, I was all alone and felt lonely and sad. I heard a noise to my right. I didn't have to turn around to recognize what it was. Somebody was using a hoe. I'd heard that sound as if I'd heard it in a dark night. It was a little old white-headed woman working in a flower bed. Looking again at that long blue pipe, I thought, there's no one around. Maybe I could have a slide. I eased over and looked up into the dark hollow. It looked scary, but I thought if all the other boys could do it, I could do it too. Looking down on the last mark on the ground, I thought, well, I bet I can beat that. Laying my sack down, I started climbing up. The further I went, the darker and more scary it got. Just as I reached the top, my feet slipped, and down I sailed. All the way down, I tried to grab something, but there was nothing to grab. I'm sure some great champions had slid out of that pipe, but no doubt more than one world record had been broken. But if someone had been there when I came out, I know the record I set would stand today with all of its glory. Well, I came out just like I went in, feet first and belly down. My legs were spread out like a bean shooter stalk. Arms flailing through the air, I zoomed out and up. I seemed to hang suspended in the air at the peak of my climb. I could see the hard-packed ground far below, and as I started down, I shut my eyes tight and gritted my teeth. This didn't seem to help. With a splattering sound, I landed, and I felt the air whoosh out between my teeth. I tried to scream, but no wind came out. After bouncing a couple times, I finally settled down to earth. I lay spread eagle for a few seconds, then slowly got to my knees. Hearing loud laughter, I looked around. It was the little old lady with the hoe in her hand. She hollered and asked me how I liked it. Without answering, I grabbed up my gunny sack and took off. Far up the street, I looked back. The little old lady was sitting down just rocking with laughter. I couldn't understand these town folk. If they weren't staring at a fellow, they were laughing at him. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. On arriving to the depot, my nerve failed me. I was afraid to go in. I didn't know what I was scared of, but I was scared. Before going around to the front, I peeked in a window. The station master was in his office, looking at some papers. He was wearing a funny little cap that had no top in it. He looked friendly enough, but still I couldn't muster up enough courage to go in. I cocked my ear to see if I could hear puppies crying, but couldn't hear nothing. A bird started chirping. It was a yellow canary in a cage. The station master walked over and gave it some water, and I thought, well, anyone that's kind to birds surely wouldn't be mean to a boy. With my courage built up, I walked around to the front and eased myself past the office. He glanced at me and turned back to the papers. I walked clear into the depot again and walked slowly past the office. Glancing around the corner of my eye, I saw the station master looking at me and smiling. He opened the door and came out onto the platform. I stopped and leaned against the building. Yawning and stretching his arms, he said, "Well, it sure is hot today. It doesn't look like it's ever going to rain." I looked up at the sky and said, "Yes, sir. It is hot, and we sure could use a good rain. We need one back where I'm from." He asked me where I lived. "Oh, up the river a ways." "You know," he said, "I have some puppies in here for a boy that lives on up the river. His name is Billy Coleman. I know his dad, but I'd never seen the boy. I figured he'd be in after them today." Upon hearing this remark, my heart jumped clear up in my throat. I thought surely he was going to hop right out onto the depot platform. I looked up and tried to tell him who I was, but something was wrong. When the words finally came out, they sounded like a squeaky old pulley on our well when Ma was drawing up a bucket of water. I could see a twinkle in the station master's eyes. He came over and laid his hand upon my shoulder, and in a friendly voice he says, "So, you're Billy Coleman. How is your dad?" Well, I told him Pa was fine and handed him the slip my grandpa had given me. "They sure are fine-looking pups," he said. "You'll have to go around, though, to the freight door." I'm sure my feet never touched the ground as I flew around that building. He unlocked the door, and I stepped in looking for my dogs. I couldn't see anything but boxes and barrels and old trunks and some rolls of barbed wire. The kindly station master walked over to one of the boxes. "Well, do you want it box and all?" he asked. Well, I told him I didn't want the box. All I wanted was the dogs. "Well, how are you going to carry them?" he asked. "I think they're still a wee bit too young to follow you." So I held out my gunny sack. He looked at me, looked at the sack, and chuckling he said, "Well, I guess dogs can be carried that way, same as anything else. But we best cut a hole for them to stick their heads through so they won't smother." Getting a claw hammer, he started tearing off the top of the box. As nails came out and boards were splintering, I heard several puppy whimpers. I couldn't walk over. I just stood and waited. After what seemed like hours, the box was open. He reached in and lifted the pups out and set them down on the floor. "Well, there they are. What do you think of 'em?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. All I could do was stare at them. They seemed to be blinded by the light and kept blinking their eyes. One sat down on his rear end and started crying. The other one was waddling around and whimpering. I wanted so much to step over and pick them up, and several times I tried to move my feet, but they seemed to be nailed to the floor. I knew the pups were mine, all mine, yet I couldn't move. My heart started acting like a drunk grasshopper. I tried to swaller and I couldn't. My Adam's apple wouldn't work. One pup started my way. I held my breath, and on he came until I felt his scratchy little foot upon mine, and then the other pup followed. A warm puppy tongue caressed my sore foot. I heard the station master say, "Well, seems they already know you." Well, I knelt down and gathered them into my arms. Well, I buried my face between their wiggly little bodies and I cried. The station master, seeing something more than just two dogs and a boy, he waited in silence. Rising, with two pups held close to my chest, I asked if I owed anything. He said, "Oh, there's a small feed bill, but you don't worry, I'll take care of that. It's not much anyway." Taking his knife, he cut two slits in the sack, and he put the pups in, worked their heads through the hole. As he handed the sack to me, he said, "Well, there ye are. So long, and good hunting." Walking down the street towards town, I thought, well, now maybe the people won't stare at me when they see what I've got. After all, not every boy owns two good hounds. Turning the corner into the main street, I threw out my chest. I hadn't gone far before I realized the reception I got wasn't what I thought it'd be. People stopped and stared, and some even snickered. I couldn't understand why they were staring. Surely it couldn't be at the two beautiful hound pups that were sticking out of my gunny sack. Thinking that maybe I had a hole in the seat of my breeches, I looked over at my reflection in a plate glass window. I craned my neck for a better view of my rear. I could see a patch here and there all right, but a few threadbare spots, but no whiteness was showing through. Well, I figured that maybe the people were just jealous because they didn't have two good hounds. I saw a drunk coming along. He was staggering all over the street, and just as he passed me, I heard him stop. As I looked back, I saw him staring wide-eyed at my sack. Closing his eyes, he rubbed them with his hands. Opened them again, he stared. Shaking his head, he staggered on down the street. All around, people began to roar with laughter, and someone shouted, "What's the matter, John? You seeing things today?" Hurrying on, I wanted to get away from those stares and the snickers. It wouldn't have been happening again in 100 years, but there they came. The same two old ladies I'd met before. They stopped and had another glaring fight. The one said, "I declare." The other one snorted, "Well, I never." Well, my face burned. I couldn't take any more. After all, a man could only stand so much and no more. And in a loud voice I said, "You may have these people fooled with those expensive-looking feathers in your hats, but I know what they are. They're goose feathers painted with iodine." One started to say something, but her words were drowned out by the roars of laughter from all around. Gathering up their long skirts, they swished on down the street. All around me, people began to shout questions and laugh. One wanted to know if I had the mother in the sack as well. Storekeepers stepped out and gawked, and I could see the end of the street, but it looked as if it were 100 miles away. My face was as red as a fox's tail, and I ducked my head, tightened my grip on the sack, and walked on. I don't know where they came from, but like chickens coming home to roost, they flocked around me. Most of them were about my age, and some were a little bigger and some were smaller. They ganged around me, screaming and yelling. They started clapping their hands and chanting, "The dog boy has come to town. The dog boys has come to town." Well, my heart burst and tears come rolling. The day I'd waited for so long had turned black and ugly. The leader of the gang was about my size. He had a dirty, freckled face, and his two front teeth were missing. Well, I suppose he had lost them in some back alley fight. His shock of yellow sunburned hair bobbed up and down as he skipped and jumped in the rhythm of the dog boy song. He wore a pair of cowboy boots, and they were 2 sizes too big for him, no doubt handed down by an older brother. Well, he stomped on my right foot. I looked down, and I saw a drop of blood oozing from underneath the broken nail. It hurt like the dickens, but I grit my teeth and I walked on. Old Freckleface pulled the ear of my little girl pup. I heard her painful cry. Well, that was too much. I hadn't worked 2 long hard years for my pups to have some freckle-faced punk pulling on their ears. Swinging the sack down from my shoulder, I walked over and I set it down in the doorway. And as I turned around to face the mob, I doubled up my fist and took a Jack Dempsey stance. Freckleface said, "So you want to fight?" Well, he came on swinging. Well, I reached way back to Arkansas somewhere, and by the time my fist had traveled all the way down to the Cherokee Strip, there was a lot of power behind it. Smacking on the end of old Freckles' nose, it exploded. With a large grunt, he sat down in the dusty street. Grabbing his nose in both hands, he started rocking and moaning. I saw the blood squeeze out from between his fingers. Well, another one sailed in. He didn't want to fight, he wanted to wrestle. He stuck a finger in my mouth, so I just bit down. Shaking his hand and yelling like the hoot owls were all after him, he ran off across the street. Another one bore in, and I aimed for his eye, but my aim was a bit low and it caught him on the Adam's apple. A sick look came over his face. Bending over, croaking like a bullfrog that had been caught by a water moccasin, he started going around in a circle. But there were too many of them. By sheer weight and numbers, they pulled me down. I managed to swing over on my stomach and bury my face into my arm. I could feel them beating and kicking at my body. All at once, the beating stopped. I heard loud cries from the gang, and turning over on my back, I was just in time to see the big marshal plant a number 12 boot in the seat of the last kid. I just knew I was next. I wondered if he'd kick me while I was down. I lay where I was, and he stared down towards me. I closed my eyes. I felt a hand as big as an anvil clamp upon my shoulder and thought, oh, he's going to stand me up just to knock me down again. He raised me up into a sitting position, and in a deep, friendly voice he asked, "Are you all right, son?" I opened my eyes. There was a smile on his wide, rugged face. In a choking voice, I said, "Yes, sir, I'm all right." He helped me to my feet. His big hands started brushing the dust from my clothes. "Those kids are pretty tough, son, but they're really not that bad. They'll grow up someday." "Marshal, I wouldn't have fought them if they hadn't, but they pulled my dog's ears." He looked over at my sack. One pup had worked its way out almost through the hole. The other one, head and 2 paws were sticking out. Both of them were whimpering. A smile spread over the big marshal's face. "So, that's what started the fight, huh?" Walking over, he knelt down and started petting the pups. "Oh, they're fine-looking dogs. Where'd you get 'em?" I told him I'd ordered them from Kentucky. "What did they cost you?" $40, sir." He asked if my father had helped buy them for me. "No," I said. "I bought them myself." He asked me where I got the money. "I worked and I saved it." "It takes a long time to save $40, he said. "Yes, sir. It took me 2 years." 2 years? I saw an outraged look come over the marshal's face. Reaching up, he pushed his hat back. He glanced up and down the street, and I heard him mutter, "There's not one in that bunch with that kind of grit." Picking up my sack, I said, "Thanks for helping me out, sir. I guess I'll be heading home." He asked me where I lived. "Up the river a ways." "Well, you got time for a bottle of pop before you go, haven't you?" I started to say no, but looking at his big friendly smile, I smiled back and said, "I guess I have time." Walking into a general store, the marshal went into a large red box and pulled back the lid. He asked me what kind I wanted. Well, I'd never had a bottle of pop in my life, and I didn't know what to say. Seeing my hesitation, he said, "This strawberry, it looks pretty good." I said that'd be fine. The cool pop felt wonderful to my hot, dry throat. My dark little world was starting to brighten up again. I had my pups, and I'd found a wonderful friend. I knew that the stories I had heard about marshals weren't true. Never again would I be scared when I saw one. Back out on the street, I shook hands with the marshal, saying as I did, "If you're ever up in my part of the country, come on up and see me. You can find our place by asking at my grandfather's store." "Store?" he asked. "Why, the only store upriver is about 30 miles from here." "Yes, sir, that's my grandpa's place." He asked if I was afoot. "Yes, sir." "Well, you won't make it tonight, will you?" "No, I intend to camp out somewhere." I saw that he was bothered. "I'll be all right. I'm not scared of the mountains." He looked at me and at my pups. Taking off his hat, he scratched his head. Chuckling deep down into his barrel-like chest, he said, "Yeah, I guess you'll be all right. Well, goodbye and good luck. If you're ever in town again, look me up." From far down the street, I looked back. The marshal was still standing where I left him. He waved his hand, and I waved back. On the outskirts of town, I stopped and picked up a can and my provisions. I hadn't gone very far before I realized I'd undertaken a tough job. The sack became heavier and heavier. For a while my pups cried and whimpered. They had long since pulled their heads back into the sack. I'd peek in at them once in a while. They were doing all right, curled up into two little round balls in my bundles, and they were fast asleep. Deep in the heart of the Sparrowhawk Mountains, night overtook me. There, in a cave with a stream close by, I put in for the night. Taking my pups and the bundles from the gunny sack, I used it to gather leaves to make us a bed. My pups followed me on every trip, whimpering and crying and tumbling over sticks and rocks. After the bed was made, I built up a fire. In a can of water from the mountain stream, I boiled 3 eggs. Next, I boiled half of the remaining salt pork. Cutting up the meat into small pieces, I fed it to my pups. Each of us had a piece of candy for dessert. My pups, they seemed to enjoy the candy. With those needle-sharp teeth, they gnawed and worried with it until it was melted away. And while they were busy playing, I dragged up several large timbers and built a fire which would last for hours. In a short time, the cave grew warm and comfortable from the heat. The leaves were soft and felt good on my tired body and sore feet. As I lay stretched out, my pups crawled all over me. I played with them. They would wad up in front of the cave, look up at the fire, and come scampering back to roll and play in the soft leaves. I noted the boy dog was much larger than the girl dog. He was also deeper red in color. His chest was broad and solid. His puppy muscles knotted and rippled under the velvety skin. He was different in every way. He would go closer to the fire, and I saw right away he was bold and aggressive. Once he went right around the fire and ventured out into the darkness. I waited to see if he'd come back. He came wobbling to the mouth of the cave, but hesitated there. He made several attempts to come back, but the flames were leaping higher by the minute. The space between the fire and the wall of the cave was much hotter than when he had ventured out. Whimpering and crying, he kept trying to get around the fire. I didn't say a word. I just watched. Puppy though he was, he did something which brought a smile to my face. Getting as close as he could to the side of the cave, he turned his rear to the fire. Hopping sideways, yipping at every jump, he made it through the heat and sailed into the pile of leaves. He had had enough. Curling up into a ball close to me, he went off to sleep. The girl pup, she was small and timid. Her legs and body were short. Her head was small and delicate. She must have been the runt of the litter. I didn't have to look twice at her to see that what she lacked in power, she made up in brains. She was a much smarter dog than the boy dog, but more sure of herself, more cautious. I knew when the trail became tough, she'd be the one to unravel it. I knew I had a wonderful combination. In my dogs I had not only power but the brains along with it. I was a tired boy. My legs were stiff, my feet were sore and throbbing. My shoulders were red and raw from the weight of the sacks, and I covered my pups in leaves and moved my body to be close to them. I knew as the night wore on and the fire died down, the chill would come. Tired but happy, I fell asleep. Along in the silent hours of night, I was awakened. I opened my eyes, but I didn't move. I lay listening, trying to figure out what it was that had woke me. At first, I thought it was one of my pups had woke me by moving or whimpering. I discarded this thought, for I could see that they were both fast asleep. I decided it was my imagination at work. My fire had burned down, leaving only a glowing red body of coals, and the fire was dark and silent. Chill from the night had crept in. I was on to the point of getting up to rebuild my fire when I heard what awoke me. At first, I thought it was a woman screaming, and I listened. My heart began to pound. I could feel the strain all over my body as nerves grew tighter and tighter. It came again, closer this time. The high pitch of the scream shattered the silence of the quiet night. The sound seemed to be all around us. It screamed like its way back into the cave and rang like a blacksmith's anvil against the rock walls. The blood froze in my veins. I was terrified. Although I'd never seen one, I knew what it was. It was the scream of a mountain lion. The big cat screamed again. Leaves boiled and stirred where my pups were, and in the reflection of the glowing coals, I could see that one was sitting up. It was the boy dog. A leaf had become entangled in the fuzzy hair of the floppy ear, and the ear flickered, and the leaf dropped. Again the hellish scream rang out over the mountains. Leaves flew as my pup left the bed, and I jumped up and tried to call him back. Reaching the mouth of the cave, he stopped. Raising his small red head high in the air, he bawled his challenge to the devil cat. The bawl must have scared him as much as it startled me. He came tearing back. The tiny hairs on the back were standing straight up. My father had told me lions were scared of fire. I started throwing on more wood. I was glad I'd dragged up a good supply before making camp. Hearing a noise from the bed, I looked back. The girl pup, hearing the commotion, had got up and joined the boy dog, and they were sitting side by side with their bodies stiff and rigid. Their beady little eyes bore into the darkness beyond the cave. The moist tips of their little black noses wrinkled and twisted as if trying to catch a scent. What I saw in my dogs gave me courage. My knees quit shaking and my heart stopped pounding. I figured the lion had scented my pups. The more I thought about anything harming them, the madder I got. I was ready to die for my dogs. Every time the big cat screamed, the boy dog would run to the mouth of the cave and bawl back at him. I started whooping and throwing rocks down the mountainside, hoping to scare the lion away. Through the long hours of the night, I kept this up. The lion prowled around us, screaming and growling, first on the right and then on the left and above and below. And in the wee hours of morning, he gave up and left to stalk other parts of the mountain. I'm sure he thought he couldn't stand a chance against those two vicious hounds and a big hunter. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. After the terrifying night, the bright morning sun was a welcome sight. I fixed breakfast, and soon we were on our way. I tried to get the pups to follow me so as I could lighten my load. They would for a ways, and then, sitting down on their rears, they'd cry and whimper. Back in the sacks they'd go, with their heads sticking out of the holes and their long ears a-flopping, while I moved on. About midday I entered country I knew. I wasn't far from home. I dropped down out of the mountains into the bottom far above the place I had crossed the river on my way to town. Staying on the left of the river, I followed its course past several campgrounds, but didn't stop until I'd come to the place where I'd found that magazine. Here I took the pups out of the sack and sat down into the warm sand. As the afternoon wore on, I sat there deep in thought. I was trying to figure out what I'd be telling my mother and father. I could think of nothing. Finally, I decided I'd just tell them the truth, and with the help of some new overalls, cloth, and candy, I'd weather that storm. My pups were having a big time playing. With their little front paws locked around each other, they were growling and rolling and chewing on each other. They looked so cute, I just laughed out loud. While I was watching them romping, the thought come over me. I hadn't named them. I went over the list of names in my head. For him, I tried Red or Bugle, Lead, name after name. And for her, I tried Susie or Mabel or Queen, all kinds of girl names, but none seemed to fit. Still mumbling names over and over, I glanced up, and there, carved in the white bark of a sycamore tree, was a large heart. And in the center of that heart was two names, Dan and Ann. The name Dan was a little larger than Ann. It was wide and bold, and the scar stood out more. The name of Ann was small, neat, and even. I stared unbelieving, for there were my names. They were perfect. I walked over and picked up my pups and looked at 'em. I said, "Your name is Dan, and I'm going to call you Old Dan." And looking at her, I said, "Your name, little girl, is Ann. I'm calling you Little Ann." It was then I realized it was all too perfect. Here in this fisherman's camp, I had found the magazine and the ad. I looked over at the old sycamore log. There was where I asked God to help me get 2 hound pups. There were the pups, rolling and playing in the warm sand. And I thought of the old KC baking powder can and the fishermen, how freely they gave me their nickels and dimes. I looked up again at the names carved in the tree. Yeah, it was all there like a large puzzle. Piece by piece, each fit perfectly until the puzzle was complete. It could not have happened without the help of some unseen power. I stayed at the campground until dark. I knew I had to go home, but I put it off as long as I could. The crying of the pups, telling me that they were hungry, made up my mind for me. I knew the time had come for me to face my mother and father. I sacked up my dogs, and I waded the river. As I came out of the bottoms, I could see the lamplight glow from the windows of our home. One of the small yellow squares darkened for an instant. Someone had crossed and walked across the floor. I wondered who it was. I heard Daisy, our milk cow, mooing. I was thinking so hard of what I'd say, it startled me for a second. Reaching the gate of our house, I stopped. I'd never thought of our home very pretty, but that night it looked different. It looked clean and neat and peaceful, nestled there in the foothills of the Ozarks. Yeah, on that night, I was proud of our home. My bare feet made no sound as I crossed the porch. With my free hand, I reached and pulled the leather that worked the latch, and slowly the door swung inward. I couldn't see my father or sisters. They were too far to the right for me, but my mother was directly in front of the door, sitting in her old cane-bottom rocker, knitting. She looked up. I saw all the worry and grief leave her eyes. Her head bowed down. The knitting in her hands came up and covered her face, and I stepped inside the room. I wanted to run to her and comfort her and tell her how sorry I was for all the worry and grief I was causing her. The booming voice of my father shook me from my trance. Well, he said, "Well, what you got there?" Laughing, he got up from his chair and came over to me. He reached and took the sack from my shoulder. "When we started looking for you," he said, "I went to the store and your grandpa told me all about it. Wasn't too hard to figure out what you had done, but you should have at least told us." I ran over to my mother and dropped to my knees, and I buried my face in her lap. As Ma patted my head, I heard her say in a quivering voice, "Oh, why didn't you tell us? Why?" Well, I couldn't answer. Between sobs, I heard the squeal of delight from my sisters as they were fondling my pups. I heard my father say, "What's this other stuff you've got here?" Without raising my head from my mother's lap in a choking voice, I said, "One is for you and one for Ma and the other's for the girls." Well, I heard the snapping of the string and the rattle of paper. The ohs and the ahs from my sister they were wonderful to hear. Pa came over to Ma. Laying the cloth on the arm of her chair, he said, "Well, you've been wanting a new dress. There's got to be enough cloth here to make a half-dozen dresses." Realizing that everything was forgiven, I stood up and dried my eyes. Pa was pretty pleased with his new overalls, and my sisters forgot the pups for the candy. The light that was shining from my mother's eyes as she fingered the cheap cotton cloth was something I'll never forget. Ma warmed some milk for the pups, and they drank until their little tummies were tight and round. And as I ate, Pa sat down at the table and started man-talking to me. "Well, how were things in town?" Well, I told him that it was boiling with people, and the wagon yard was full of wagons and teams. He asked if I seen anyone I knew. Well, I told him I hadn't, but the station master had asked about him. And he asked where I'd spent the night, and I told him about the cave in the Sparrowhawk Mountains. He said that must have been the one called Robber's Cave. My youngest sister piped up.
"Did you stay all night with some robbers?"
My oldest sister,
"Silly, that's a long time ago. There isn't any robbers now."
The other one put her nickels in worth.
"Weren't you scared?"
"No," I said. "I wasn't scared of staying in the cave, but I heard a mountain lion scream and it scared me half to death." "Oh, they probably wouldn't bother you. You had a fire going, didn't you?" Pa said. "Yes," I answered. "They'll never bother you unless they're wounded or cornered, but if they are, you better watch out." Pa asked me how I liked town. I said I didn't like it at all and wouldn't live there even if they gave it to me. With a querying look on his face, he said, "I'm afraid I don't understand. I thought you always wanted to go to town." "I did, but I don't want to any more. I don't like the people there, and I can't understand them." "What's wrong with them?" he asked. Well, I told him how they stared at me and even laughed and made fun of me. "Oh, I don't think they were making fun of you, were they?" "Yes, they were. And to beat it all, the boys jumped on me and knocked me down in the dirt. If it hadn't been for the marshal, I would have taken a beating." "So you met the marshal. What'd you think of him?" Well, I told him he was a nice man. He bought me a bottle of soda pop. At the mention of soda pop, the blue eyes of my sisters opened up wide. They started firing questions at me, wanting to know what color it was and what it tasted like. Well, I told them it was strawberry, and it bubbled and tickled when I drank it, and it made me burp. The eager questions of my three little sisters had an effect on my father and mother. Pa said, "Billy, I don't want you to feel badly about the people in town. I don't think they were poking fun at you. Anyway, not like you think they were." "Well, maybe they weren't," I said, "but I still don't want to ever live in town. It's too crowded, and you can't get a breath of fresh air." In a sober voice, my father said, "Someday you may have to live in town. Your mother and I don't intend to live in these hills all of our lives. It's no place to raise a family. A man's children should have an education. They should get out and see the world and meet some people." "I don't see why we'd have to move to town to get an education. Hasn't Ma taught us how to read and write?" "Oh, there's more to an education than just reading and writing," Pa replied. "Much more." I asked him when he thought we'd be moving to town. "Well, it'll probably be some time yet. We don't have the money now, but I'm hoping someday we will." From the stove, where she was heating salt water for my feet, Ma said in a low voice.
I'll pray every day and night for that day to come. I don't want you children to grow up without an education, not even knowing what a bottle of soda pop is or ever seeing the inside of a schoolhouse. I don't think I could stand that. I'll just keep praying, and someday the good Lord may answer my prayer.
I told my mother I'd seen the schoolhouse in town. Again, I had to answer 1,000 questions from my sister. I told them it was made of red brick and was bigger than Grandpa's store, a lot bigger. There must have been at least 1,000 kids at school there. I told them all about the teeter-totters and the swings made out of log chains, the funny-looking pipe that ran up the side of the building, and how I had climbed into it and slid out like the other kids. I didn't exactly tell them how I come out, though. I think that was a fire escape, Pa said.
A fire escape? It looked like a slide to me.
Did you notice where it made that bend up at the top? He asked. I nodded my head. Well, inside the school there's a door, he said. If the school gets on fire, they open the door and the children jump into the pipe and slide out to safety.
Boy, that's a keen way of getting out of a fire,
I said. Well, it's getting late, Pa said. We'll talk about this some other time. We better get to bed. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. My paws were put in the corn crib for the night. I covered them with shucks and kissed them good night. The next day was a busy one for me. With the hamper and help of my sisters, I made the little dog house. Pa cut the ends of his check lines and gave them to me for some collars. With painstaking care, deep into the tough leather, I scratched the name Old Dan on one and Little Ann on the other. With a nail and a rock, 2 holes were punched in each end of the straps, and I put them around their necks and laced the ends together with some baling wire. That evening, I had a talk with my mother. I told her about praying for the 2 pups, about the magazine, and the plans I had made. I told her how hard I'd tried to find names for them and how strange it was to find them carved in the bark of that sycamore tree. With a smile on her face, she asked,
Do you believe God heard your prayer and helped you?
Yes, Ma. I know He did, and I'll always be thankful. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. It seems that the worries and wants of a young boy never cease. Now that I had my pups, another obstacle had cropped up. This one looked absolutely impossible. I had to have a coonskin so that I could train them. With my 3 little traps and a bold, dogged determination, I set out to trap Mr. Ringtail. For 3 solid weeks I practically lived on the river. I tried every trick I knew. It was no use. I just couldn't catch the wily old coons. In desperation, I went to my grandfather. He smiled as he listened to my tale of woe.
Well, we'll have to do something about that. To train those dogs right, you'll need that coon hide, that's for sure. Now you watch the store while I go over to my tool shed. I'll be right back.
After what seemed like an eternity, I saw him coming. He was carrying a brace and a bit, and that was all. With a mischievous little smile on his face, he said,
Oh, you don't think a fella can catch a coon with his brace and bit, would you?
Well, I thought he was kidding me. It made me kind of feel bad.
Why, Grandpa, you couldn't catch a coon in a gajillion years with that thing. You just don't have any idea how smart they are. Oh, yes, you can. You bet your boots you can. Why, when I was a boy, I caught coons on top of coons with one of these things.
Well, I saw Grandpa was serious, and then I got interested. He laid the brace down on the counter and picked up a small paper sack and filled it half full of horseshoe nails.
Well, now you do exactly what I tell you, he said, and you'll catch that coon.
Yes, sir, Grandpa, I will. I'll do anything to catch one of them.
Well, now the first thing you need is some bright shiny objects. The best thing is a bright shiny tin. Cut out some little round bits a little smaller than that bit. You understand?
I nodded my head.
Now you go on down along the river where there's lots of coon tracks and find a good solid log close by and bore a hole down about 6 inches. Drop one of the bright bits of the tin down in the hole and be sure that it's laying there right on the bottom.
Well, I was all ears. I didn't want to miss one word my grandfather said. Now and then I'd glance at him to see if he was kidding, and in a serious voice he went on a-talking.
Now you pay close attention, because this is the main part of the trap.
With eyes as big as a hoot owl's, I looked and listened. He took 4 of the horseshoe nails from the sack, and with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand he made a small O about the size of the bit, which was about 1.5 inches in diameter.
Now, we'll just say this is the hole that you bored in the log, about 1 inch apart. You drive these nails in on a slant opposite of each other.
Holding one of the nails in his right hand, he showed me at the right angle.
Well, the ends of the nail, they'll enter the hole about halfway betwixt the top and the bottom of the tin, he continued. Leave an opening between the sharp points big enough for a coon to stick his paw through.
He asked if I understood. Again I nodded my head and moved a little closer to him.
Well, how's this going to catch a coon, Grandpa? I asked.
Oh, it'll catch 'em all right, and it won't fail. You see, a coon is a curious little animal. Anything that's bright and shiny attracts him. He'll reach in and pick it up, and when his paw closes on the bright object, it'll ball up, and when he tries to pull it from the hole, the sharp ends of the nail will gouge into his paw, and he's caught.
He looked over at me.
Well, what do you think of that?
I closed my eyes, and in my mind I could see the funnel-like entrance of the hole, the sharp slanting points of the nail. I could see the coon reaching in for a shiny piece of metal. Naturally, his paw would be much larger when closed than when it was when he reached in. It'd be impossible for him to pass the sharp nails. It was all pretty looking good to me, and I was on the point of saying so when it hit me. Why, all the coon had to do was open his paw and drop the object, and he'd be free. Well, it all blew up then and there. I knew my grandpa was playing a joke on me. I stepped back and almost cried as I said, Grandpa, you're kidding me. That kind of trap won't catch a coon. While all he has to do is open his paw and drop the piece of tin, and then he'll be out of the hole again. Grandpa started roaring with laughter. Well, this made me feel kind of bad. With tears in my eyes, I started for the door.
Wait a minute. I'm not kidding you. Oh, I know I like to have my jokes as much as any other man, but I meant every word I said.
I turned around and looked at him. He had stopped laughing, and there was kind of a hurt expression on his face. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing more at myself than you. I just wanted to see if you were smart enough to see that there was a way that the coon could free himself. Well, a fellow wouldn't have to be very smart to see that, I said. Grandpa started talking, completely serious again.
Well, you know, a coon has more than one particularity about him. When I was a boy, I had a pet coon. By watching him, I saw and learned a few things. He had a den in an old hollow tree in our front yard, and I don't know the number of times I'd have to climb that tree and get my mother's scissors and buttons and needles and thimbles out of his den. Why, he'd even carry our knives and forks and spoons. Anything that was bright and shiny, he took it up into his den.
Grandpa stopped talking for a few minutes. I could see a faraway look in his eyes. Once again, he was living those long-ago days. I waited in silence for him to go on with the story.
One of the most particular things about that coon was his front feet. Once he wrapped those little paws around something, he'd never let go. My mother had an old churn. It was one of those kind with a small hole in the lid for the dasher. And when she'd get through it churning, she'd take the dasher out and go to wash it, and that crazy coon would climb up on top of the churn, poke his little front paws through the hole, and get a fistful of butter. The hole was small, and when he closed his fist, he couldn't get it back. All he had to do was open his hand up and drop the butter, and he'd be free. But do you think he ever did? No, sir. He would carry that churn lid all over the house, squalling and growling. Why, it took everyone in the house to free him. I'd have to wrap him up in a gunny sack or an old coat and pry his claws loose from the butter. Seeing this, time after time, is what gave me the idea for the trap. Once he reaches in and gets a hold of that tin, he's caught, 'cause he'll never open his paw up again.
With my confidence restored, it all sounded pretty good to me, and I was anxious to try out this wonderful plan. I thanked him and took the brace and nails and left the store. By the time I reached home, it was too late in the day to start making my traps, and that night I talked the idea over with Pa. "Well, I've heard of coons getting caught that way, but I never paid much attention to it. Your grandfather should know, though. He's quite a coon hunter when he was a boy."
"Well, from what he told me, it never fails," I said.
Pa asked if I wanted him to help me make my traps.
"No, I think I can do it myself."
I didn't sleep too well that night. I bored holes and drove nails and fought coons practically all night. Early the next morning, I went to the trash pile. As I stirred around in the rusty old cans, I thought of another time I was searching for a can. Finally, I found the one I wanted. It was bright and shiny. Everything was going just fine until Ma caught me cutting out the circles of tin with her scissors. I always swore that she could find the biggest switches of any woman in the Ozarks. And this time, she overdid it. I was almost to the river before the stinging stopped. It wasn't hard to find a place for my traps. All along the river, large sycamore logs lay partially submerged in the clear blue water. On one, where I could see the muddy little tracks of a ringtail, I bored a hole, dropped in a piece of tin, and then drove in my nails. On down the river I went, making my traps. I stopped when I ran out of nails. Altogether, I'd made 14. That night, Pa asked me how I was making out.
"Oh, all right. I got 14 of them made."
He laughed and said, "Well, you can never tell. You may catch one." The next morning I was up with the chickens. I took my pups with me, as I just knew I'd have a big ringtail trap and I wanted them to see it. Well, I was a disappointed boy when I peeked out over the cane brakes at my last trap and didn't see a coon. All the way home I tried to figure out what I'd done wrong. I went to Pa. He put his thinking cap on and thought the situation over. "Well, maybe you left too much scent around when you made those traps. If you did, it may take a while for it to go away. I wouldn't get too impatient. I'm pretty sure you'll catch one sooner or later." Pa's words perked me up like the air does a deflated inner tube. Well, he was right. I had simply left too much scent around my traps. All I had to do was wait until it disappeared, and then I'd have my coon hide. Morning after morning, it was the same old disappointment. No coon. When a week had gone by and still no results with my trap, I gave up. With little patience I had, it was completely gone. I was firmly convinced that the coons didn't walk on sycamore logs anymore, and bright shiny objects had about as much effect on them as a coonhound would. One morning, I didn't get up to run my trap line. I stayed in bed. Well, what was the use? It was just a waste of time. When the family sat down to breakfast, I heard my oldest sister saying,
"Ma, isn't Billy going to get up for some breakfast?" "Why, is he in his room? I didn't know. I thought he was down looking at his traps."
I heard Pa say, "I'll go wake him up." He came to the door and said, "You better get up, Billy. Breakfast is ready." "I don't want any breakfast. I'm not hungry," I said. Pa took one look at me and saw that I had a bad case of the ringtail blues. He came over and sat down on the bed. What's the matter? You having coon trouble?
Grandpa lied to me, Pa. I should have known better. Who ever heard of anyone catching a coon with a brace and bit and a few horseshoe nails?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't think your grandpa deliberately lied to you. Besides, I've heard of coons being caught that way myself.
Well, I don't think I done anything wrong. I've done everything exactly as he said, and I still haven't caught one.
Well, I still think it's that scent. You know, someone told me, or I read it somewhere, that it takes about a week for scent to die away. How long's it been since you made those traps?
It's been over a week, I said.
Well, the way I figure, it's about time for you to catch one. Yes, sir, I wouldn't be surprised if you came in with one any day now. After Pa left the room, I lay thinking of what he'd said. Any day now. Well, I got up and I hurried into my clothes, and as soon as I had finished with breakfast, I called my pups and then lit out for the river. The first trap was empty, and so was the second. That old feeling of doubt came over me again. I thought, well, it's no use. I'll never catch one, and I need that skin to train my pups. On the way to my third trap, I had to walk through a thick stand of wild cane. It was tough going, and my pups started whimpering. Well, I stopped and picked them up.
We'll be through in a few minutes, and then you'll be all right, I told them.
Well, I came plowing out of the matted mass and was right on the trap before I realized it. Well, I was met with a loud squall. I was so surprised I dropped the pups, and there he was, my first coon. He was humped up on the sycamore log, growling and showing his teeth. He kept jerking at his front paw, which was jammed deep into the hole that I'd bored. He was trapped by his own curiosity. I couldn't move. I felt like the wind had been cut off. I kept hearing a noise, but couldn't make out what it was, and the movement of the boy pup shook me from my trance. The unidentified sound was his bawling. He was trying to climb up on the log and get at that coon. Well, I yelled at him and darted in to hold on to his collar. On seeing my movement, the coon let out another squall. It scared me half to death. I froze in my tracks and started yelling again at my pup. The girl pup, working around behind the coon, climbed up onto the log, and I screamed at her, but she paid no mind to me. Digging his sharp little claws in the bark, the boy pup made it up on top, and he didn't hesitate. Straight down that sycamore log he charged with teeth bared. The coon waited. When my pup was about 2 feet from him, he made a lunge. The coon just seemed to pull my pup up under his stomach and went to work with his tooth and claw. The girl pup saved him, and like a cat in a corn crib, she sneaked up from behind and sank her needle-sharp teeth into the coon's back. While it was too much for old Ringy, he turned the boy pup loose and turned around and slapped her clear off the log, and she came running to me, yelping her head off. Well, I grabbed her up in my arms and looking for the boy pup. When the coon had turned him loose, he too had fallen off the log, and he was trying to get back on to that coon. Well, I darted in and grabbed him by the hind leg. With a pup under each arm and running as fast as I could, I lit out for the house. Coming off the bottoms into a freshly plowed field, I set my pups down so I could get a little more speed. I started yelling as soon as I came in sight of the house. Ma came flying out with my sisters right behind her. Pa was out in the barn harnessing his team. Ma yelled something to him about a snake, and he dropped the harness, jumped over the rail fence, and in a long lope started for me. Ma reached me first, and she grabbed me and shouted, "Where'd he bite you?"
Bite me? Why, Ma, I'm not bit. I've got him, Ma, I got him.
Got what?
Ma said. A big coon, the biggest in the river bottom. He's this big, Ma.
I made a circle with my arms as big as a 20-gallon keg. Ma just groaned way down deep and covered her face with her hands. Some big tears squeezed out between her fingers. Almost in a whisper, I heard her say,
"Thank God, I thought you were snake-bitten."
My sisters, seeing Ma crying, puckered up and started a bawling too.
"He needs a whipping," the oldest one said. "That's what he needs for scaring Ma that way."
Well, something burst loose inside me, and I cried a little too.
"I didn't mean to scare Ma. I just wanted everyone to know that I caught a coon." Up until this time, Pa hadn't said a word. He just stood looking on. Well, now, let's have none of this crying. He didn't mean to scare anyone. Taking his handkerchief from his pocket, he passed it over to Ma and put his arm around her and started drying her eyes. Ma poked her head around him and glared at me.
Billy Coleman, if you ever scare me like that again, I'll take a switch and wear you to a frazzle.
Well, that kind of hurt my feelings. I really did get tuned up. Everyone's mad at me, I said. I haven't done anything but catch the biggest coon on the river. Ma came over.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be cross, but you scared me. I thought a rattlesnake had bitten you.
Well, that's all settled. We better go get that coon. Looking at Ma, he said, Why don't you and the girls go with us? I don't think it'll take long. Ma looked at me and smiled and turned to the girls.
Would you like to go?
The only answer was a lot of squealing and jumping up and down, and on the way Ma noticed some blood on my shirt. She stopped me and looked me over.
Where did that come from? Did the coon bite you?
No, Ma. I didn't get close enough for him to bite me. With a worried look on her face, she jerked off my shirt.
You don't seem to be scratched anywhere.
Well, maybe this is where it came from. Pa said he reached down and picked up my boy pup. His little black nose was split wide open and was bleeding. I saw a relieved look come over Ma's face. Looking at me, she started shaking her head.
I just don't know. I don't know.
Did that coon get a hold of the pup? Pa asked.
He sure did, Pa. But it wasn't the coon's fault. If it hadn't been for little Ann, he'd have been eaten up.
I told how my dogs had tied into the coon. Pa laughed as he fondled my pup. Well, this dog is going to be a coonhound, and I think a good one. The coon started squalling as soon as we came into sight.
Oh, my goodness. You wouldn't think something so small could be so vicious.
Pa picked up a club. Everyone stand back out of the way. This won't take long. My pups were wanting to get to the coon so badly they were hard to hold on to. I had to squeeze them up tight to keep them from jumping right out of my arms. My sisters, with eyes as big as blue marbles, got behind Ma and peeked around her. Pa gave the coon a whack across the noggin, and he gave out a loud squall and growled and showed his teeth. He tried hard to get at Pa, but the trap held him. The girls buried their faces into Ma's dress and started bawling. Ma turned her back of the fight. I heard her say,
Oh, I wish we hadn't come, the poor thing.
Pa whacked him again, and then it was over. It was all too much for Ma and the girls, so they left, and I heard the tall cane rattling as they ran for the house. After the coon was killed, I walked over, and Pa was trying to get the coon's paw from the trap. He couldn't do it. Taking a pair of pliers from his pocket, he said, Well, it's a good thing I had these along, or we'd have to take off his foot. After Pa had pulled the nails, he lifted the coon's paw from the hole, and there, clamped firmly in it, was the bright piece of tin. In a low voice, Pa said, Well, I'll be darned. All he had to do was open it up and he'd be free, but he wouldn't do it. Your grandfather was right. A sorrowful look came over Pa's face as he ran his finger through the soft yellow hair. Billy, he said, I want you to take a hammer and pull the nails from every one of those traps. It's summertime and their fur isn't any good. Besides, I don't think this is very sportsmanlike. The coons, they don't really have a chance. It's all right this one time, you needed this one, but from now on I want you to catch them with your dogs. That way they at least have a 50-50 chance. I will, Pa. That's what I intended to do. While skinning the coons, Pa asked me when I was going to start training my dogs. I don't know. Do you think they're too young? No, I don't think so. I heard the younger they are, the better it is. Well, in that case, I'm going to start tomorrow. With the help of my oldest sisters, we started giving my pups their first lessons. She would hold their collars while I made trails with the hide for them to follow. I'd climb the trees that leaned out over the river, jump out into the water and swim to the other side, make trails and up and down the bank, and with a long pole wire I'd drag the hide on top of rail fences and swing it through the air and let it touch the ground 20 or 30 feet away. I did everything with that hide a coon would do, and possibly a lot more that a coon wouldn't. It was a beautiful sight to see my pups work those trails. At first they were awkward, not knowing what to do, but they never quit trying. Old Dan would get so eager and excited he'd overrun a trail. Where it twisted and turned, he would just run straight on, bawling up a storm. It didn't take him long, though, to realize that a smart old coon doesn't always run in a straight line. Little Ann, she never overran a trail. She'd wiggle and twist, cry and whine, and pretty soon she'd have it figured out. At first, they were afraid of water. I never would admit it, even to myself. I always said they just didn't like being wet. They'd follow the trail to the stream and then stop. Sitting down on their rears, they would cry and beg for help, and with a pup under each arm, I'd wade out into the stream and set them down in the cool water. 9 times out of 10, one pup would swim one way and the other one would swim the opposite. Well, I had a time with this part of their training, but my persistence had no bounds. It wasn't long until they loved the water. Old Dan would jump as far as he could and practically knock the river dry. Little Ann would ease herself in, swim like a muskrat for the opposite shore. I taught my dogs every trick I knew and new ones I'd heard about. I taught them how to split up on a river bank to search for a hidden trail, because it was impossible to tell where a coon might come out of the water. Sometimes he'd swim downstream, other times he'd swim upstream. Maybe he'd come back to the bank he had just left, or he'd cross over to the other side. Perhaps he'd stop in the middle of the stream on an old drift. Sometimes he'd come out of the water by catching the dangly limbs of a leaning birch, or climb up, never even touching the bank. Or he'd come out on the same trail he'd used going in and backtrack. He would sometimes crawl up under an undermined bank or into an old muskrat den. One of the favorite tricks of a smart old ringtail is the tree barking trick. This he accomplished by running out far on the side of the tree and using his stout legs for leverage, springing 20-30 feet away before touching the ground. Dumb hounds, they trail up to the tree and start bawling treed. Well, I taught my dogs to circle a good 100 yards just to make sure he was still in that tree before bawling. In order to learn more about coon hunting, I'd hang around grandfather's store and listen to the stories told by coon hunters. Some of the tales I heard were long and tall, but I believed them all. I could always tell when Grandpa was kidding with me by the twinkle in his eye. He told me how a coon could climb right out in the fog and disappear in the stars, and how he'd leap up onto a horse's back and run him over your dogs. Well, I didn't care, for I loved to hear the tall tales. Anything that had coon hair in it, I believed completely. All through that summer and into the late fall, the training went on. Although I was worn down to a frazzle, I was a happy boy. I figured I was ready for those ringtails. Late one evening, tired and exhausted, I sat down by a big sycamore and called my dogs to me. It's all over. There'll be no more lessons. I've worked hard and I've done my best. From now on, it's all up to you. Hunting season's just a few days away, and I'm going to let you rest, for I want you to be in the best shape when the night opens. It was wonderful indeed how I could have heart-to-heart talks with my dogs, and they always seemed to understand. Every question I asked was answered in their own doggish ways. Although they couldn't talk in my terms, they had a language of their own that was easy to understand. Sometimes I could see the answer in their eyes, and again, it'd be a friendly wag of their tails. Other times, I could hear the answer in a low whine, or feel it in a soft caress of a warm flecking tongue. In some way, they would always answer. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8. The day hunting season opened, I was as nervous as Sammy, our house cat. Part of that seemingly endless day was spent getting things ready for the coming night. I cleaned my lantern and filled it full of oil. With hog lard, I greased my boots until they were as soft as a hummingbird's nest, and I was grinding my axe when Pa came around. He smiled as he said, "This is the big night, isn't it?"
"It sure is, Pa, and I've been waiting a long time for this."
"Yeah, I know. I've been thinking. There's not too much to do around here during hunting season. I'm pretty sure I can take care of things, so you just go ahead and hunt all you want to."
"Thanks, Pa. I guess I'll be out pretty late at night, and I probably will have to do a lot of sleeping in the daytime."
Pa frowned. "You know," he said, "your mother doesn't like this hunting of yours very much. She's worried about you being out all by yourself."
"Well, I can't see why Ma has to worry. Haven't I been roaming the woods ever since I was big enough to walk, and I'm almost 14 now?"
"I know. It's all right with me, but women are just a little different than men. They tend to worry a bit more. Now, just to be on the safe side, I think it'd be a good idea for you to tell us where you'll be hunting. Then, if anything happens, we'll know where to look." I told him I would, but I didn't think anything was going to be happening. After Pa had left, I started thinking.
He doesn't even talk to me like I was a boy anymore. He's talking like I was a man.
Those wonderful thoughts made me feel just as big as our old red mule. Well, I had a good talk with my dogs.
"I've waited almost 3 years for this night, and it hasn't been easy. I've taught you everything I know, and I want you to do your best."
Little Ann acted like she understood. She whined and saved me a good washing job on my face. Old Dan might have, but he didn't act that way. He just lay there in the sunshine, all stretched out and limber as a rag. During supper, Ma asked me where I was going to hunt.
"I'm not going far. I think I'll just go down the river a little ways."
I could tell Ma was worried, and it didn't make me feel too good.
"Billy, I don't approve of this hunting, but it looks like I can't say no. Not after all you've been through getting your dogs and all that training."
"Aw, he'll be all right. Besides, he's getting to be a good-sized man now."
"Man? Why, he's still just a little boy."
"Oh, you can't keep him a little boy always. He's got to grow up some day."
"Oh, I know, but I don't like it, not at all, and I can't help worrying."
"Please, Ma, don't worry about me," I said. "I'll be all right. Why, I've been all over those hills, you know that."
"Oh, I know, but that was in the daylight. I never worry too much when it's daylight, but at night, that's different. It'll be dark and anything can happen."
"There won't be anything happening. I promise I'll be careful, Ma."
Ma got up from the table and saying,
"Well, it's like I say, I can't say no, and, well, I can't help but worry. I'll pray every night you're out."
The way Ma had me feeling, I didn't know whether to go hunting or not. Pa must have sensed how I felt. "It's getting dark now, and I understand those coons, they start stirring pretty early. You better get going, hadn't you?" While Ma was bundling me up, Pa lit my lantern. He handed it to me, saying, "I'd like to see a big coonskin on that smokehouse wall in the morning." The whole family followed me out onto the porch, and there we all got a surprise. My dogs were sitting on the steps and just waiting for me. I heard Pa laugh. "Well, they know what you're going hunting for. Know as well as anyone."
"Well, I never. Do you really think they do? It sure looks like it. Why, just look at them," Ma said.
Little Ann started wiggling and twisting. Old Dan trotted out to the gate and stopped and turned around and looked at me.
"Sure they know Billy's going hunting," piped up a little one. "And I know why."
"And how do you know that, silly?" asked the oldest.
"Because I told Little Ann, that's why. And then she told old Dan, and that's how they know."
Well, we all got a good laugh at that. The last thing I heard as I left the house was the voice of my mother.
Be careful, Billy, and don't stay out late.
It was a beautiful night, still and frosty. A big grinning Ozark moon had the countryside bathing in a soft yellow glow. The starlit heaven reminded me of a large blue umbrella outspread with the handle broken off. Just before I reached the timber, I called the dogs to me.
Now the trail's going to be a little different tonight, I whispered.
It won't be a hide dragged on the ground. It'll be the real thing, so you just remember everything I taught you, and I'm depending on you. You just put one up a tree, and I'll do the rest. I turned them loose, saying, Go get him! They streaked for the timber. By the time I had reached the river, every nerve of my body was drawn up tight as a fiddle string. Big-eyed, ears open, I walked on, stopping now and then to listen. The way I was slipping along, anyone would have thought I was trying to slip up on a coon myself. I'd never seen a night so peaceful and still. All around me, tall sycamores gleamed like white steamers on a moonlight. A prowling skunk came wobbling up the river bank, and he stopped when he saw me. I smiled at the fox flare glow of his small, beady red eyes. He turned and disappeared into the underbrush. I heard a sharp snap and a feathery rustle in some brush nearby, and a small rodent started squealing in agony. A nighthawk must have found his supper. Across the river and from far back into the rugged mountains I had heard the baying of a hound. I wondered if it was the same one I had heard from my window all those nights ago. Although my eyes were seeing the wonders of the night, my ears were ever alert, listening for the sound of my hounds telling me they had found a trail. I was expecting one of them to bawl, but when it came, it startled me. The deep tones of old Dan's voice jarred the silence around me, and I dropped my axe and almost dropped my lantern. A strange feeling came over me. I took a deep breath and threw back my head to give the call of the hunter, but something was wrong. My throat felt like it had been tied into a knot, and I swallowed a couple of times, and the knot disappeared, and as loud as I could, I whooped, Woo-wee! Get him, Dan! Go get him! Little Ann came in. The bell-like tones of her voice sent shivers up and down my spine, and I gave a whoop at her. Woo-wee! Tell him, little girl! Tell him to get him! This is what I had prayed for, worked and sweated for, my own little hounds bawling at the trail of a river coon. I don't know why I cried, but I did. While the tears rolled, I whooped again and again. They started the trail out and headed down the river. Well, I took off after them as fast as I could run. A mile downstream, the coon pulled his first trick. Well, I could tell in my dogs' voices that they had lost the trail, and when I came up to them, they were out on the old drift, sniffing around. The coon had pulled a simple trick. He'd run out onto a drift and leapt into the water and then crossed the river. To an experienced coon hound, the crude trick would have been nothing at all, but my dogs were just big awkward pups, trailing their first live coon. I stood and watched, wondered if they would remember the training I'd given them. Now and then I'd whoop and urge them on. Old Dan was having himself a fit. He whined and he bawled and he whimpered and cried, and he came to me and reared up begging for help. I'm not going to help you, and you're not going to find him on that drift. If you just remember some of that training I gave you, you'd find that trail. Now you go get that coon. He ran back out on the drift and started searching. Little Ann came to me. I could see the pleading in her warm gray eyes. I'm ashamed of you, little girl. I thought you had more sense than this. If you let him fool you so easily, you'll never be a coon dog. She whined and turned and trotted downstream, searching for the lost trail. I couldn't understand. Had all the training I'd given them been useless? I knew if I waded the river, they'd follow me, and then once on the other side, it'd be easy for them to find the trail, and I didn't want it that way. I wanted them to figure it out by themselves. The more I thought about it, the more disgusted I became. I sat down and buried my face in my arms. Out on the drift, old Dan started whimpering and whining. It made me angry, and I got up to scold him again. I couldn't understand his actions. He was running along the edge of the drift, whimpering and starting downstream. I looked that way, and I could see something swimming in the opposite direction. At first I thought it was a muskrat. In the middle of the stream, where the moonlight was the brightest, I got a good look. It was little Ann. With a loud whoop, I told her how proud I was of her. My little girl was remembering her training. She came out onto the gravel bar and shook the water from her body and then disappeared into the thick timber. Minutes later, she let me know she had found the trail. And before the tones of her voice were died away, old Dan plowed into the water. He was so eager to join her, I could hear him whining as he swam. As soon as his feet touched bottom on the shallows, he started bawling and lunging. White sheets of water, knocked high in the moonlight by his churning feet, gleamed like thousands of tiny little stars. He came out of the river onto a sandbar, and in his eagerness his feet slipped in the loose sand and down he went. He came out of his roll, running and bawling, and ahead of him was a log jam. Well, he sailed over it and then disappeared down the river bank. Seconds later, I heard his deep voice blending with the sharp cries of little Ann. At that moment, no boy in the world could have been more proud of his dogs than I was. Never again would I doubt them. I was hurrying along, looking for a shallow riff so I could wade across when the voices of my dogs stopped. I waited and listened. They came again on my side of the stream. The coon had crossed back over. Well, I couldn't help smiling. I knew that never again would a ringtail fool them by swimming the river. The next trick the old fellow pulled was a dandy. He climbed a large white water oak, standing about 10 feet from the river, and then simply disappeared. I got there in time to see my dogs swimming for the opposite shore, and for half an hour they worked that bank, not finding the trail, and they'd swim back. I stood there watching them. They practically tore the river bank to pieces looking for the trail. Old Dan knew the coon had climbed the water oak, and he went back, reared up on it, and bawled a few times. "No use in doing that, boy. I know he climbed it, but he's not there now. Maybe it's like Grandpa said, he just climbed right out onto the top and then disappeared into the stars." My dogs didn't know it, but I was pretty well convinced that that was what the coon had done. They wouldn't give up, and once again they crossed over to the other shore. It was no use. The coon hadn't touched that bank, and they came back. Old Dan went up the river, and little Ann worked downstream. An hour and a half later, they gave up and came to me begging for help. I knelt down between their wet bodies, and while scratching and petting them, I let them know that I still loved them. "I'm not mad. I know you did your best. If that coon can fool both of us, then we're just beat. We'll go somewhere else to hunt. He's not the only coon in these bottoms." Just as I picked up my axe and lantern, little Ann let out a bawl and tore off down the river bank. Old Dan, with a bewildered look on his face, stood for a moment looking after her, and then he raised his head high in the air and let my eardrums ring with his deep voice. I could hear the underbrush popping as he ran to join her. I couldn't figure out what had taken place. Surely little Ann had heard or seen something. I could tell by their voices that whatever there was after, they were close enough to see it and were probably running by sight. The animal left the bottoms and headed for the mountains, and whatever it was, it must have realized my dogs were crowding it too close. And at the edge of the foothills it turned and came back to the river. I was still trying to figure out what was going on when I realized that on striking the river, the animal would again turn and be coming straight towards me. I set my lantern down and tightened my grip on the axe. I was standing my ground quite well when visions of bears and lions and all kinds of other critters started flashing across my mind. I jumped back behind a big sycamore and was trying to press my body into the tree when a big coon came tearing by. 25 yards behind him were my dogs running side by each, and I saw them clearly when they passed me, bawling every time their feet touched the ground. After seeing that there was nothing to be scared of, once again I was the fearless hunter, screaming and yelling as loud as I could. "Get 'em, boy, get 'em!" Well, I took out after them. The trails I knew so well were forgotten. I took off straight through the brush. I was tearing my way through some elders when I heard the voices of my dogs stop. Holding my breath, I stood still and waited. And then it came. The long, drawn-out bawl of a tree bark. My little hounds had done it. They had treed their first coon. When I came to them and saw what they had done, I was speechless. I groaned and closed my eyes. I didn't want to believe it. There were a lot of big sycamores in the bottom, but this one, which my dogs had treed, was the giant of them all. While prowling the woods, I had seen the big tree many a time, and I'd always stopped and admired it. Like a king in his own domain, it towered far above the smaller trees. It had taken me quite a while to find a name suitable for that big sycamore, and for a while I'd called it the chicken tree. In some ways it reminded me of a mother hen hovering over her young in the rainstorm. Its huge limbs spread out over the small birch and ash and box elder and water oak, as if it alone was their protector. Next I named it the giant. That name didn't last long. Ma told us children a story about a big giant that lived in the mountains and ate little children that were lost. Right away I started looking for another name. One day, while lying out in the warm sun staring at that magnificent beauty, I found the perfect name, and from that day on, it was called the Big Tree. I named the bottoms around it the Big Tree Bottoms. Walking around it and using the moon as a light, I started looking for a coon. High up in the top, I saw a hollow in the end of a broken limb. I figured that would be the coon's den. I could climb almost any tree I'd ever seen, but I knew I could never climb that big sycamore, and it would take days to chop down. There had been very little hope from the beginning, but on seeing that hollow, I gave up. "Come on, dogs. There's nothing I can do. We'll go someplace else and find another coon." I turned to walk away, and my hounds made no move to follow. They started whining. Old Dan reared up and placed his front paws in the trunk and started bawling. "I know he's there, but there's nothing I can do. I can't climb it. It's 60 feet up to the first limb, and it would take me a month to cut it down." Again I turned and started on my way. Little Ann came with me. She reared up and started licking my hands and swallowing the knot in my throat. I said, "I'm sorry, little girl. I want him just as badly as you, but there's no way I can get him." She ran back to the tree and started digging in the soft ground close to the roots. "Come on now," I said in a gruff voice. "You're both acting silly. You know I'd get that coon for you if I could, but I can't." With a whipped dog look on her face and with her tail betwixt her legs, little Ann came over. She wouldn't even look at me. Old Dan walked slowly around behind the tree and hid himself. He peeped around the big trunk and looked at me. The message I read in his friendly eyes tore at my heart. He seemed to be saying, "You told us to put one in a tree and you'd do the rest." With tears in my eyes, I looked again at that big sycamore. A wave of anger came over me and grit my teeth. I said, "I don't care how big you are. I'm not going to be letting my dogs down. I told them if they put a coon in a tree, I'd do the rest, and I'm gonna cut you down. I don't care if it takes me a whole year." I walked over and sank my axe as deep as I could into the smooth white bark. Well, my dogs threw a fit. Little Ann started turning in circles, and I could hear her pleased whimpering cry, and old Dan bawled and started gnawing at the big tree's trunk. Well, at first it was easy. My axe was sharp and the chips flew. Well, 2 hours later, things were a bit different. My arms felt like two dead grapevines, and my back felt like somebody was pulling the plug out of one end and drained out all the sap. While taking a breather, I saw I was making more progress than I thought I would. The cut I had started was a foot deep, but I certainly had a long ways to go. Sitting on their rears, my dogs waited and watched. I smiled at the look on their faces. Every time I stopped chopping, they'd come over. And while little Ann washed the sweat from my face, old Dan would inspect my work. He seemed pleased with what he saw, for he was always wagging his tail. Along about daylight, I got my second wind and I really did make some chips fly, and this burst of energy cost me dearly. By sunup I was so stiff I could hardly move. My hands and arms were numb, my back screamed with pain, and I couldn't go no further. Sitting down, I leaned back against the big tree and fell asleep. Little Ann woke me up by washing my face. I groaned with the torture of getting to my feet. Every muscle in my body seemed to be tied into a knot. I was thinking of going on down to the river to wash my face in the cool water when I heard a loud whoop. I recognized my father's voice. I whooped to let him know where I was. Pa was riding our red mule. After he rode up, he just sat there and looked me over. He glanced at my dogs and at that big sycamore. I saw the worry leave his face. He straightened his shoulders and pursed his lips and blew out a little air. He reminded me of someone who had just dropped a heavy load. In a slow, calm voice, he asked, "Are you all right, Billy?" "Yes, Pa. Only I'm a little tired and sleepy. Otherwise, I'm fine." He slid from the mother's back and came over. "Your mother's worried. When you didn't come in, we didn't know what had happened. You ought to have come home." I didn't know what to say. I just bowed my head and looked at the ground. I was trying hard to choke back the tears when I felt his hand on my shoulder. "I'm not scolding," he said. "We just thought maybe you'd had an accident or something." I looked up and saw a grin on his face. He turned and looked again at the tree. "This is the sycamore you call the big tree, isn't it?" I nodded. "Is that coon in there?" he asked. "He sure is, Pa. He's in that hollow limb. See that one way up there? That's why I couldn't come home. I was afraid he'd get away." "Maybe you just think he's there. I believe I'd make sure before I cut down a tree that big." "He's there, all right. My dogs weren't 10 feet behind him when he went up it." "Why are you so determined to get this particular coon? Couldn't you just go somewhere else and tree one there? Maybe the tree would be a bit smaller." "I thought about that, Pa, but I made a bargain with my dogs. I told them that if they put one up a tree, I'd do the rest. Well, they fulfilled their part of the bargain, and now it's up to me to do my part. And I'm gonna, Pa. I'm gonna cut it down. I don't care if it takes me a year." Pa laughed and said, "Well, I don't think it'll take that long, but it will take a while. I'll tell you what I'll do. You take the mule and go back and get some breakfast. I'll chop on it until you get back." "No, Pa. I don't want any help. I want to cut it down all by myself. You see, if someone helps me, I wouldn't feel like I kept up my part of the agreement." An astonished look came over my father's face. "Why, Billy, you can't stay down here without anything to eat or no sleep. Besides, it'll take at least 2 days to cut that tree down, and that's hard work." "Please, Pa, don't make me quit. I just want to get that coon, and if I don't, my dogs won't ever believe in me again." Pa didn't know what to tell me. He scratched his head and looked over at my dogs and back at me, and he started walking around. I waited for him to make up his mind, and then finally he reached a decision. "Well, all right. If that's the way you want it, I'm for it, even if it's only an agreement betwixt you and your dogs. If a man's word isn't any good, he's no good himself. Now I have to get back and tell your ma that you're all right. It's a cinch that you can't do that kind of work on an empty stomach, so I'll send your oldest sister back with a lunch bucket." With tears in my eyes, I said, "Can you tell Ma I'm sorry for not coming home last night?" "Oh, don't you worry about your mother," he said, as he climbed onto the mule's back. "I'll take care of her. Another thing, I have to make a trip into the store today, and I'll talk this over with your grandfather. He might be able to help in some way. After Paul left, things were a little different. The tree didn't look quite as big. My axe wasn't quite as heavy. I even managed to sing a little as I chopped away. And when my sister came with the lunch bucket, I could have kissed her, but I didn't. She took one look at that big tree, and her blue eyes got as big as a guinea's egg.
"You're crazy," she gasped. "Absolutely crazy. Why, it'll take a month to cut that tree down. All over an old coon?"
I was so busy with the fresh side pork and fried eggs and hot biscuits I didn't pay much attention to her. After all, she was a girl, and girls don't think like boys do. Well, she went raving on.
"You can't possibly cut it down today. And what are you going to do when it does get dark?"
"Well, I'll just keep right on chopping," I said. "I stayed with it all last night, didn't I? Well, I'll stay till it's cut down. I don't care how long it takes me." Well, my sister, she got a little upset, and she looked at me, threw back her small head, and looked up at the top of the big sycamore.
"You're as crazy as a bedbug. I never heard of such a thing."
She stepped over in front of me and very seriously asked if she could look in my eyes.
"What do you want to look in my eyes for? Want to make sure I'm not sick?"
"Yes, you are, Billy. Very sick. Ma said when old man Johnson went crazy, his eyes turned green. I want to see if yours have."
Well, this was too much. "If you don't get out of here, you're going to be red instead of green, and I mean that." I picked up a stick and started towards her. Of course, I wouldn't have hit her for anything, but this scared her, and she started for home. I heard her say something about an old coon as she disappeared into the underbrush. Down in the bottom of my lunch bucket, I found a neat little package of scraps for my dogs. And while they're eating, I walked down to the spring and filled the bucket with cool water. The food did wonders for me. My strength came back. I spit on my hands and whistled the coon hunter's tune, and I started making the chips fly. The cut grew so big I could have laid down in it, and I moved over to one side and started a new one. Once, while I was taking a rest, old Dan came over and inspected my work. He hopped up in the cut, sniffed all around. "You better get out of there. If that tree takes a notion to topple, it'll mash you flatter than a tadpole's tail." With a no-care look on his friendly face, he gave me a hurry-up signal with the wag of his tail. Little Ann had dug a bed into a pile of dead leaves, and she looked as if she was asleep, but I knew she wasn't. Every time I stopped swinging the axe, she'd raise her head and look at me. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. By late evening, the happy tune I'd been whistling was forgotten. My back throbbed like a stone bruise, and the muscles in my legs and arms started quivering and jerking. I couldn't gulp enough air to cool the burning heat in my lungs, and my strength was gone, and I could go no further. I sat down and called my dogs to me. With tears in my eyes, I told them I just couldn't cut that big tree down. I was trying hard to make them understand when I heard someone coming. It was Grandpa and his buggy. I'm sure no one in the world can understand a young boy like his grandfather can. He drove up with a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his whiskery old face.
"Howdy, how are you getting along, boy?" he boomed.
"Not so good, Grandpa. I don't think I can cut it down. It's just too big. I guess I'll have to just give up."
"Give up?" Grandpa barked. "Now I don't want to hear you say a thing like that. No, sir, that's the last thing I want to hear. Don't ever start anything that you can't finish."
"I don't want to give up, Grandpa, but it's just too big and my strength's gone. I'm giving out."
"Well, of course you are. You've been doing it wrong. To work like that, a fella needs proper rest and food in his stomach."
"And where am I going to get that, Grandpa? I can't leave the tree, and if I do, the coon will go away."
"Oh, no, he won't. That's what I came down here for. I'll show you how to keep that coon in a tree.
He walked around the big sycamore and looked up and whistled.
Boy, that's a big one, ain't it?
It sure is, Grandpa. It's the biggest one in the river bottom. Grandpa started chuckling.
That's all right. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Well, how are we going to keep the coon to stay up in that tree, Grandpa? With a proud look in his face, he said,
Well, that's another one of my coon hunting tricks. I learned it when I was a boy. We'd keep him there all right. Oh, I don't mean we'd keep him there for always, but he'd stay for 4 or 5 days. That is, until he gets so hungry that he just has to come down.
Well, I don't need that much time. I'm pretty sure I can get it down by tomorrow night. Grandpa looked at the cut.
I don't know. Even though it's halfways down, you must remember you've been cutting on her half one night and one day. You might make it, but it's going to take a lot of chopping.
Well, if I can get a good night's sleep and a couple meals under my belt, I can do a lot more chopping yet. Grandpa laughed.
Speaking of meals, your ma is having chicken and dumplings for supper. Now we don't want to miss that, so let's get busy.
What do you want me to do, Grandpa?
Well, let's see. First, we'll need some sticks about 5 foot long. You take your axe and go over to that cane brake over yonder and get us 6 of them.
I hurried to do what Grandpa wanted, all the time wondering what in the world he was going to be doing. How could he keep the coon in the tree? When I came back, he was taking some old cloth from the buggy.
Take this stocking cap and fill her about half full of grass and leaves.
While I was doing this, Grandpa walked over and started looking up the tree.
You're pretty sure he's not Holler Limb, aren't you?
He asked. He's there all right, Grandpa. There's no other place he could be. I've looked all over it, and there's no other hollow anywhere.
Well, in that case, we better get our man along about here.
What man, Grandpa? I asked in surprise.
Well, the one we're going to be making. It's to make us a scarecrow, but that coon, it'll think it's a man.
Knowing too well how smart coons were, right away I began to lose confidence. I don't see how anything like that would keep a coon in the tree.
Oh, it'll keep him there, all right. Like I told you before, they're curious little devils. He'll poke his head out of that hole and see that man standing there, and he won't dare come down. It'll take him 4 or 5 days to figure it isn't a real honest-to-goodness man. And by that time, it'll be too late. You'll have his hide tacked on that smokehouse wall, I bet you.
The more I thought about it, the more I believed it, and then there was that serious look on Grandpa's face. And that was all it took. I was firmly convinced. I started laughing. The more I thought about it, the funnier it got, and great big laughing tears rolled down my cheeks.
What's so funny? Don't you believe it's going to work?
Sure it'll work, Grandpa. I know it will. I was just thinking, those coons aren't half as smart as they think they are they? Well, we both had us a good laugh at this. With the sticks and some baling wire, Grandpa made a frame that looked almost like a gingerbread man, and on this he put an old pair of pants and a red sweater. We stuffed the loose, flabby clothes with grass and leaves, and he wired the stocking cap in place and then stepped back to inspect his work.
Well, what you think of that?
Well, if it had a face, you couldn't even tell it from a real man.
Yeah, we'll fix that,
Grandpa chuckled. He took a stick and dug some black grease from one of the hubcaps on the buggy. I stood and watched while he applied his artistic touch. In the stocking cap head he made 2 mean-looking eyes and a crooked nose and the ugliest mouth I ever did see.
Well, what you think of that? Looked pretty good, don't it?
Laughing fit to kill, and talking at all the same time, I told him I wouldn't blame the coon if he stayed in the tree until Gabriel blew his horn.
Oh, he won't stay that long, but he'll stay long enough for you to cut that tree down.
Well, that's all I want, I said.
Well, we better get going. It's getting late, and we don't want to miss that supper.
I was so stiff and sore he had to help me into the buggy seat. I called my dogs, and little Ann came, but not willingly. Old Dan refused to leave the tree.
Come on, boy. Let's go home and get something to eat. We'll be back tomorrow.
He bowed his head and looked the other way.
Come on. We can't sit here all night.
Well, this kind of hurt his feelings. He walked around behind the big sycamore and hid.
Well, I'll be darned,
Grandpa said as he jumped down from the buggy.
He knows that coon's there, and he don't want to leave it. You got a coon hound there, and I mean a good one.
He picked old Dan up in his arms and set him into the buggy. All the way home I had to hold on to his collar to keep him from jumping out and going back to the tree. As our buggy wound its way up through the bottoms, Grandpa started talking.
You know, Billy, about this tree chopping of yours, I think it's all right. In fact, I think it'd be a good thing if all young boys had to cut down a big tree like that once in their lives. It does something deep inside 'em. It gives 'em determination and some willpower. That's a good thing for a man to have. It goes a long ways in his life. The American people have a lot of her. They have proved that all down through history, but they could do with a lot more of it, too.
I couldn't see this determination and willpower that Grandpa was talking about very clearly. All I could see was a big old sycamore tree, a lot of chopping, and the hide of a ringtail coon that I was determined to have. As we reached the house, Ma came out. Right away, she started checking me over.
Are you all right?
She asked.
Sure, Ma. What makes you think something's wrong with me?
Well, I don't know. The way you acted when you got down from the buggy, I thought maybe you was hurt.
Oh, he's just a little stiff and sore from all that chopping, but he'll be all right. That'll go away soon.
After Ma saw that there were no broken bones or legs chopped off, she smiled and said,
I never know anymore. I guess I'll just have to get used to this.
Pa hollered from the porch.
Come on in. We've been waiting on supper for you.
We're having chicken and dumplings, and I cooked them especially for you.
During the meal, I told Grandpa I didn't think that coon in the big tree was the same one my dogs had been trailing at first.
Well, what makes you think that?
I told how the coon had fooled us and how little Ann had seen or heard this other coon. I figured he'd just walked up on my dogs before he realized it. A smile spread all over Grandpa's face, and chuckling he said,
It does look that way, but it wasn't. No, Billy, that would be the same coon. They're much too smart to ever walk up on a hound like that. He pulled a trick, and it was a good one. In fact, it'll fool 9 out of 10 dogs.
Well, what'd he do, Grandpa? I'm pretty sure he didn't cross the river, so how'd he work it?
Grandpa pushed the dishes back, and using his fork as a pencil, he drew an imaginary line on the tablecloth.
It's called the backtracking trick, he said. And here's how he worked it. He climbed that water oak tree, and he only went up about 15-20 feet, then turned around and came back down on his own tracks. He backtracked on his original trail for a ways, and when he heard your dogs a-comin', he leapt far up into the side of the nearest tree and climbed up. He was in that tree all the time your dogs were searching for the lost trail. After things seemed to have quieted down, he figured they'd given up, and that's when he came back down, and that's when little Ann either heard or saw him.
Pointing the fork at me, Grandpa said very serious,
You mark my words, Billy. In no time at all, that little Ann, she'll know every trick a coon can pull.
You know, Grandpa, she wouldn't bark treed at that water oak like old Dan did.
Of course she wouldn't. She knew he wasn't in there.
Why, I never heard of such a thing. I'd no idea coons were that smart. Why, for all anyone knows, he may not have been in the big tree at all. Maybe he pulled another trick. It'd be a shame if Billy cut it down and found there was no coon in it.
Oh, he's there, Ma. I know he is. They were right on his tail when he went up it. Besides, little Ann was bawling her head off when I came to them. Oh, of course he's there. They was crowding him too closely. He didn't have no time to pull another trick.
Grandpa left soon after supper and saying to me,
I'll be back here in a few days, and I want to see that coon hide."
Well, I thanked him for helping me and walked out to the buggy with him.
"Oh, I almost forgot," he said. "I heard there is a fad back in New England states. It seems like everyone's crazy about coonskin coats. Now, if this is true, I look for the price of coon hides to take a jump."
Well, I was happy to hear this, and I told my father what Grandpa had said. Pa laughed and said, "Well, if you can keep the coons out of them big sycamores, you might just make a little money." Before I went to bed, Ma made me take a hot bath, and then she rubbed me all over with some liniment that burned like fire and smelled like Civet's cat. It seemed like I had barely closed my eyes when Ma woke me.
"Breakfast is ready, Billy."
Well, I was so stiff and sore I had trouble putting my clothes on. Ma helped me.
"Maybe you better let that coon go. I don't think he's worth all of this."
"I can't do that, Ma. I've gone too far now."
Pa came in from the barn. "What's the matter? You a little stiff?"
"A little stiff? Why, he could hardly put his clothes on."
"Oh, he'll be all right. If I know anything about swinging an axe, it won't be long before he's as limber as a rag." Ma just shook her head and started putting our breakfast on the table. And while we were eating, Pa said, "You know, I woke up several times last night, and each time I was sure I could hear a hound bawling. It sounded like old Dan." Well, I quit that table on the run and headed for the doghouse. I didn't have to go all the way. Little Ann met me on the porch, and I asked her where old Dan was and called his name. He was nowhere around. Little Ann started acting strangely. She whined and stared towards the river bottom, and she ran out the gate and came back and reared up at me. Ma and Pa came out on the porch.
"He's not here. I think he's gone back to the tree." "I don't think he'd do that, would he? Maybe he's around someplace. Have you checked in the doghouse?"
I ran and looked, and he wasn't there.
"Everyone be real quiet and listen,"
I said. I walked out beyond the gate a little ways and whooped as loud as I could. My voice rang like a bell in the still, frosty morning, and before the echo had died out, the deep "Arr!" of old Dan howled and rolled out of the river bottoms.
"He's there. He wanted to make sure that coon stayed in that tree. You see, Ma, why I have to get that coon. I just can't let him down."
"Well, I never in all my life. I had no idea a dog loved to hunt that much. Yes, Billy, I can see it now, and I want you to get him. I don't care if you have to cut down every tree in those bottoms. I want you to get that coon for those dogs."
"I'm going to get him, Ma, and I'm going to get him today if I possibly can."
Pa laughed and said, "Well, looks like there wasn't any use in building that scarecrow. All you had to do was tell old Dan to stay and watch that tree." Well, I left the house in a run. Now and then I would stop and whoop, and every time I was answered by that deep voice of old Dan. Little Ann ran ahead of me. By the time I reached the big tree, their voices were making the bottoms ring. When I came tearing up out of the underbrush, old Dan threw a fit. He tried to climb the sycamore. He would back way off, and then, bawling and running as fast as he could, he'd claw his way far up on the side. Old Ann, not to be outdone, reared up and placed her small front paws on the smooth white bark. And she told that ringtail coon that she knew that he was there. After they quieted down, I called old Dan to me.
"I'm proud of you, boy. It takes a good dog to stay with a tree all night, but there wasn't any need in you coming back. The coon wouldn't have gotten away. That's why we built the scarecrow."
Little Ann came over and started rolling in the leaves. The way I was feeling towards her, I couldn't even smile at her playful mood.
"Of course you feel good," I said in an aggravated voice. "And it's no wonder you had a good night's sleep in the nice warm doghouse, but old Dan didn't. He was down here in the cold all by himself watching the tree. The way you're acting, I don't believe you care if the coon gets away or not."
I would have said more, but just then I noticed something, and I walked over for a better look. There, scratched deep in the soft leaves, were two little beds. One is smaller than the other. Looking at little Ann, I read the answer in her warm gray eyes. Old Dan hadn't been alone when he'd gone back to that tree. She, too, had gone along, and there was no doubt that in the early morning she came back home to get me. There was a lump in my throat as I said, "I'm sorry, little girl. I should have known." The first half hour was torture. At each swing of the axe, my arms felt like they were being torn from their sockets. Well, I grit my teeth and I kept hacking away. My body felt like the time my sisters rolled me down the hill in a barrel. As Pa had said, in a little while the warm heat from the hard work limbered me up. I remember what my father did when he was swinging an axe. At the completion of each swing, he'd say, "Ha!" I tried it, and kerwham, ha! Kerwham, ha! I don't know if it helped or not, but I was willing to try anything if it would hurry up that job. Several times before noon I had to stop and rake the chips out of the way. I noticed they weren't the big, even, solid chops like my father made when he was chopping. They were smaller and seemed to crumble and come all up in pieces. Neither were the cuts neat and even. They were ragged and looked more like a work of a beaver. But I wasn't interested in any beautiful tree chop, and all I wanted was to hear that big sycamore start popping. Along in the middle of the afternoon, I felt a sting in one of my hands. When I saw it was a blister, I almost cried. At first there was only one, and then two. One after another they rose up on my hands like small white marbles. They filled up and turned a pale pinkish color, and when one would burst, it was all I could do to keep from screaming. I tore my handkerchief in half and wrapped my hands. This helped for a while, but when the cloth began to stick to the raw flesh, I knew it was the end. Crying my heart out, I called my dogs over to me and showed them my hands. "I can't do it," I said. "I've tried, but I just can't cut it down. I can't even hold the axe any longer." Little Ann whined and started licking my sore hands, and old Dan seemed to understand. He showed his sympathy by nuzzling me with his head. Broken-hearted, I started for home. As I turned, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Grandpa Scarecrow. It seemed to be laughing at me. I looked over at the big sycamore. It lacked so little being cut down. A small wedge of wood was all that was holding it up. I let my eyes follow the smooth white trunk up to the huge spreading limbs. And sobbing, I said, "You think you have won, but you haven't. Although I can't get that coon, neither can you live because I've cut off all your breath of life." And then I thought, why kill the big tree and not accomplish anything? And then I began to feel bad. Kneeling down betwixt my dogs, I cried and prayed. "Please, God, give me the strength to finish this job. I don't want to leave the big tree like that. Help me finish." I was trying to rewrap my hands so I could go back to work when I heard the low, droning sound. I stood up and looked around. I could still hear the noise, but couldn't locate it. I looked up, and high in the top of the big sycamore, a breeze had started the limbs to swaying. A shudder ran through the huge trunk. I looked over to my right at the big black gum tree, and not one limb was moving. On its branches, a few dead leaves hung silent and still. One dropped and floated lazily towards the ground. On my left stood a large hackberry. I looked up at its top, and it was still as a fence post. Another gust of wind caught in the top of the big tree. It started popping and snapping. I knew it was going to fall. Well, I grabbed my dogs by the collars and I backed off to safety. I held my breath. The top of the big sycamore rocked and swayed. There was a loud crack that seemed to come from deep inside that heavy trunk. Fascinated, I stood and watched the giant of the bottoms. It seemed to be fighting so hard to stand. Several times I thought it would fall, but in a miraculous way it would pull itself back into perfect balance. The wind itself seemed to become angry at the big tree's stubborn resistance. It growled and moaned as it pushed harder against the quivering top. With one final grinding, creaking sigh, the big sycamore started down. It picked up the momentum as the huge weight of the overbalanced top drove for the ground. A small ash was smothered by its huge bulk, and there was a lightning-like crack as the trunk snapped. In its downward plunge, the huge limbs stripped the branches from the smaller trees. A log-sized one knifed through the top of the water oak. Splintering limbs flew skyward and rained down around the bottoms. With a cyclone roar, the big tree crashed to the ground, and then silence settled over the bottom. Out of the broken, twisted, tangled mess streaked a brown, furry ball. I turned my dogs loose and started screaming at the top of my lungs, "Get 'em, Dan! Get 'em!" In his eagerness, old Dan ran head-on into a bur oak tree, and he sat down and with his big, deep voice told the river bottoms that he'd been hurt. It was little Ann who caught the coon. I heard the ringtail squeal when she grabbed him. Scared half to death, I snatched up a club and ran to help her. The coon was all over her. He climbed up on her head, growling and slashing and ripping and tearing. Yelping with pain, she shook him off, and he streaked for the river. Well, I thought surely he was going to get away. At the very edge of the river bank, she caught him again. I was trying hard to get a lick in with my club, but couldn't for fear of hitting little Ann. Through the tears in my eyes, I saw the red, blurry form of old Dan sail into the fight, and he was a mad hound. His anger at the bur oak tree had been taken out on the coon, and we stretched old Ringy out betwixt the two of them and pinned him to the ground. It was savage and brutal. I could hear the dying squeals of the coon and the deep growls of old Dan. In a short time it was all over. With sorrow in my heart, I stood and watched while my dogs worried the lifeless body. Little Ann was satisfied first, and I had to scold old Dan to make him stop. Carrying the coon by a hind leg, I walked back to the big tree with my axe. Before leaving for home, I stood and looked at the fallen sycamore. I should have felt more proud over the job I had done, but for some reason I couldn't. I knew I would miss the giant of the bottoms, for it had played a wonderful part in my life. I thought of the hours I had whiled away staring at his beauty and how hard it was to find a right name for it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut you down, but I had to. I hope you can understand. I was a proud boy as I walked along in the twilight of evening. I felt so good even my sore hands had stopped hurting. What boy wouldn't have been proud? Hadn't my little hounds treed and killed their first coon? Along them I decided that I was a full-fledged coon hunter. Nearing our house, I saw the whole family had come out onto the porch. My sisters come a-running, stared wide-eyed at the dead coon. Laughing, Pa said, "Well, I see you got him." "I sure did, Pa," I said. I held the coon up for 'em all to see. Ma took one look at the lifeless body and winced.
"Billy, when I heard that big tree fall, it scared me half to death. I don't know but what it had fallen on you."
"Oh, Ma, I was safe. Why, I backed way off to one side. It couldn't have fallen on me."
Ma just shook her head.
"I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if all mothers have to go through this."
"Come on, Billy. I'll help you skin 'em,"
Pa said. And while we were tacking the hide on the smokehouse wall, I asked Pa if he had noticed any wind blowing this evening. He thought a bit, said, "No, I don't believe it did. I've been out all day, and I'm pretty sure I didn't notice much wind. Why do you ask?"
"Oh, I don't know, Pa, but I thought something strange happened down in those bottoms this afternoon."
"I can't say I follow you there, Billy. What do you mean, something strange happened?" I told him how my hands had gotten so sore I couldn't chop any more, and how I had asked for strength to finish the job. "Well, what's so strange about that?"
"I don't know, but I didn't chop the big tree down. The wind blew it over."
"Why, that's nothing. I've seen that happen a lot of times."
It wasn't just the wind, it was the way it blew. It didn't touch any other tree in the bottoms. I know because I looked around. The big tree was the only one touched by the wind. Do you think God heard my prayer? Do you think He helped me? Pa looked at the ground and scratched his head. In a sober voice, he said, I don't know, Billy. I'm afraid I can't answer that. You gotta remember the big sycamore was the tallest tree in the bottoms. Maybe it was up there high enough to catch the wind where the others couldn't. No, I'm afraid I can't help you there. That's something you'll have to decide for yourself. Well, it wasn't hard for me to decide. I was firmly convinced that I'd been helped. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Ma made me a cap out of my first coon hide, and I was proud of it, as Pa would have been if someone had given him a dozen Missouri mules. Ma said afterwards that she wished she hadn't made it for me because in some way wearing that cap must have affected my mind, because I went kind of coon crazy. I was out after ringtails every night. About the only time I didn't go hunting was when the weather was bad, and even then Ma all but had to hog tie me. And what wonderful nights they were, running like deer through the thick timber of the bottoms, tearing my way through stands of wild cane and climbing over drifts, jumping logs and running and screaming and yelling, "Woo-wee, get 'em, boy, get 'em!" following the voices of my little hounds. It wasn't too hard for a smart old coon to fool old Dan, but there was none that prowled the river banks that could fool my little Ann. As Grandpa had predicted, the price of coon skins jumped sky high. A good-sized hide was worth from $4 to $10, depending on the grade and quality. I kept the side of our smokehouse plastered with hides. Of course, I could spread them out a little more to cover more space. I always stretched them on the side facing the road, never on the back side. I wanted everyone in the country to see them. The money earned from my furs was turning over to my father. I didn't care about it. I had what I wanted, my dogs. And I suppose that Pa was saving it for something, because I never saw anything new turn up around our home, but like any young boy, I didn't care and I asked no questions. My whole life was wrapped up in my dogs. Everywhere I went, they went along. There was only one place I didn't want to go with them, and that was to Grandpa's store. Other dogs were always there, and it seemed that as if they wanted to jump on old Dan. It got so about the only time I went to see my grandfather was when I had a bundle of fur to take to the store. There was always a problem. In every way I could, I would try and slip away from my dogs. Sometimes I swore they could read my mind. It made no difference what I tried, I couldn't fool them. One time I was sure I had outsmarted them. The day before I was to make one of my trips, I took my furs off the barn and hid them. The next morning I hung around the house for a while and then nonchalantly whistling my way out of the barn. I climbed up to the loft and peeked through a crack, and I could see them laying there in front of their doghouse. They weren't even looking my way. Taking my furs, I sneaked out through a back door, and walking like a tomcat, I made for the timber. I climbed a small dogwood tree and looked back. They were still there and didn't seem to know what I had done. Feeling just about as smart as Sherlock Holmes, I headed for the store. I was walking along singing my lungs out when they came tearing out from under the brush, wiggling and twisting and tickled to death to be with me. At first I was mad, but one look at dancing little Ann and all was forgiven. I sat down on my bundle of fur and laughed till I hurt all over, but I could no more have whipped one of them than I could have kissed a girl. After all, a boy just doesn't whip his dogs. Grandpa always counted my furs carefully and marked something down on a piece of paper. I never seen him do this with other hunters, and it got the best of my curiosity. One day while he was writing, I asked him, "Why you doing that, Grandpa?" He looked at me over his glasses and said kind of sharp, "Oh, never mind, I got my reasons." When Grandpa talked to me like that, I didn't push things any further. Besides, it didn't make any difference to me if he marked every piece of paper in the store.
I always managed to make my trips on Saturdays, as that was coon hunters' day. I didn't have to stand around on the outside of the circle anymore and listen to coon hunters. I'd get right up in the middle and say my piece with the rest of them. I didn't have to tell any whoppers, for some of the things my dogs did were almost unbelievable anyhow. Oh, I guess I did make things a little bigger than they actually were, but I never did figure a coon hunter was honest to goodness. He just kind of stretched things a little bit. I could hold those coon hunters spellbound with some of my hunting tales. Grandpa would never say anything while I was telling my stories. He just puttered around the store with a silly little grin on his face. Once in a while, when I got too far off the beaten path, he'd come around and cram a bar of soap in my pocket. My face would get all kind of red, and I'd cut my story short and then fly out the door and head for home. The coon hunters were always kidding me about my dogs. Some of the remarks I heard made me fighting mad. Well, I never saw a hound so small, but I guess they're hounds. At least they look like it, though. Another would say, well, I don't believe little Ann is half as smart as he says she is. She's so little those old coons would think she's a rabbit. I bet she sneaks right up to them before they realize she's even a dog. Well, some of them nights a big old coon is going to carry her off to his den and raise some little coon puppies. I always took their kidding with a smile on my face, but it made my blood boil like the water in Ma's tea kettle. I had one way of shutting them up. Well, let's go look in the store, I'd say, and let's see who has the most hides in there. It was true that my dogs were small, especially little Ann. She could walk underneath an ordinary hound. In fact, she was a regular midget. If it had not been for her long ears, no one would have told her that she was a hound. Her actions weren't those of a hunting hound. She was constantly playing. She would play with our chickens and young calves with a piece of paper or a corn cob. What my little girl lacked in size, she made up in sweetness. She could make friends with a tomcat. Old Dan was just the opposite. He strutted around with a belligerent, tough attitude. Although he wasn't a tall dog, he was heavy. His body was long, and his broad chest was thick. His legs were short, big, and solid, and the muscles in his body were hard and knotty, and when he walked, they'd twist and jerk under his skin. He was a friendly dog. There was no strangers to him. He loved everyone. Yet he was a strange dog. He would not hunt with another hound, other than little Ann or another hunter, not even my father. The strangest thing about old Dan was that he would not hunt, even with me, unless little Ann was with him. I found that out the first night I tried it. Little Ann had cut her pad on her right foot on a sharp, jagged flint rock. It was a nasty cut. I made a little boot of leather and put it on her wounded foot. To keep her from following me, I locked her in the corn crib. 2 nights later, I decided to take old Dan hunting for a while. He followed me down to the river bottom and then disappeared into the thick timber. Well, I waited and waited for him to strike a trail, and nothing happened. After about 2 hours, I called to him, and he didn't come. I called and called. Disgusted, I gave up and went home. Coming up through the barn lot, I saw him rolled up in a ball on the ground in front of the corn crib. It was then I immediately understood. I walked over and opened the door, and he jumped up in the crib, smelled little Ann's foot, twisted around in the shucks, and then lay down by her side. As he looked at me, I read this message in his friendly gray eyes. You could have done this a long time ago. I never did know if little Ann would hunt by herself or not. I'm sure she would have, for she was smart and an understanding dog, but I never tried to figure it out. Little Ann was my sister's pet. They rubbed and scratched and petted her, and they'd take her down to the creek and give her baths, and she loved all of it. If Ma wanted a chicken caught, she would just call little Ann. She would run the chicken down and hold it with her paws until Mother came. Not one feather would be harmed. Ma tried old Dan once. Before she got the chicken, there wasn't much left but feathers. By this strange twist of fate, little Ann was destined to go through life without being a mother. Perhaps it was because she was stunted in growth, or maybe it was because she was the runt in a large litter.
There may have been something to do with that. During the fur season, November through February, I had given complete freedom from work. Many times when I came home, the sun was high in the sky, and after each hunt, I always took care of my dogs. The flint rocks and sawbriars were hard on their feet, and with a bottle of peroxide and a can of salve, I'd doctor the wounds. I never knew what to expect from old Dan. I never saw a coonhound so determined or one that could get into so many predicaments. More than one time, it would have been the death of him if he hadn't been for the old smart little Ann. One night, not long after I had entered into the bottoms, my dog struck the trail of an old boar coon. He was a smart old fellow and had a sack full of tricks. He crossed the river time after time, and then finally swimming to the middle and staying in the swift current, he swam downstream. Knowing he'd have to come out somewhere, my dogs split up. Old Dan took the right side and little Ann worked the other, and I came out of the bottoms onto the gravel bar and stood and watched them in the moonlight. Little Ann worked downriver. Then she came up, and I saw her when she passed me going up the bank, sniffing and scratching for the trail. She came back to me, and I patted her on the head and scratched her ears and talked to her. She kept staring across the river to where old Dan was searching for the trail. She waded in and swam across to help him. I knew the coon had not come up on the river on her side. If he had, she would have found the trail. I came up to a riffle and pulling off my shoes, waded across. My dogs worked the river bank up and down. They circled far out onto the bottoms, and I could hear the loud snuffling of old Dan. He was bewildered and mad, and I was getting a thrill of it all, as I'd never seen them fooled like this. Old Dan gave up on his side, piled into the river, and swam across the side little Ann had worked. Well, I knew it would be useless for him to do that. I was on the point of giving up and calling them to me and going somewhere else to hunt, where I'd heard a bawl of little Ann. Well, I couldn't believe what I heard. She wasn't bawling on a trail, she had the sound of a tree bark. Well, I hurried over down to the bank. There was a loud splash, and I saw old Dan swimming back, and by this time little Ann was really singing a song. In the bright moonlight I could see old Dan clearly. His powerful front legs were churning the water. And then I saw a sight that makes a hunter's heart swell with pride. Still swimming, old Dan raised his head high out of the water and bawled. He couldn't wait until he reached the bank to tell little Ann that he was coming. From far out in the river, he told her. Reaching the shallows, he plowed out of the river and onto the sandbar, not even taking the time to shake the water from his body. Again he raised his head and bawled and tore out up the bank. In a trot I followed, whooping to let them know that I was coming, and before I reached the tree, old Dan's deep voice was making the timber shake. The tree was a large birch, standing right on the bank of the river. The swift current had eaten away at the footing, causing it to lean. The lower branches of the tree dangled into the water. I saw how the smart old coon had pulled his trick. Coming in towards the bank from midstream, he'd caught the dangling limbs and climbed up. Exhausted from the long swim, he stayed there in the birch, thinking that he had outsmarted my dogs. I couldn't understand how little Ann had found him. It was impossible to fell the tree towards the bottoms. It was too much off balance. I did the next best thing. I cut a long elder switch. Unbuckled in one of my suspenders, I tied it to the end and climbed up the tree. The coon was sitting in a fork of a limb. Taking my switch, I whopped him a good one, and out he came. He sailed out over the river, and with a loud splash he hit the water and swam for the other side. My dogs jumped up off the bank after him. They were no match against his expert swimming. On reaching the other bank, he ran downriver. Climbing down out of the tree, I picked up my axe and lantern and trotted down to another riffle and then waded across there. I could tell with the bawling of my dogs that they were close to the coon. He would have to climb a tree or be caught on the ground. All at once, their voices stopped. I stood still and waited for them to bawl treed. Nothing happened. Thinking that the coon had taken to the river again, I waited to give them time to reach the opposite bank, and I waited and I waited. I could hear nothing. By then, I knew he had not crossed over. I thought perhaps they'd caught him on the ground, and I hurried on. I came to the point where a slough of crystal clear water ran into the river. On the other side was a bluff, and I could hear one of my dogs was over there. As I watched and waited, I heard a dog jump in the water. It was little Ann. She swam across and came up to me. Staying with me for a minute, she then jumped into the slough and swam back to the other side. I could hear her sniffing and whining. I couldn't figure out where old Dan was. By squatting down and holding the lantern high over my head, I could dimly see the opposite bank. Little Ann was running up and down. I noticed she always stayed in one place about 25 yards, never leaving that small area. She ran down to the water's edge and stared out into the slough. The terrible thought came that old Dan had drowned. I knew a big coon was capable of drowning a dog in water by climbing on his head and forcing him under. As fast as I could run, I circled the slough. Climbing up the bluff, I came down to where little Ann was, and she was hysterical, running up and down the bank and whining. I tied my lantern onto a long pole and held it over the water, looking for old Dan's body. I could clearly see the clear spring waters, but I couldn't see my dog anywhere, and I sat down on the bank and buried my face in my hands, and I cried. I was sure he was gone. Several minutes passed, and all that time little Ann had never stopped. Running here and there along the bank, she kept sniffing and whining. I heard when she started digging. I looked around. She was 10 feet from the water's edge, and I got up and went over to her. She was digging in a small hole, about the size of a big apple. It was the air hole for a muskrat down. I pulled little Ann away from the hole and knelt down and put my ear to it, and I could hear something like a vibration in the ground. It was an eerie sound, and seemed something that come from far away. I listened, and finally I understood what the noise was. It was the voice of old Dan. Little Ann had opened the hole up just enough with her digging so his voice could be heard faintly. In some way, he'd gotten into that old muskrat den. I knew that down under the bank in the water, the entrance to the den could be found. Rolling up my sleeve, I tried to find it with my hand. I had no luck. It was too far down. There was only one thing left to do. Leaving my axe and the lantern, I ran for home, and picking up a long-handled shovel, I hurried back. The sun was high in the sky before I had dug old Dan out. He was a sight to see. Nothing but mud from tip nose to the tip of his tail. I held on to his collar and let him down to the river to wash him off. The water there was much warmer than the cold spring water of the slough, and after washing him, I turned him loose. Right back into the hole he ran. Little Ann was already digging. I knew the coon was still in there. Working together, we dug him out. After the coon was killed, I saw what had made him so smart. His right front foot was twisted and shriveled. At one time, he had been caught in a trap, and he had pulled himself free. He was an old coon. His face was almost white. He was big and heavy and had beautiful fur. Tired, muddy, wet, and hungry, I started for home. I've always wondered how old Dan had gotten into that old muskrat den. Perhaps there was another entrance I had overlooked. I'll never know. One night, far back in the mountains, in a place called the Cyclone Timber, old Dan really pulled a good one. Many years before my time, a terrible cyclone had ripped its way through the mountains, leaving its scar in the form of fallen timber and twisted and snarled. The path of the cyclone was several miles wide and several miles long. It was a wonderful place to hunt, as it was abound with game. My dogs had struck a trail of a coon about an hour before, and they had really been warming him up. I always knew it was about time to take him up a tree, and sure enough, I heard the deep voice of old Dan telling the world that he had a coon up a tree. I trotted along going to them when his voice stopped, and I could hear little Ann, but not old Dan. I wondered why, and was a little scared, for I knew something had happened. And then I heard his voice. It seemed louder than it had been before, and I felt better. When I came up to the tree, I thought little Ann had treed old Dan. She was sitting on her haunches, staring up and bawling the tree bark, and there, a good 15 feet from the ground, with his hind legs planted firmly in the center of a big limb, and his front paws against the trunk of the tree, stood old Dan bawling for all he was worth. Above him, about 8 to 9 feet, was a baby coon. I was glad it was a young one, for if it had been an old one, he would have jumped out, and old Dan would have likely followed and probably would have broken all of his legs. From where I was standing, I could see it was impossible for old Dan to have climbed the tree. He was dead, and more of an old snag than a tree, with limbs that were crooked and twisted. The bark had rotted away and fallen off, leaving the trunk bare and slick as glass. It was a good 10 feet up to the first limb. I couldn't figure out how old Dan had climbed that tree. There had to be a solution somewhere. Walking around the other side, I saw how he had accomplished his feat. There in the bottom was a large hole. The old tree was hollow. Stepping back, I looked up and I could see another hole, which had been hidden from me because of old Dan's body. He had simply crawled into the hole of the bottom and then climbed up the hollow tree and worked his way out onto the limb. In some way he had turned around and reared up, placing his front feet against the trunk, and there he was. Well, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't cut the tree down, and I was afraid to climb in for fear I'd scare the coon into jumping out, and if he did, old Dan would jump too and break his legs. Well, I ran plan after plan around in my mind. Nothing seemed to work, and then finally I came to the conclusion that I had to climb that tree and get a hold of that crazy dog. I blew up my lantern, pulled off my shoes and socks, and started shinnying up the tree. I prayed that coon wouldn't jump out. Inching along, being as quiet as I could, I made my way up to old Dan and grabbed his collar. I sat down on the limb and held him tight. He'd bawl now and then, but all burst my eardrums, and I couldn't drop him to the ground, and I couldn't climb down with him. I couldn't sit there on that limb and hold him all night. I would be no better off when daylight came either. Glancing at the hole at my side gave me a solution to my problem. I thought, if he came out of that hole, he can go back in it. That was the way I got my dog down from that tree. This had its problems too. In the first place, old Dan didn't want to be put in that hole head first. By scolding and pushing and shoving and squeezing, I finally got him started on his way. And like a fool, I sat there on the limb, waiting to see him come out on the bottom, and come out he did. Turning around, bawling as he did, he came right back up the hole. Well, there was nothing I could do but sit and wait. I understand why his voice had stopped for a while. He just had to take some time to climb a tree. While putting my ear in the hole, I could hear him coming, grunting and clawing as he come. Well, I helped him out of the hole and turned him around, and then crammed him back in. That time I wasn't too gentle with my work. I was tired of sitting on the limb, and my bare feet was getting cold. I started down the same time he did, and he beat me down. Looking over my shoulder, I saw him turn around and head back for the hole, and I wasn't far from the ground, so I let go. The flint rocks didn't feel too good on my feet when I landed, and I jumped in the hole just in time to grab the tip end of his long tail as it disappeared. I grabbed it. Holding on with one hand, I worked his feet down with the other, and then I pulled him out. I stopped his tree climbing by cramming rocks and chunks into the hole. And how that coon stayed in the tree I'll never know, but stay he did. And with a well-aimed rock I scared him out, and old Dan satisfied his lust for the kill. I started for home. I had had all the hunting I had wanted for that night. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. I'd often wondered what old Dan would do if little Ann got into some kind of a predicament. One night, I got my answer. For several days, a northern blizzard had been blowing, and it was a bad one. The temperature dropped down to 10 below. The storm started with a slow, cold drizzle and then sleet. When the wind started blowing, everything froze, leaving the ground as slick as glass. Trapped indoors, I was as nervous as a fish out of water. I told Ma I guessed it was just going to storm all winter. She laughed and said,
I don't think it will, but it does look like it's going to last a while.
She ruffled up my hair and kissed me betwixt the eyes, and this riled me up. I didn't like to be kissed like that. It seemed that I could practically rub my skin off and still feel it all wet and sticky and kind of burning. Sometime on the 5th night, the storm blew itself out and had snowed about 3 inches. The next morning I went out to my doghouse. Scraping the snow away from the two-way door, I stuck my head in. It was as warm as an oven. I got my face washed all over by little Ann when old Dan's tail thumped out a tune on a wall. I told them to be ready 'cause we were going hunting that night. I knew the old ringtails would be hungry and stirring, for they were denned up during the storm. That evening, as I was leaving the house, Pa said, Billy, be careful tonight. It'll be slick down under that snow, and it'd be pretty easy to twist an ankle or even break a leg. I told him I would, and that I wouldn't be going far, just out back of our fields in the bottoms. Well, anyway, be careful. There'll be no moon tonight, and you're going to see some fog next to the river. Walking through our fields, I saw that my father was right about being slick and dark. Several times I slipped and sat down, and I couldn't see anything beyond the glow of my lantern, but I wasn't worried. My light was a good one, and Ma had insisted that I make 2 leather pouches to cover the blades of my axe. Just before I reached the timber, old Dan shook the snow from the underbrush with his loud voice. I stopped and listened, and he bawled again, the deep bass tones rolling around the tall sycamores, tore their way out of the thick timbers and traveled out over the fields, and then slammed up against the foothills. There they would break up and die away in the mountains. Old Dan was working the trail slowly, and I knew why. He would never line out until little Ann was running by his side. I thought she would never get there, and when she did, her beautiful voice made the blood pound in my temples, and I felt the excitement of the hunt as it ate away into my body. Taking a deep breath, I reared back and whooped as loud as I could. The coon ran up river for a ways, and then, cutting out of the bottoms, he headed for the mountains. I stood and listened until their voices went out of hearing. Slipping and sliding, I started in the direction I'd last heard them. About halfway to the foothills, I heard them coming back. Somewhere in the rugged mountains, the coon had turned and headed back towards the river. It was about time for him to run out of tricks, and I was wondering what he would do next. I knew it would be hard for him to hide his trail with the snow on the ground. I realized later that the smart old coon knew this too. As the voices of my dogs grew louder, I could tell they were coming straight towards me. Once I started to blow out my lantern, thinking that maybe I could see them when they crossed our field, but I realized I didn't stand a chance of seeing the race in that skunk black night. Down in the mountains, they brought him, singing a hound dog song on his heels. The coon must have scented me or seen my lantern, because he cut to my right and ran between our house and me. I heard screaming and yelling from my sisters, and my father started a whooping. I knew my whole family was out on the porch, listening to the beautiful voices of my little red hounds. I felt as tall as the tallest sycamore on the river bank. I yelled as loud as I could. Again I heard the squealing of my sisters and the shouts of my father. The "arr-arr-arrs" of old Dan and the sharp "arr-arr-arr" of little Ann bore a hole in the inky black night. The vibrations rolled and quivered in the icy silence. The coon was heading for the river. I could tell my dogs were crowding him and wondered if he would make it to the water, and I was hoping he wouldn't, for I didn't want to wade the cold water unless I had to. I figured the old coon had a reason for turning and coming back to the river, and I wondered what trick he had in his mind. I remembered something my grandfather had said. He said, "Never underestimate the cunningness of an old river coon. When the nights are dark and the ground is frozen and slick, they can pull some mean tricks on a hound. Sometimes the tricks can be fatal." I was halfway through the fog-covered bottoms when the voices of my dogs stopped. I stood still, waiting and listening. A cold silence settled over the bottoms. I could hear the snap and the crack of the sap-frozen limbs. From far back in the flinty hills, the long, lonesome howl of a timber wolf floated down into the silent light. Across the river, I heard a cow moo. I knew the sound was coming from Laurie's place. Not being able to hear the voices of my dogs gave me an uncomfortable feeling. I whooped and waited for one of them to bawl. And as I waited, I realized something was different in the bottoms. Something was missing. I wasn't worried about my dogs. I figured that the coon had pulled some trick and sooner or later they would unravel the trail. But the feeling that something just wasn't right had me worried. I whooped several more times and still got no answer. Stumbling, slipping inside, and I started on, reaching the river. I realized it was frozen over. I realized what my strange, uneasy feeling was. I had not been able to hear the sound of the water. As I stood listening, I heard it gurgling out in the middle. The river wasn't frozen all the way across. The still eddy waters next to the banks were frozen, but out in the middle where the current was swift, the water was running, leaving a trough in the ice pack. The gurgling sound I had heard was the swift current as it sucked its way through the channel. The last time I'd heard my dogs, they were downstream from me, walking on, listening. I hadn't gone very far when I heard old Dan. What I heard froze the blood in my veins. He wasn't bawling on the trail or giving the tree bark. It was one long, continuous cry. In his deep voice there seemed to be a pleading cry for help. Scared, worried, and with my heart beating like a churn dasher, I started towards the sound. I almost passed him, but with another cry he let me know where he was. He was out on the ice pack. I couldn't see him for the fog, and I called to him, and he answered with a low whine, and again I called his name. This time he came to me. He wasn't the same dog. His tail was between his legs, and his head was bowed down, and he stopped about 7 feet from me. Sitting down on the ice, he raised his head and howled the most mournful cry I had ever heard. Turning around, he trotted back out on the ice and then disappeared into the fog. I knew something had happened to little Ann. I called her name, and she answered with a pleading cry. Although I couldn't see her, I had guessed what had happened. The coon had led them to the river. Running out onto the ice, he leapt across the trough. My dogs, hot on the trail, had followed. Old Dan, a more powerful dog than little Ann, had made his leap. Little Ann hadn't made it. Her small feet had probably slipped on the slick ice and she had fallen into the icy water. Old Dan, seeing the fate of his little friend, had quit the chase and come back to help her. The smart old coon had pulled his trick, and a deadly one it was. I had to do something. She would never be able to get out by herself. It was only a matter of time until her body was paralyzed by the freezing water. Laying my axe down, I held my lantern out in front of me and then stepped out onto the ice. It started cracking and popping, and I jumped back onto the bank. Although it was thick enough to hold the light weight of my dogs, it would never hold me. Little Ann started whining and begging for help. I went all to pieces and started crying. Something had to be done and done quickly or my little dog was lost. I thought of running for home, for a rope, or for my father, but I knew she couldn't last until I got back. I was desperate. It was impossible for me to swim in that freezing water. I wouldn't last for a minute. She cried again, begging for one thing I couldn't give her: help. I thought, if I could only see her, maybe I could figure out some way I could help. Looking at my lantern gave me an idea. I ran up to the bank about 30 feet, turned and looked back. I could see the light, not well, but enough for what I had in mind. I grabbed my lantern and axe and ran for the bottoms. I was looking for a stand of wild cane. After what seemed like ages, I found one. With the longest one I could find, I hurried back. After it was trimmed and the limber end cut off, I hung the lantern by the handle on the end and started easing it out onto the ice. I saw old Dan first. He was sitting close to the edge of the trough, looking down. And then I saw her. Oh, I groaned at her plight. All I could see was her head and her small front paws. Her claws were spread out and digging into the ice. she knew that if she ever lost that hold, she was gone. Old Dan raised his head and howled. Hound though he was, he knew it was the end of the trail for his little pal. I wanted to get my light as close as I could to Little Ann as I could, but my pole was a good 8 foot short. Setting the lantern down, I eased the pole from under the handle. I thought, well, I'm no better off than I was before. In fact, I'm worse now I can see where the end comes. Little Ann cried again, and I saw her claws slip on the ice. Her body settled lower into the water. Old Dan howled and started fidgeting. He knew the end was close. I didn't exactly know when I started towards my dog. I had taken only 2 steps when the ice broke. I twisted my body and fell towards the bank, and just as my hand closed upon a root, I thought my feet touched bottom, but I wasn't sure. As I pulled myself out, I felt the numbing cold sweep over my legs. It looked so hopeless. There didn't seem to be any way I could save her. At the edge of the ice stood a large sycamore. I got behind it, anything to blot out the heartbreaking scene. Little Ann, thinking I'd deserted her, started crying, and I couldn't stand it, and I opened my mouth to call old Dan. I wanted to tell him to come on, and we'd go home, as there was nothing we could do. The words, they just wouldn't come out. I couldn't utter a sound. I lay my face against the icy cold bark of the sycamore, and I thought of the prayer that I'd said when I asked God to help me to get 2 hound pups. I knelt down and sobbed out a prayer. I asked for a miracle which would save the life of my little dog. I promised all the things that a young boy could, if only he'd help me. Still saying my prayer and making promises, I heard a sharp, metallic click. I jumped up and stepped away from the tree. I was sure the noise I'd heard was made by a rattling chain on the front end of a boat. I shouted as loud as I could. "Over here! I need help! My dog is drowning!" I waited for an answer. All I could hear were the cries of Little Ann. Again I hollered, "Over here on the bank! Can you see my light? I need help! Hurry!" I held my breath waiting for an answering shout. Shivering from the freezing cold of my wet shoes and overalls, a strained silence settled over the river. A feathery rustle swished by in the darkness. A flock of low-flying geese had been disturbed by my loud shouting, and I strained my ears for some sound. Now and then I could hear the lapping sound of the ice-cold waters that swirled its way through the trough. I glanced at Little Ann. She was still holding on, but I saw her paws were just at the edge, and I knew her time was short. I couldn't figure out what I had heard. The sound was made by metal striking metal, but what was it? What could have caused it? I looked at my axe. It couldn't have been the sound, as it was too close to me. The sound had come from out on the river. When I looked at my lantern, I knew it was what had made the strange sound. I had left the handle standing straight up when I had taken the pole away, and now it was down. For some unknown reason, the stiff wire handle had twisted in its sockets and had dropped. As it had fallen, it had struck the metal frame, making the sharp metallic sound I had heard. As I stared at the yellow glow of my light, the last bit of hope faded away, and I closed my eyes, intending to pray again for the help that I so desperately needed. And then, like a blinding red flash, the message of the lantern bore its way into my brain. There was my miracle. There was the way to save my little dog. In the metallic sound I had heard, they were my instructions. They were so plain I couldn't help but understand them. The bright yellow flame started flickering and dancing. It seemed to say, "Hurry, you know what to do." Faster than I'd ever worked in my life, I went to work. With a stick, I measured the water in the hole where my feet had broken through the ice. I was right. My feet had touched bottom. 18 inches down, I felt the soft mud. With my pole, I fished the lantern back to the bank. I took the handle off and straightened it out and bent a hook in one end. With one of my shoelaces, I tied the wire to the end of the cane pole. I left the hook sticking out about 6 inches beyond the end of it. I started shouting encouragement to Little Ann. I told her to hang on and not give up. I was going to save her, and she answered with a low cry. With hook stuck in one of the ventilated holes in the top of my light, I lifted it back out onto the ice and set it down. After a little wiggling and pushing, I worked the hook loose and laid the pole down. I took off my clothes, picked up my axe, and started out into the hole in the icy water. It came up to my knees, and step by step, breaking the ice with my axe, I waded out. The water then came up to my hips, and then my waist. The cold bite of it took my breath away, and I felt my body grow numb. I couldn't feel my feet at all, but I knew they were moving. When the water reached my armpits, I stopped and worked my pole toward the land. Stretching my arms as far out as I could still see I was about a foot short. Closing my eyes and gritting my teeth, I moved on. The water reached my chin. I was close enough. I started hooking onto the collar of little Ann, and time after time I felt the hook almost catch. I saw I was fishing at the wrong angle. She was settled so low into the water I couldn't reach her collar. Raising my arms above my head so that the pole could be at a slant, I kept hooking and praying. The seconds ticked by. I strained for one more inch, and the muscles of my arms grew numb from the weight of the pole, and little Ann's claws slipped again. I thought she was gone. At the very edge of the ice, she caught again. All I could see now was her red paws and her nose and her eyes. Old Dan's actions, I could tell he understood and wanted to help. He ran over close to my pole and started digging at the ice. I whopped him with the cane. That was the only time in my life I ever hit my dog. I had to get him away so that I could see what I was doing. Just when I thought my task was impossible, I felt the hook slide under the tuft of leather. It was none too soon. As gently as I could, I dragged her over the rim of the ice. At first I thought she was dead. She didn't move. Old Dan started whining. Licking her face and ears, she moved her head. I started talking to her. She made an effort to stand but couldn't. Her muscles were paralyzed and the blood had long since ceased to flow. At the movement of little Ann, old Dan threw a fit. He started barking and jumping, his long red tail fanning the air. Still holding on to my pole, I tried to take a step backwards. My feet wouldn't move. A cold, gripping fear came over me. I thought my legs were frozen. I made another effort to lift my leg. It moved. I realized that my feet were stuck in the soft, muddy bottom. I started backing out, dragging the body of my little dog. I couldn't feel the pole in my hands. When my feet touched the icy bank, I couldn't feel that either. All the feeling in my body was gone. I wrapped little Ann in my coat and hurried into my clothes, and with the pole I fished my light back. Close by was a large drift, and I climbed upon the top of it and dug a hole down through the ice and snow until I reached some dry limbs. I poured half the oil of my lantern down into that hole, and then dropped in a match, and in no time I had a roaring fire. I laid little Ann down close to the warm heat, and then went to work. Old Dan washed her head with his warm red tongue while I massaged and rubbed her body. I could tell by her cries when the blood started circulating. Little by little her strength came back, and I stood her on her feet and started walking her. She was weak and wobbly, but I knew she would live. I felt much better and then breathed a sigh of relief. After drying myself off best as I could, I took the lantern handle from the pole, bent it back to its original position, and then put it back on the lantern. Holding the light out in front of me, I looked at it. The bright metal gleamed in the firelight glow. I started talking to it. I said, "Thanks, old lantern. More than you'll ever know. I'll always take care of you. Your globe will be clean, and there'll never be a speck of rust or dust on your frame." I knew if it had not been for the miracle of my lantern, my little dog would have met her death on that night. Her grave would have been the cold, icy waters of the Illinois River. Out in the river, I could hear the cold water gurgling in the icy trough, and it seemed to be angry. hissed and growled as it tore its way through the channel, and I shuddered to think what might have happened. Before I left for home, I walked back to the sycamore tree. Once again I said a prayer, but this time the words were different. I didn't ask for a miracle. In every way a young boy could, I said thanks. My second prayer wasn't just words, it was all my heart and soul poured into it. On my way home, I decided not to say anything to my mother and father about little Ann's accident. I knew it would scare Ma and she might stop my hunting. Reaching our house, I didn't hang the lantern in its usual place. I took it up to my room and set it in a corner with the handle standing up. Next morning, I started sneezing and come down with a terrible cold. I told Ma I must have got my feet wet. She scolded me a little and started doctoring me. For 3 days and nights I stayed home. All this time, I kept checking the handle of the lantern. My sisters shook the house from roof to floor with their playing and romping, but that handle never did fall. I went to my mother and asked her if God answers prayers every time one was said. She smiled and said, "No, Billy, not every time. He only answers ones that are said from the heart. You have to be sincere and believe in him." She asked why I had wanted to know. "Oh, I was just wondering. Just wanted to know." She came over and straightened my suspenders. "Well, that's a very nice question for my little Daniel Boone to ask." Bending over, she started kissing me. Well, I finally squirmed away from her, feeling as wet as a dirt dauber's nest. My mother could never kiss me like a fella should be kissed. Before she was done, I was kissed all over. It always made me feel silly and baby-like. I tried to tell her that a coon hunter wasn't supposed to be kissed that way, but Ma didn't seem to understand things like that. Well, I stomped out of the house to see how my dogs were. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. The fame of my dogs spread all over our part of the Ozarks. They are the best in the country. No coon hunter came into my grandfather's store with more pelts than I did. Grandpa never overlooked an opportunity to brag. He told everyone the story of my dogs and the part he had played in getting them. Many was the time that some farmer come to our home would say, "Your grandfather was telling me he got 3 big coons over in Peavine Hollow the other night." I'd listen, knowing I only got 1 or maybe even none, but Grandpa was my pal. If he said I caught 10 in one tree, that's just the way it was. Because of my grandfather's bragging and his firm belief in my dogs and me, a terrible thing happened. One morning, while having breakfast, Ma said to Pa, "I'm almost out of cornmeal. Do you think you'll be going to the mill today?" Grandpa said, "Well, I intended on butchering a hog. We're almost out of meat." He looked at me and said, "Go shell a sack of corn and take one of the mules and go to the mill for your mother, won't you?" With the help of my sisters, we shelled the corn, and throwing it over my mule's back, I started for the store. On arriving at the mill house, I tied my mule to the hitching post and took my corn and set it by the door. I walked over to the store and told Grandpa I wanted some corn ground. He said, "Just hang on, I'll be with you in a minute." As I was waiting, I heard a horse coming. Looking out, I saw who it was and didn't like what I saw. It was the 2 youngest Pritchard boys. I had run into them on several occasions during pie suppers and dances. The Pritchards were a large family that lived upriver about 5 mile. As in most small countries or communities, there's always that one family that no one likes. And the Pritchards were it. Tales were told that they were bootleggers and thieves and just all around no accounts. The story had gotten around that old man Pritchard had killed a man somewhere in Missouri before moving to our part of the country. Reuben, he was a good 2 years older than I, big and husky for his age. He never did have much to say. He had mean-looking eyes that were set back into his rugged face.
They were smoky-hued and unblinking, as if the eyelids were paralyzed. I'd heard once he had caught a boy with a knife in a fight over at the sawmill. Rainey was the youngest, about my age, and he had the meanest disposition of any boy I'd ever known. Because of this, he was disliked by the young and old. Wherever Rainey went, trouble seemed to follow. He was always wanting to bet, and bet on anything. He was nervous and could never seem to stand still. Once at my grandfather's store, I'd given him a piece of candy, and snatching it out of my hand, he ate it, and then sneered at me and said it wasn't any good. During a pie supper one night, he wanted to bet a dime that he could whip me. My mother told me always to be kind to Rainey, that he couldn't help being the way he was. I asked, why? She said it was because his brothers were always picking on him and beating him. On entering the store, they stopped and glared at me. Reuben walked over to the counter, and Rainey came over to me. Leering at me, he said, "I'd like to make a bet with you." Well, I told him I didn't want to bet, and he asked if I was scared. "No, I just don't want to bet," I said. His neck and ears looked as though they hadn't been washed in months, and his ferret-like eyes darted here and there. Glancing down at his hands, I saw the back of his right sleeve was stiff and starchy from the constant wiping of his nose. He saw I was looking him over and asked if I liked what I saw. I started to say no, but I didn't, and turned and just walked away a few steps. Reuben ordered some chewing tobacco. "Aren't you a little young to be chewing?" Grandpa asked him. "It ain't for me, it's for my dad," Reuben growled back. Grandpa handed 2 plugs to him. He paid for it, turned around and handed 1 plug to Rainey, and holding the other up in front of him, he looked it over, and looking at my grandpa, he gnawed on one corner of it. Grandpa grumbled something about how kids were brought up these days, and he came from behind the counter and said to me, "Let's go grind some corn." The Pritchard boys made no move to follow us out of the store. "Come on," Grandpa said. "I'm going to lock up till I get this corn ground." "We're going to just stay here. I want to look at some of these shirts," said Reuben. "No, you won't," said Grandpa. "Come on, I'm locking up." Begrudgingly, they walked out. I helped Grandpa start the mill, and we proceeded to grind the corn. The Pritchard boys had followed us and were standing looking on. Rainey walked over to me. "I hear you got some good hounds," he said. Well, I told him I had the best in the country, and if he didn't believe me, he could just ask my grandfather. He just leered at me. "I don't think they're half as good as you say they are. I bet our old blue tick hound can out-hunt both of them." I laughed. "Ask Grandpa who brings the most hides." "I wouldn't believe him. He's crooked," he said. I let him know right quick that my grandfather wasn't crooked. "Well, he's a storekeeper, ain't he?" said. I glanced over at Grandpa. He had heard the remark made by Rainey, and his friendly old face was as red as a turkey gobbler's wattle. The last of my corn was just going through the grinding stones, and Grandpa pushed a lever to one side and shutting off the power. He came over and said to Rainey, "And what do you do? Just go around looking for trouble? What do you want, a fight?" Reuben sidled over. "Well, this ain't none of your business," he said. "Besides, Rainey's not looking for a fight. We were just trying to make a bet with him." Grandpa glared at Reuben. "Any bet you would make would sure be a good one, all right. What kind of bet?" Reuben spat a mouthful of tobacco juice on the clean floor. He said, "Well, we've heard so much about them hounds of his, we just think it's a lot of talk and lies. We'd like to make a little bet, say about $2. Well, I never seen my grandfather so mad. The red had left his face, and in its place was a sickly, gray, pasty color, and the kind old eyes behind the glasses burned with a fire I had never seen. In a loud voice, he said, "Bet on what?" Reuben spat again.
Grandpa's eyes followed the brown stain as it arched until it landed on the clean floor and splattered. With a leering grin on his ugly, dirty face, Reuben said,
"Well, we got an old coon up at our place that's been there a long time. There ain't no dog yet that's been smart enough to tree him, and I—" Rainey broke into the conversation. "He ain't just any ordinary coon, he's an old-timer. Folks call him the ghost coon. Believe me, he's a ghost. He just runs hounds long enough to get 'em all warmed up, then climbs a tree and just disappears. Our old blue hound has treed him more times than—"
Reuben told Rainey to shut up and let him do the talking. Looking over at me, he said,
"Well, what do you say? Want to bet $2 your dogs can tree him?"
Well, I looked at my grandfather, but he didn't help me. I told Reuben I didn't want to bet, but I was pretty sure that my dogs could tree that ghost coon. Rainey butted in again.
"What's the matter, you yella?"
Well, I felt the hot blood rush into my face. My stomach felt like something alive was crawling in it, and I doubled up my right fist and was at the point of hitting Rainey in one of his eyes when I felt Grandfather's hand on my shoulder. I looked up. His eyes flashed as he looked at me. A strange little smile was tugging at the corner of his mouth, and the big artery in his neck was pounding in and out. It reminded me of a young bird that had fallen out of a nest and laid dying on the ground. Still looking at me, he reached back and took out his billfold from his pocket and said,
"Well, let's make us a bet."
Turning to Reuben, he said,
"I'm going to let him call your bet, but now you listen. If you boys take him up there to hunt the ghost coon and jump on him and beat him up, you'll be sure to hear from me. And I don't mean maybe. I'll have both of you taken to Tahlequah and put in jail. You had better believe that."
Reuben saw he had pushed my grandfather far enough. Backing up a couple steps, he said,
"We're not going to jump him. All we want to do is make a bet."
Grandpa handed me 2 $1 bills and said to Reuben,
"Well, you hold on to your money and he can hold his. If you lose, you better pay off."
Looking back at me, he said,
"Son, if you lose, you pay off as well."
Well, I nodded my head and I asked Reuben when he wanted me to come up for a hunt. He thought for a minute.
"You know that old log slide that comes out from the hills on the road?"
he asked. Well, I nodded.
"Well, we'll meet you there tomorrow night about dark," he said.
It was fine with me, but I told him not to bring his hounds because mine wouldn't hunt with other dogs. He agreed he wouldn't. I agreed to bring my axe and lantern, and as they turned to leave, Rainey smirked.
"Sucker,"
he said. Well, I made no reply, and after the Pritchard boys had gone, my grandfather looked at me and said,
"Son, I never asked much of another man, but I sure want you to catch that ghost coon."
Well, I told him if the ghost coon made one track in the river bottoms, my dogs would get him. Grandpa laughed.
"Well, you better be getting home. It's getting late and your mother is waiting on that cornmeal," he said.
I could hear him chuckling as he walked towards the store, and I thought to myself, there goes the best grandpa a boy could ever have. Lifting the sack of meal to the back of my old mule, I started for home. All the way I kept thinking of old Dan and little Ann, ghost coons, and the 2 ugly, dirty Pritchard boys. I decided not to tell my mother and father anything about the hunt, for I knew Ma wouldn't approve of anything I had to do with the Pritchards. The following evening, I arrived at the designated spot early. I sat down by a red oak tree to wait. I called little Ann over to me, and we had us a good talk. I told her about how much I loved her and scratched her back and looked at the pads of her feet.
"Sweetheart," I said, "you got to do something for me tonight. I want you to tree that ghost coon, for it means so much to Grandpa and me."
She seemed to understand and answered by washing my face and hands.
I tried to talk to old Dan, but I may as well have been talking to a stump for all the attention he paid me. He kept walking around, sniffing here and there. He couldn't understand why we was waiting. He was wanting to get hunting. Reuben and Rainey showed up just about dark. Both had sneers on their face. "Are you ready?" Reuben asked. "Yeah," I said, and I asked them which way was the best way to go. "Well, let's go down river and work up," he said. "We'll be sure to strike 'em coming around up river, and that way we can have the wind in our favor as well." "Are those the hounds that we've been hearing so much about?" Rainey asked. I nodded. "They look too little to be any good for anything," he said. Well, I told him that dynamite come in little packages too. He asked me if I had my $2. "Yes," I said. He wanted to see my money, so I showed it to him. Reuben, not to be outdone, showed me his. We crossed an old field and entered the river bottoms, and by this time it was quite dark. I lit my lantern and asked which one wanted to carry my axe. "It's yours, you carry it," Rainey said. Not wanting to argue, I carried the lantern and the axe as well. Rainey started telling me how stingy and crooked my grandfather was, and I told him I didn't come to have any trouble or to fight. All I wanted to do was hunt the ghost coon. If there was going to be any trouble, I'd just call my dogs and go home. Reuben had a nickel's worth of sense, but Rainey had none at all. Reuben told him that if he didn't shut up, he was going to bloody his nose. Well, that shut Rainey up. Old Dan opened up first. It was a beautiful thing to hear, the deep tones of his voice rolling in the silent night. A bird in a canebrake on our right started chirping. A big swamp rabbit came running down the river banks as if hell was close at his heels. A bunch of mallards feeding in the shallows across the river took flight with frightened quacks. A feeling that only a hunter knows slowly crept over my body. I whooped to my dogs and urged them on. Little Ann came in, her bell-like tones blending with old Dan's in perfect rhythm. We stood listening to the beautiful music, the deep-throated notes of hunting hounds on the hot-scented trail of a river coon. Reuben said, "Well, if he crosses the river up at the Buckford place, it's the ghost coon. That's the way he always goes." We stood listening. Sure enough, the voices of my dogs were silent for a few minutes. Old Dan, a more powerful swimmer than Little Ann, was the first to open up after crossing over, and she was close behind him. "Well, that's him, all right. That's the ghost coon," said Reuben. They crossed the river again, and we waited. Rainey said, "Well, you might as well get your money out now." I told them just to wait a while, and I'd show him the ghost coon's hide. That brought a loud laugh from Rainey, which sounded like someone had dropped an empty bucket on a gravel bar, then kicked it. The wily old coon crossed the river several times, but couldn't shake my dogs from his trail. He cut out from the bottoms and walked a rail fence, jumped from it into a thick canebrake. He piled into an old slough. When it emptied into the river, he swam to the middle. Doing opposite to what most coons do, which is to swim downriver, he swam upstream. He stopped at a little old drift in the middle. Little Ann found him. When she jumped him from the drift, old Dan was far downriver searching for the trail. If he could have got there in time, it would have been the last of the ghost coon, but Little Ann couldn't do much for herself in the water. He fought his way free from her, then swam to our side and ran upstream. I could hear old Dan coming through the bottoms on the other side, bawling with every jump. I could feel the driving power in his voice. We heard him when he hit the water to cross over. It sounded like a cow had jumped in. Little Ann was warming up the ghost coon. I could tell by her voice that she was close to him. Reaching our side, old Dan tore out after her. He was a mad hound. His deep voice was telling her that he was a-comin'. We were trotting along, following my dogs, when I heard Little Ann's bawling stop. "Wait a minute," I said. "I think she's treed him. Let's give her time to circle the tree and make sure he's up there." Old Dan opened up bawling tree, and Reuben started on. "Something's wrong," I said. "I can't hear little Ann." Rainey spoke up. "Maybe the ghost coon ate her up." I glared at him. Hurrying on, we came to my dogs. Old Dan was bawling at a hole in a large sycamore that had fallen into the river. And at that spot, the bank was a good 10 foot above the water level, and as the old tree had fallen, the roots had torn and twisted from the ground. The jagged roots, acting as a drag, had stopped it from falling all the way into the stream. The trunk lay on a steep slant from the top of the bank to the water. Looking down, I could see the broken tangle of mass of the top. Debris from floods had caught in the limbs, forming a drift. Old Dan was trying to dig and gnaw his way into the log. Pulling him from the hole, I held my lantern up, looked down into the deep hollow. I knew that somewhere down below the surface there was another hole in the trunk, as water had filled the hollow at the river level. Reuben, looking over my shoulder, said, "That coon couldn't be down there. If he was, he'd drown." I agreed. Rainey spoke up. "You ready to pay off? I told you them hounds couldn't tree the ghost coon." I told him the show wasn't over. Little Ann had never bawled treed, and I knew she wouldn't until she knew exactly where that coon was. Working the bank up and down and not finding the trail, she swam across the river and worked the other side. And for a good half hour, she searched that side before she came back to where old Dan was. She sniffed around the hollow log. "We might as well get away from here. They ain't gonna find that ghost coon." "Well, it sure looks that way, don't it?" Reuben said. I told them I wasn't giving up until my dogs did. "You just want to be stubborn," Reuben said. "I'm ready for my money now." I asked him to wait a few minutes. "It ain't no use. No hound has ever treed that ghost coon." Hearing a whine, I looked over. Little Ann had crawled up on the log and was inching her way down the slick tree towards the water. I held my lantern up so I could see better. Spraddle-legged, claws digging into the bark, she eased her way down. "You better get her out of there. If she gets down into that old treetop, she'll drown." Reuben didn't know little Ann. Once her feet slipped and I saw her hind quarters fall off to one side. She didn't get scared. Slowly she just eased her legs back up on a log. I made no reply. I just watched and waited. Little Ann eased herself into the water. Swimming to the drift, she started sniffing around. In places it was thin, and her legs would break through. Climbing, clawing, and swimming, she searched the drift over, looking for the lost trail. I saw when she stopped searching. When her body half in the water, her front legs curved over a piece of driftwood, she turned her head and looked towards the shore. I could see her head twisting from side to side. I could tell by her actions that she had gotten the scent. With a low whine, she started back. I told Reuben, "I think she smells something." Slowly and carefully, she worked her way through the tangled mass. I lost sight of her when she came close to the undermined bank. She wormed her way under the overhang, and I could hear her clawing and walling around. And then all hell broke loose. From out under the bank was the biggest coon I'd ever seen, the ghost coon. He came out right over top of little Ann, and she caught him in the treetop. I knew she was no match for him in that tangled mass of limbs and logs, and he fought his way free and swam for the opposite bank, and she was right behind him. Old Dan didn't wait, look, or listen. He piled off that 10-foot bank and disappeared from sight. I looked for him. I knew he was tangled in the debris under the surface. I started to take off my overalls and stopped when I saw his red head shoot up from under the water. Bawling and clawing his way free of the limbs and logs, he was on his way. On reaching midstream, the ghost coon headed down river with little Ann still on his tail. We ran down the riverbank. I could see my dogs clearly in the moonlight. The ghost coon was about 15 feet ahead of little Ann. About 25 yards behind them came old Dan, trying so hard to catch up, and I whooped to them loud. Reuben grabbed a pole, saying, "He may come out on this side." Knowing the ghost coon was desperate, I wondered what he would do. Reaching a gravel bar below the high bank, we ran out onto it to the river's edge. And then the ghost coon did something I never expected. Coming even with us, he turned from midstream and came straight at us. I heard Reuben yell, "Here he comes!" He turned his way through the shallows and ran right between us. Reuben swung his pole and missed the coon and almost hit little Ann. The coon headed for the river bottoms with her right on his heels. The bawling of little Ann and our screaming and hollering made so much noise I didn't hear old Dan a-coming. He tore out of that river, plowed into me, and knocked me down. We ran through the bottoms, following my dogs, and I thought the ghost coon was going back to the sycamore log, but he didn't. He ran upriver. While hurrying after him, I looked over at Rainey. For once in his life, I think he was excited. He was a-whooping and a-screaming and falling over logs and limbs, and I felt good all over. Glancing over, Rainey said, "They ain't got him yet." The ghost coon crossed the river time after time, and still he couldn't shake old Dan and little Ann from his tail. He cut through the river bottoms and ran into an old field. At this maneuver, Reuben said to Rainey, "He's heading for that tree." "What tree?" I asked. "You'll see," Rainey said. "When he gets tired, he always heads for that tree. That's where he gets his name, the ghost coon. He just disappears." "Well, if he disappears, my dogs will disappear with him," I said. Rainey laughed. I had to admit one thing. The Pritchard boys knew the habits of that ghost coon. I knew he couldn't run all night. He had already far surpassed any coon I'd ever chased. "They're just about there," Reuben said. Just then I heard old Dan bark treed. I waited for little Ann's voice. I didn't hear her. I wondered what it would be this time. "Oh, he's there all right. He's in that tree," Reuben said. "Well, come on. I want to see that tree." "You might as well get your money out," Rainey said again. I told him he had said that once before, back there at the river bank. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Coming up to the tree, I could see it was a huge bur oak. It wasn't tall, it was just the opposite, rather low and squatty. The top was a thick mass of large limbs, and it hadn't shed all of its leaves yet. It stood by itself in an old field. There was no other trees within 50 yards of it, and about 15 feet to the left were the remains of a barbed wire fence. An old gate hung by one rusty hinge from a large corner post, and I could tell that at one time a house had stood close by. Reuben saw me looking around. "A long time ago, some Indians lived here and farmed these fields," he said. I looked around the tree looking for the coon, but I could see very little in the dark shadows. "Ain't no use in looking. He won't be there." Rainey spoke up. "This ain't the first time we've been to this tree." Reuben told Rainey to shut up. "You talk too much, Rainey." In a whiny voice, Rainey said, "Reuben, you know that coon ain't up in that tree. Make him pay off and let's go home. I'm getting tired." I told Reuben I was going to climb that tree. "Go ahead. Won't do you any good." The tree was easy to climb. I looked all over it, on every limb and every dark place. I looked for a hollow. The ghost coon wasn't there. I climbed back down and scolded old Dan to stop his loud bawling and looked for little Ann. I saw her far up the old fence now, sniffing and running here and there, and I knew the ghost coon had pulled a real trick, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Little Ann had never barked treed. I knew if the coon was in the tree, she wouldn't still be searching for a trail. Old Dan started working again. My dogs covered the field. They circled and circled. They ran up and down the barbed wire fence on both sides, and I knew the coon hadn't walked that barbed wire. Ghost or no ghost, he couldn't do that. I walked over to the old gate and looked around. I sat down and stared into the tree, and little Ann came over to me. Old Dan gave up his search and came back to the tree and bawled a couple more times, so I scolded him again.
Reuben came over, leering at me.
You given up?
I didn't answer. Little Ann once again started searching for the lost trail. Old Dan went to help her. Rainey said,
I told you you couldn't tree that ghost coon. Why don't you just pay off so we can go home?
I told him I hadn't given up. My dogs were still hunting. When they give up, I would too. Reuben said,
Well, we're not going to stay here all night.
Looking back to the tree, I thought perhaps I'd overlooked something, and I told Reuben I was going to climb it again. He laughed.
Well, go ahead. Won't do any good. You climbed it once. Aren't you satisfied?
No, I'm not satisfied. I just don't believe in ghost coons. Reuben said,
Well, I don't believe in ghosts either, but facts are facts. To tell you the truth, I have climbed that tree a dozen times, and there just ain't no place in it for a coon to hide.
Rainey spoke up.
Our old blue hound has treed that ghost coon in that tree more times than one. Maybe you two don't believe in ghosts, but I do. Why don't you pay off so we can get out of here?
I'm going to climb it one more time, and if I can't find him, I'll pay off. Climbing up again, I searched, and when I got through, I knew the ghost coon wasn't in that tree. And when I came down, I saw my dogs had given up. Well, that took the last bit of resistance out of me, and I knew if they couldn't find the ghost coon, I couldn't. Taking the 2 $1 bills out of my pocket, I walked over to Reuben. Little Ann was by my side. I handed my money over and said, Well, you won it, fair and square. With a grin on his face, Reuben took my money.
I bet this'll break your old grandpa's heart.
I didn't reply. Reaching down, I caught little Ann's head in my hands, and I looked into her warm, friendly eyes, and I said, It's all right, little girl. We haven't given up yet. We'll come back. We may never catch that ghost coon, but we'll run him until he leaves the country. She licked my hands and whined. A small breeze began to stir. Glancing up into the tree, I saw some leaves shaking. I said to Reuben, Looks like wind's coming up. It may blow up a storm. We better head for home. Just as I turned, little Ann threw up her head and whined. Her body grew stiff and taut. I watched her. She tested the wind. I knew she had scented something in that breeze, and stiff-legged, head high in the air, she started walking towards that tree. Almost there, she turned back and stopped. I knew she caught the scent, but could only catch it when a breeze came. Looking at Reuben, I said, I haven't lost that $2 yet. Another breeze drifted out of the river bottoms, and little Ann caught the scent again, and slowly she walked straight to the large gate post. Rearing up on it with her front feet, and bawled the most beautiful tree bark I ever heard in my life. Old Dan, not understanding why little Ann was bawling, stood and looked. He walked over to the post, reared up on it and sniffed, and then he raised his head, and he shook the dead leaves in that bur oak tree with his deep voice. I looked at Rainey. I laughed and I said, There's your ghost coon. Now what do you think of my dogs? For once, he made no reply. Going over to the post, I saw it was a large black locust put there many years ago to hang the gate. Looking up at the tree, I saw how the ghost coon had pulled his trick. One large, long limb ran out and hung directly over the gate. It was a drop of a good 12 feet from that branch to the top of the gate post, but I knew we weren't after an ordinary coon, that this here was the ghost coon. I said to Reuben, Boost me up, and I'll see if that post is hollow. After breaking off a long gypsum weed to use as a prod, I got up on Reuben's shoulders and he raised me up. The post was hollow. Not knowing how far down that hole went, I started the switch down. About halfway, I felt something soft, and I gave it a hard jab. Well, I heard him coming. He boiled out right into my face, and I let go of everything and hit the ground, and I rolled over on my back and looked up. And for a split second, the ghost coon stayed on top of the post, and then he jumped. My dogs were on him the instant he hit the ground, and the fight was on. I knew the coon didn't stand a chance as he wasn't in the waters of the river, But he didn't give up easily, even though he was on dry land. He was fighting for his life, and a good account he made of it. He fought his way to freedom and made it back to the bur oak tree. He was a good 6 foot up the side when old Dan, leaping high in the air, caught him and pulled him on back down. At the foot of the tree, the fight was on. Again, the ghost coon fought his way free, and this time he made it and disappeared into the dark shadows of the tree. Old Dan was furious. Never before have I seen a coon get away from him. I told Reuben I'd climb up and run him out. And as I started climbing, I saw a little Ann go to one side and old Dan to the other. My dogs would never stay together when they treated coons, so that any way he left a tree he'd be met by one of them. About halfways up, far out on a limb, I found the ghost coon. As I started towards him, my dogs stopped bawling. I heard something I'd heard many times. The sound was that of the cry of a small baby. It was the cry of a ring-tailed coon when he knows it's the end of the trail. I had never liked to hear this cry, but it was all in the game. The hunter and the hunted. As I sat there on the limb, looking at the old fella, he cried again, and something come over me. I didn't want to kill him. I hollered down and told Reuben I didn't want to kill the ghost coon. And he hollered back, "Are you crazy?" I told him I wasn't crazy, I just didn't want to kill him. I climbed down. Reuben was mad. "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing," I told him. "I just don't have the heart to kill the coon." I told him there were plenty more, but why kill him? He had lived here a long time, and more than one hunter had listened to the voices of his hounds bawling on his trail. Rainey piped up. "Well, he's chicken-livered, that's what it is." I didn't like that, but not wanting to argue, I didn't say anything. Reuben said, "Well, I'll go up and run him out." "Well, I won't let my dogs kill him," I said. Reuben glared at me. "Well, I'm going up and running that coon out. If you stop your dogs, I'm going to beat you half to death." "Well, do it anyway, Reuben," Rainey put in. "Well, I'm a good mind to." Just as Reuben started to climb the tree, old Dan growled. He was staring off into the darkness. Something was coming. "What's that?" I said. "Well, I don't know. Don't sound like nothing I ever heard." "It's ghosts. Let's get away from here," Rainey said. An animal was coming out of the darkness. It was walking slowly in an odd way, as if it was working sideways. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. As the animal came closer, Rainey said, "Why, it's old Blue. How did he get loose?" It was a big blue tick hound, and around his neck was a piece of rope about 3 foot long. One could see that the rope had been gnawed in two, and the frayed end had come entangled in a fairly large dead limb. Dragging the limb had made the dog look kind of odd. I felt much better when I found out what it was. The blue tick hound was just like the Pritchards, mean and ugly. He was a big dog, tall and heavy. His chest was heavy and thick. He came up growling. The hair on his back was standing straight up, and he walked stiff-legged around Dan, showing his teeth. I told Rainey he better get a hold of his dog, or there's sure to be a fight. "You better get a hold of your dog. I'm not worried about old Blue. He can take care of himself." I said no more. "Don't make any difference now whether you kill the ghost coon or not. Old Blue will take care of him." I knew the killing of the coon was out of my control, but I didn't want to see him die, and I said to Reuben, "Well, just give me back my $2 and I'll go home. I can't keep you from killing him, but I don't have to stay and see it." "Reuben, don't give him his money. He ain't killed the ghost coon." "That's right, you ain't, and I won't let you now, even if you wanted to." I told them that my dogs had treed the ghost coon, and that was the bet, to tree the ghost coon. "No, it wasn't. You said you'd kill him." "It was no such thing. I've done all I said that I would." Reuben walked up in front of me. "I ain't about to give you your money. You didn't win it fair. Now what you gonna do about it?" I looked into his mean eyes, and I started to make some reply, but decided against it. He saw my hesitation and said,
You better get your dogs and get out of here before you get whipped. In a loud voice, Rainey said, Buddy his nose, Reuben.
I was scared. I couldn't whip Reuben. He was too big for me. I started to turn and leave when I thought of what my father had told them. Well, you better remember what my grandpa said, I reminded him. He'll do just what he said he would. Reuben didn't hit me. He just grabbed me and with his brute strength threw me down on the ground. He had me on my back with my arms outspread. He had a knee on each arm and I made no effort to fight back, and I was scared. Well, if you say one word to your grandpa about this, I'll catch you hunting some night and take my knife to you. Looking up into his ugly face, I knew he would do just what he said. I told him to let me up, and I'd go and not say anything to anyone.
Don't let him up, Reuben. Beat the heck out of him or hold him and I'll do it.
Just then I heard growling and a commotion off to one side. The blue hound had finally gotten into a fight with old Dan. Turning my head sideways, I could see them standing on their hind legs, tearing and slashing at each other, and the weight of the big hound pushed old Dan over. I told Reuben to let me up so we could stop the fight.
While my dog is whipping yours, I think I'll just work you over.
So saying, he jerked my cap off and started whipping me in the face with it. I heard Rainey yell,
Reuben, they're killing old Blue.
Reuben jumped up off me. I clambered up and looked over to the fight, and what I saw thrilled me. Faithful little Ann, female though she was, had gone to the assistance of old Dan. I knew my dogs were very close to each other. Everything they did was done as a combination, but I never expected this. I could see that little Ann's jaws were glued to the throat of the big hound, and she would never loosen that deadly hold until the last breath of life was gone. Old Dan was tearing and slashing at the soft belly, and I knew the destruction his long, sharp teeth were causing. Again, Rainey yelled,
Reuben, they're killing him! They're killing old Blue! Do something!
Reuben darted over to one side, grabbed my axe from the ground, and said in a low voice, I'll kill them damned hounds. At the thought of what he was going to do with the axe, I screamed and ran for my dogs. Reuben was about 10 feet ahead of me, bent over, running with the axe held out in front of him, and I knew I could never get to them in time. And I was screaming, No, Reuben, no! I saw the little stick when it came whipping up from the ground. As if it was alive, it caught between Reuben's legs and I saw him fall, and I ran right on by. Reaching the dog fight, I saw the big hound was almost gone. He had long since ceased fighting. His body lay stretched full length on the ground, and I grabbed old Dan's collar and pulled him back. It was different with little Ann. Pull as I might, she wouldn't let go of that hound's throat. Her jaws were locked. I turned old Dan loose, and getting astride of little Ann, I pried her jaws apart with my hands. Old Dan had darted back in. Grabbing his collar again, I pulled him off to one side. The blue hound lay where he was. I thought perhaps he was already dead, but then I saw him move a little. Still holding my dogs by their collars, I looked back. I couldn't understand what I saw. Reuben was laying where he had fallen. His back was towards me, and his body was bent in a U shape. Rainey was standing on the other side, staring down. I hollered and asked Rainey what's the matter. He didn't answer. He stood just as though he was in a trance, staring down at Reuben. I hollered again, and he still didn't answer. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't turn my dogs loose. They'd go for the hound again. And again I hollered at Rainey, asking him to come and help me. He neither moved nor answered. Well, I had to do something. Looking around, my glance fell on the old barbed wire fence, and I led my dogs to it. Holding on to their collars with one hand, I worked a rusty barbed wire backwards and forwards against a staple until it broke. Running the end of it under their collars, I tied them up. They made 2-3 lunges towards the hound, but the wire had held. I walked over and stopped at Rainey's side, and I asked, "What's the matter?" He didn't say a word. I could see that Rainey was paralyzed with fright. His mouth and eyes were wide open, his face was white as chalk, and I laid my hand on his shoulder. At the touch of my hand, he jumped and screamed. Still screaming, he turned and started running. I watched him until he disappeared in the darkness. Looking down at Reuben, I saw what had paralyzed Rainey. When Reuben had tripped, he had fallen on the axe, and as it entered his stomach, the sharp blade had sunk to the eye of the double-bit axe. Turning my back to the horrible sight, I closed my eyes. The muscles of my stomach knotted and jerked. A nauseating sickness spread over my body, and I couldn't look at him. I heard Reuben whisper. Turning around, I knelt down by his side with my back to the axe. I couldn't understand what he was whispering. Kneeling down closer, I heard and understood, and in a faint voice he said, "Take it out of me." I hesitated. Again he pleaded, "Please, take it out." Turning around, I saw his hands were curled around the protruding blade as if he himself had tried to put it from his stomach. How he did it, I'll never know. Putting my hands over his and pressing down, I felt the axe and pulled it from the wound. The blood gushed, and I felt the warm heat as it spread over my hands, and again the sickness came over me, and I stumbled to my feet and stepped back a few paces. Seeing a movement from Reuben, I thought he was going to get up. With his hands, he pushed himself halfways, and his eyes were wide open, staring straight at me, stopping in his effort of getting up, and still staring at me, his mouth open, as if to say something. Words never came. Instead, a large red bubble slowly worked its way out of his mouth and burst. He fell back to the ground. I knew he was dead. Scared, not knowing what to do, I called for Rainey. I got no answer. I called his name again and again, and I could not get a reply. My voice echoed in the darkness of the silent night. A cold chill ran over my body. I suppose it is natural at a time like that for a boy to think of his mother, and I thought of mine. I wanted to get home. Going over my dogs, I glanced to where the blue hound was. He was trying to get up. I was glad he wasn't dead. Picking up my lantern, I thought of my axe. I left it. I didn't care if I ever saw it again. Knowing I couldn't turn my dogs loose, I broke off and enough of the wire to lead them. And as I passed underneath the branches of the bur oak tree, I looked up into the dark foliage. I could see the bright eyes of the ghost coon. Everything that happened on this terrible night was because of his very existence, but it wasn't his fault. I also knew he was a silent witness to that horrible scene. Behind me lay the still body of a young boy. On my left, a blue tick hound lay torn and bleeding. Even after all that had happened, I could feel no hatred for that ghost coon, and I wasn't sorry that I let him live. Arriving home, I awakened my mother and father. Starting at my grandfather's mill, I told them everything that had happened, and I left nothing out. My mother had started crying long before I had completed my story. Pa said nothing but just sat and listened. When I finished, he kept staring down at the floor in deep thought. I could hear the sobbing of my mother in the silence, and I walked over to her, and she put her arms around me and said, "My poor boy." Getting to his feet, Pa reached for his coat and hat. Ma asked him where he was going. "Well, I'll have to go up there. I'm going to go get Grandpa, for he's the only man in the country that has authority to move the body." Looking at me, he said, "You go across the river and get old man Lowry. You may as well go on up and tell the Bufords too. Tell them to meet us at your grandfather's place." I hurried to carry that sad message. The following day was a nasty one. A slow, cold drizzle had settled in. Feeling trapped indoors, I prowled from room to room. I couldn't understand why my father hadn't come back from the Pritchards. I sat by the window, watching the road. Understanding my feelings, Ma said, "Billy, I wouldn't worry. He'll be back before long. It takes time for things like this." "I know, but you'd think he would have come back by now." Time dragged slowly by. Late in the afternoon, I saw Pa coming. Our old mule was jogging along. Water was shooting out from under his feet in small squirts at every step. Pa had tied the halter rope around the mule's neck. He was sitting humped over with his hands jammed deep in the pockets of his patched and worn mackinaw. I felt sorry for him. He was soaking wet, tired, sleepy, and hungry. Tell him, Ma, he's here. I grabbed my jumper and cap and ran out to the gate and waited. I was going to ask him what had happened at the Pritchard, but on seeing his tired face and wet clothes, I said, Pa, you better go on up to the fire. I'll take care of the mule and do the feeding and the milking. Thank you, Billy. That'll be fine. After doing the chores, I hurried to the house. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to find out what had happened. Walking into the front room, I saw my father had changed clothes and he was standing in front of the fireplace drinking coffee. Boy, that's some bad weather out there, ain't it? I said it was and asked him about Reuben. Well, we went to the old tree and we got Reuben's body, Pa said. We were on our way back to the Pritchards when we met them. They were just this side of their place. They had started to look for him. Rainey was so dazed when he got home, they couldn't make out what he was trying to say, but they knew it must have been something pretty bad. They wanted to know what had happened, and I did my best to explain the accident. It's hit old man Pritchard pretty hard. I felt sorry for him. Ma asked how Miss Pritchard was taking it. Pa said he didn't know, as he never did get over to see any of the women folk. He said they were the funniest bunch he'd ever seen. He couldn't understand them. There wasn't one tear shed that he could see. All the men stayed out at the barn. They never had been invited in for a cup of coffee or anything. Ma asked if they were having a funeral. They have a graveyard right there on the place. Old man Pritchard said that they would take care of anything and didn't want to bother anyone. He said it'd be too far for anyone to come, and it was bad weather, too. Ma said she couldn't help feeling sorry for Miss Pritchard and wished they were more friendly, and I asked Pa about Rainey. Well, according to what old man Pritchard said, Rainey just couldn't get over the shock. They were figuring on taking him into town to see the doctor. And in a stern voice, Pa added, Billy, I don't want you fooling around with the Pritchards anymore. You have plenty of country around here, so you don't have to go over there hunting. I told him I wouldn't. I felt bad about the death of Reuben. I didn't feel like hunting, or I kept having bad dreams. I couldn't forget the way he looked at me just before he died. I moped and wandered around in a daze. I wanted to do something, but I didn't know what to do. I explained my feelings to Mother.
Billy, I feel the same way, and I'd like to do something to help, but I guess there's nothing we can do. There's people like the Pritchards all around the hills. They live in little worlds of their own and are all alone. They don't like to have outsiders interfere.
I told my mother that I'd been thinking about how dangerous it was to carry an axe while hunting, and I decided I'd save a few coon hides and get a good gun. Boy, I shouldn't have mentioned getting a gun, 'cause Mother got sitting hen mad.
You're not getting a gun, and I won't have that at all. I told you a long time ago you could have one when you're 21, and I mean just that. I worry enough with you out there in the hills at all hours of night, running and jumping, but I couldn't stand it if I knew you had a gun with you. No, sir, you can forget about that.
Yes, ma'am, I said, and then I sulked off to my room. Lying on my bed trying to figure out what I could do to help, I glanced over the wall. There, tied in a small bundle, was just what I needed. Some time back, my sisters had made some flowers for Decoration Day. They had given me a small bouquet for my room, and taking them down I could see they'd faded a little and looked a little old, but they were still quite pretty. I blew the dust off and straightened up the crinkled petals, and putting them inside my shirt, I left the house. I hadn't gone far when I heard something behind me. It was my dogs. I tried to tell them that I wasn't going hunting, that I just had a little business to attend to, and if they'd go back, I'd take them out that night. It was of no use. They wouldn't understand. Circling around through the flats, I came to the hollow above the Pritchard's place. Down below me, I could see the graveyard and the fresh mound of dirt. As quietly as I could, I started easing myself down the mountainside. Old Dan loosed a rock, and the further it bounced, the louder it got, and it slammed up against a post oak tree and sounded like a gunshot. Well, I held my breath and watched in the house, and no one came out. I glared at old Dan. He wagged his tail, and just to show off, he sat down on his rear and started digging at a flea with his hind leg. The way his leg was thumping in the leaves, anyone would have heard it for a mile. Well, I waited until he quit thumping before starting on. Reaching the bottoms, I had about 20 yards to clear it across, but the grass and brush was pretty thick. Laying down on my stomach with my heart beating like a trip hammer, I wiggled my way to Reuben's grave. I laid the flowers on the fresh mound of dirt, and then turned around and scooted for the timber. Just as we reached the mountain top, my foot slipped and I kicked loose a large rock, and down the mountainside it rolled, and this time the blue tick hound heard the noise. He came out from under the house bawling, and I heard a door slam and Miss Pritchard come out, and she stood looking this way and that. The hound ran up to the graveyard and started sniffing and bawling, and Miss Pritchard followed him. Seeing the flowers on Reuben's grave, she picked them up and looked at them. She scolded the hound, and then, looking up the hillside, I knew she couldn't see me because the timber was too thick, but I felt uncomfortable anyway. Scolding the hound again, she knelt down and arranged the flowers on the grave, and taking one more look at the hillside, she started away. Halfway to the house, I saw her reach down and gather the long cotton skirt in her hand and dab at her eyes. I felt much better after paying my respects to Reuben. Everything looked a touch brighter, and I didn't have that funny feeling anymore. All the way home, my dogs kept running out in front of me. They'd stop and turn around and look back at me. I had to smile, for I knew what they wanted. I stopped and petted them a little, and told them as soon as I got home and had my supper, we'd be going hunting. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14. A few days later, on his way back from the mill, one of the Hatfield boys stopped at our place. He told me my grandfather wanted to see me. It was unusual for Grandpa to send for me, and it had me worried. I figured that he wanted to talk to me about the death of Reuben Pritchard. I always enjoyed talking to my grandpa, but I didn't want to talk about Reuben's death. Every time I thought of him, I relived that horrible tragedy all over again. After a practically sleepless night the next morning, I started for the store. I was walking along deep in thought when little Ann zipped by me. She was as happy as a young gray squirrel. She wiggled and twisted, and once she barked at me. I looked behind me, and there was old Dan trotting along. He stopped when I turned around. Little Ann came up to me, and I scolded them and tried to explain that I wasn't going hunting. I was just going up to the store to see what my grandpa wanted. They couldn't, or didn't, want to understand. I picked up a small stick and slapped my leg with it, and in a deep voice I said, "Now you go home, or I'll wear you out." Well, this hurt their feelings. With their tails between their legs and trotting side by side, they started back. Every little way they would stop and look back at me. It was just too much. I couldn't stand it, and I began to feel bad all over again. "Well, all right," I said. "Come on, you can go. But Dan, if there's any dogs around the store and you get in a fight, I won't be taking you hunting for a whole year, and I mean that." Although I knew I didn't. They came running. Tickled to death, little Ann took one of her silly spells. She started nipping at the long red tail of old Dan, and not getting any reaction from him, she jumped all over him.
She barked at him. He wouldn't even look at her. She ran around in front of him and laid down on the trail, acted like a cat ready to spring. And stiff-legged, he walked up close to her and stopped and showed his teeth. I laughed out loud. I knew he wouldn't bite her any more than he'd bite me. He was just acting tough because he was a boy dog. After several attempts to get him to play, little Ann gave up, and together they started sniffing around in the underbrush. As I walked up in front of the store, Grandpa hollered at me from the barn. I went over to him. Right away, he wanted to know all about Reuben's accident. He listened while I told the story over again. After I'd had my say, Grandpa stood looking down at the ground. There was a deep frown on his face and a hurt look in his eyes. His quietness made me feel uneasy. He finally raised his head and looked at me. What I could see in his friendly old face tore at my heart. It seemed that there was more wrinkles than I'd ever seen before. His uncombed, iron-gray hair looked almost white, and I noticed that his wrinkled old hand trembled as he rubbed the wire-stiff stubble on his chin. In a low voice that quivered as he talked, he said, "Billy, I'm sorry about this. I truly am. I can't help but feel that, in a way, this is all my fault." "No, Grandpa, it ain't your fault. It's not anyone's fault. It just happened, and no one can help it." "Oh, I know, but if I hadn't called Reuben's bet, nothing would have happened. I guess when a man gets old, he don't think straight. I shouldn't have let those boys get under my skin, Billy." "Grandpa, Reuben and Rainey could get under anyone's skin. You can't help that. Why, they get under everyone's skin that gets close to them." "Oh, I know, but still I acted like a fool. Billy, I had no idea things were going to turn out like they did, or I wouldn't have called that bet."
Wanting to change the subject, I said,
"Grandpa, we won that bet fair and square, but they took my money anyway."
I saw the fire come back in his eyes. This made me feel better. He was more like the grandpa that I loved.
"Oh, that's all right. We'll just forget the whole thing."
He stepped over and laid his hand on my shoulder, and in a solemn voice he said,
"We won't be talking about this again. Now I want you to forget it ever happened, because it wasn't your fault, not in the least ways. Now I know it's hard for a boy to ever forget something completely like that. All through your life you'll think of it now and then, but try not to let it bother you, and don't ever feel guilty about it. It's not good for a young boy to feel that way."
I nodded my head, thinking if people would just stop questioning me about Reuben's death, maybe I could forget.
"Well, the accident wasn't the only thing I wanted to talk to you about. I got something else. Something I think that'll help us both forget a lot of things."
The twinkle in Grandpa's eyes reminded me of what my father had said.
"It seems like that old man can cook up more deals than anyone in the country."
I don't care how many deals Grandpa cooked up, he was still the best grandpa in the whole wide world.
"What you got?"
I asked.
"Come on over to the store and I'll show you."
On our way over, I heard him mutter,
"Well, I hope this don't turn out like the ghost coon hunt."
On entering the store, Grandpa walked to the post office department and came back with a newspaper in his hand, and he spread it out onto the counter. Pointing with his finger, he said in a loud voice,
"Now take a look there."
Well, I looked. The large black letters read, "Championship Coon Hunt to be held." My eyes popped open. Again I read the words. Grandpa was chuckling.
"Boy, if that ain't something. A championship coon hunt."
Wide-eyed, I asked,
"Where are they having this hunt? And what does it have to do with us?"
Grandpa was getting excited. Off come his glasses, and out came the old red handkerchief. He blew his breath on the lens and gave him a polish. He snorted a time or two, reared back, and almost shouted.
Do with us? Why, it's got everything to do with us. Oh, my life, I wanted to go to one of them big coon hunts. Why, I've even dreamed about it, and now the opportunity's come. Yes, sirree, now I can go. That is, if it's all right with you.
Well, I was dumbfounded. I said, All right with me? Why, Grandpa, you know it's all right with me, but what have I got to do with it? Grandpa was so excited I thought he was going to burst a blood vessel. Talking excitingly, he said,
I got her all fixed up, Billy. We can enter old Dan and little Ann in this championship hunt.
Well, I was so surprised at what Grandpa had said I couldn't utter a word. At first I was scared, then a wonderful feeling came over me, and I felt the excitement of the big hunt as it burned its way into my body. I started breathing like I was running the 100-mile. After several attempts, I croaked, Can just any dog be in the hunt? Well, Grandpa almost jumped as he answered.
No, sir, not just any hound can be entered. They have to be the best, and they have to be registered, too.
He started talking with his hands pointing to a chair, and he said,
Sit down, and I'll tell you all about it.
Grandpa started to calm down a little and started talking in a serious voice.
Billy, it takes some doing to have a set of dogs entered into this hunt. I've been working on it for months. I've written letters on top of letters. I even have several good friends in town to help me. You see, I kept a record of all them coons your dogs was caught, and believe me, their catch is up there with the best of them. Now, I've already paid the entry fee, and everything's all fixed. All we have to do is go.
Entry fee? How much did it cost? I asked.
Oh, you let me worry about that. Now, what do you say? Want to give it a whirl? I understand the winner receives a gold cup, and you never can tell. We just might come home with it. We have as good a chance as anyone else, I say.
Well, Grandpa had me so worked up by this time, I didn't think that anyone else had any good hounds but me. Well, I reared back and blurted out, It's all right with me, Grandpa. Just tell me what to do. Grandpa flew out of gear like a Model T Ford.
Well, he slapped the counter with his hands, and in a pent-up voice he said, That's it, boy. That's the way I like to hear a coon hunter talk.
With a questioning look on his face, he asked,
Didn't I see your dogs with you when you come on outside?
Yeah, they followed me. They're outside waiting.
Well, call them in. I got something frisk for them.
Well, I called my dogs in, and little Ann came to the store, walking like she was scared. Old Dan came to the door and stopped. I tried to coax him in. It was of no use. My dogs never been allowed in the house. They were afraid to come in. Grandpa walked over to a hoop of cheese and cut off 2 big chunks about the size of my fist. He walked to the door talking to old Dan.
What's the matter, boy? You scared? You scared to come in? Well, that must show that you're a good dog.
He handed him a piece of cheese, and I heard it rattle in his throat as he gulped it down. Grandpa came back and set little Ann up on the counter, and he chuckled as he broke the cheese up into smaller pieces and fed her.
Yes, sir. I think we have the best darn coon hounds in these Ozark Mountains, and just sure as shooting, we're going to be winning that gold cup.
Grandpa didn't have to say that. The way I was feeling, I already had the cup. All I had to do was go and get it. Finished with the feeding of his little Ann, Grandpa said,
Now, see here. The hunt starts on the 23rd. That's, well, let's see. This is the 17th.
Counting on his fingers, he finally figured it out.
Well, that's 6 days from now,
he said in a jubilant voice. I nodded my head.
Well, we'll leave here early on the morning of the 22nd, and barring any accidents, we should make the campground in plenty of time for the grand opening.
Well, I asked him how we were going.
Oh, we'll go in my buggy. I'll load the tent and everything in the night before.
I asked him what he wanted me to bring.
Oh, nothing but these two little hounds. Just you be here and ready and early, and I believe I'd let them doggies rest, 'cause we want them in the tip-top shape when they get there."
All I saw the thinking wrinkles bunch up on Grandpa's forehead.
"You reckon your daddy would like to go along? As late in the fall as it is, I don't think he's too busy, is he?"
"No, I think our crops are all gathered. We've been clearing some of the bottom land, but that's about almost done now."
"Well, you best go ask him. Tell him I'd like to have him come along with us."
"Oh, I'll ask him, but you know how Pa is. The farm comes first with him."
"Oh, I know, but you ask him anyways, and tell him what I said. Now it's getting late, and you best be heading for home."
I was almost to the door when Grandpa said,
"Oh, wait a minute."
He walked over behind the candy counter and shook out one of the quarter sacks, and he filled her up to the brim, bounced it on the counter a few times to get a few more in, and then dropped in a few more gumdrops. With a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his face, he handed it to me, saying,
"Don't you be forgetting to save some for your sisters."
Well, I was so choked up I couldn't say anything. I took it and I flew out that door, calling to my dogs. And on my way home, I don't think I even touched the ground. I was way up in the clouds, just skipping along with a song. I told the sycamore trees and the pop-eyed gray squirrels just how happy I was. Little Ann sensed my happiness. She pranced along on the trail, and with a doggish grin on her face, she begged for a piece of candy, which I so gladly gave. Even old Dan felt the pleasant atmosphere. His long red tail was fanning the air, and once he raised his head and bawled. I stood still and listened to the droning tones of his deep voice. The sound seemed to be trapped for an instant in the thick timber. It rolled along under the tall white sycamores and then beat its way through the wild cane, and then found freedom out on the other side where the clear blue waters of the river. The sound following the river's course roared and rolled like the beat of a jungle drum. As the echo died away in the distance, silence settled over the bottoms. The gray squirrels stopped their chattering. The wild birds quit their singing. I stood still. No sound could be heard. It seemed that all the creatures of the wild were holding their breath. I gazed up into the towering heights of the tall trees. No leaf was stirring. The silence seemed to be strained and expectant, like a young boy waiting for a firecracker to explode. I looked at old Dan. He was standing perfectly still with his right front foot raised, his long ears fanning openly. He seemed to be listening, challenging any living creature to make a noise. The silence was broken by the whee of a red-tailed hawk. Well, this seemed to be a signal. All around me, the happy atmosphere resumed its natural state. I heard the of a woodpecker high up in the top of a box elder snag, the cry of a kingfisher, and the scream of a blue jay blending perfectly with the drum-like beat. A barking red squirrel glued to the side of a hackberry tree, keeping time to the music with the beat of his tail. Each noise I heard and each sight I saw was very similar to me, but I never grew tired of hearing and watching. They were God-sent gifts, and I enjoyed them all. As I skipped along, it was hard for me to realize that all the wonderful things that were happening to me in such a few short years. I had two of the finest little hounds that ever bawled on the trail of a ring-tailed coon. I had a wonderful mother and father and 3 little sisters. I had the best grandfather a boy could ever have. And on top of it all, I was going to be on a championship coon hunt. It was no wonder that my heart was bursting with happiness. Was I not the luckiest boy in the entire world? Everyone was sitting down to supper when I came home. My sisters quit the table for candy, and I told them they best divide it equally.
The oldest one asked if I wanted any. No, I brought it all for you. Of course, I didn't tell them about the 4 pieces that I still had in my pocket. Well, they thanked me with their clear blue eyes. I guess it's pretty hard for a young boy to fool his ma. She took one look at me and called me over. She ruffled up my hair and kissed me and said, "If my little boy's eyes ever got any bigger, they're going to pop right out of his head. Now you tell me, what are you so happy about?"
Before I could say anything, Pa chuckled and asked, "What's going on between you and your grandpa? What are you and that old man cooking up now?" Well, as fast as I could talk, I started telling about the big coon hunt. I told how hard Grandpa had worked to have my dogs entered and how he had already paid my entrance fee. Catching my breath, I looked at Pa and I said, "We're going in his buggy and he wants you to come along." I waited in silence for his reply. Pa sat there staring off into space and sipping his coffee and saying nothing. I knew he was thinking. In the silence, I was sure I could hear my heart thumping.
Pa, please come. We'll have lots of fun, and besides, the winner receives a big golden cup.
He scratched his head. "Billy, I'd sure like to go, but I can't see how I can with all this work around here." I was beginning to think that Pa wasn't going to, and then Ma started talking.
"Work? Why, all the work is practically done. I don't know one thing that you couldn't put off for a few days. Why don't you go? You haven't been anywhere since I don't know when."
"Well, it's not only the work that I'm thinking of, it's you and the girls. It doesn't seem right just leaving you out here."
"Why, don't you worry about the girls and me. We'll be all right. Besides, it'll be several months yet before I need any help."
When Ma said this, it dawned on me. I'd been so busy with my coon hunting, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. Ma's tummy was all swelled up. She was going to have a baby. I felt guilty for not even noticing. I went over and put my arms around her and kissed her. Pa spoke up. "It's sure going to be a big hunt, and I heard something about it up at the store one day."
"Grandpa said that there'll be hunters there from everywhere, and some of the best coon hounds in the country."
"You think you got a chance to win the cup?" Pa asked me. I started to answer him when the little one piped up.
"They can't beat old Dan and little Ann. I just bet they can't,"
she said. Everyone laughed at her serious remark. I would have kissed her, but she had candy, cornbread, and molasses all over her face. I told Pa I didn't know how good those dogs were, but there was one thing I did know. If they beat mine, they'd have to hunt harder than they ever had before. After I had had my say about the dogs, a silence settled over the dinner table. Everyone was looking at Pa and waiting for his answer. I saw a pleased look spread over his face. He stood up. "All right, I'll go. And by golly, we're going to bring that gold cup back, too." My little sisters started clapping their hands and squealing with delight, and a satisfied smile spread over my mother's face. At that moment, I'm sure no boy in the world could have been happier than I was. Tears of happiness rolled down my cheeks, and Ma wiped them away with her apron. In the midst of all the excitement, my little sister, not saying a word, climbed down from her chair. Nobody said anything. We just watched her. Still clutching a spoon in her small hand, she came over round the table and walked up to me. Looking down at the floor in a bashful voice, she asked,
"Can I have the gold cup?"
Putting my finger under her sticky little chin, I tilted her head up, and smiling as I looked into her clear blue eyes, I said,
"Honey, if I win it, I'll give it to no one but you."
I had to cross my heart and hope to die several times before she was satisfied.
Back in her chair, she gloated over the others.
You wait and see. It'll be all mine, nobody but mine, and I'm going to put my little banty eggs in it. Silly, you don't put banty eggs in a golden cup. They're just made to look at.
That night I dreamed about gold cups and little red hounds and coons as big as rain barrels. Once I woke myself up whooping to my dogs. The next few days were busy ones for me. Knowing that Pa and I would be gone for several days, I did everything I could to make everything convenient for Ma. I chopped a large pile of wood and stacked it close to the kitchen door. To make it easy for her to feed our stock, I cut some poles from the hillside and boxed up one of the stalls in the barn. I filled it full of hay so that she wouldn't have to climb the ladder to the loft. Pa laid down the law to my sisters about being good and helping Ma while we were gone. The day before we were to leave, I was as nervous as a June bug in a henhouse. The days seemed to be endless. A few of the miserable hours were spent talking to my dogs, and I told them about the big hunt and how important it was.
Now, if you don't win that gold cup, I won't be mad because I know you'll have done your best.
Old Dan wouldn't even look at me, paid no attention to what I said. He was sulking because I hadn't been taking him hunting. When I talked to little Ann, it was different. She listened and seemed to understand every word I spoke. I dreaded to go to bed that night. I thought sleep would be impossible. I must have been more tired than I thought, because I fell asleep almost immediately. Old Red, our rooster, woke me up at daybreak, crowing his fool head off. It was a beautiful morning, clear and frosty. After a good breakfast, we kissed Ma goodbye and started for the store. I'm sure there's a lot of good coon hunters in the Ozarks, but on that morning, none could have felt as big and important as I did. Walking along the side of my father, I threw up my chest and tried hard to keep pace with his long strides. He noticed and laughed. You'll have to grow a little bit before you can take steps that long. I didn't say anything, I just smiled. Hearing a noise overhead, I looked up. The gray ones were winging their way southward. I listened to their talking and wondered what they were saying. Looking to the mountains around us, I saw that the mysterious artist who comes at night had paid us a visit. I wondered how he could paint so many different colors in one night, red, wine yellow, and rust. My dogs were trotting out in front of us. I smiled at the way their hind quarters shifted to the right. Little Ann would jump and bounce and try to get old Dan to play, but the solemn old boy just jogged along, heedless to anything. You know, she doesn't even act like a hound. She's just bouncing and playing all the time. Why, she acts more like a little pup than a hound. Yeah, I know, I said. I've noticed that myself, but you know one thing, Pa? She's the smartest dog I've ever seen. Why, some of the things she does are almost unbelievable. Yeah, I know, said Pa. But still, it's strange. It's real strange. There's one thing that's wrong with her, though, Pa. Yeah, what's that? You wouldn't believe it, but she's gun-shy. Gun-shy? How do you know she's gun-shy? Pa asked. I didn't know for a long time until one day when I was hoeing corn down in the field by the old slough. Her and old Dan were digging in the river bank after a groundhog. Across the river some fishermen started shooting a gun. Well, it scared little Ann and she came running to me, just shaking all over. Maybe you just thought that she was scared, Pa said. No, I didn't, Pa. It happened again up at the store one day. Grandpa shot a chicken hawk, and when the gun went off, it scared her half to death. Nah, she's gun-shy, all right. Oh, well, that don't mean anything. A lot of dogs are afraid of guns. I know, but you wouldn't think she'd be that way. I believe if I had a gun of my own, I could break her being gun-shy, though. Pa looked at me and he said, From what your mother says, you won't be getting a gun for some time yet.
Yeah, I know, I said. When we reached the store, we saw the team was already hitched to the buggy and was standing in front of the store. Grandpa had loaded the tent and several boxes of groceries. I had never seen him in such high spirits. He slapped Pa on the back and said, "I'm sure glad you could go along with us. It'll do you good to get out once in a while." Pa laughed and said, "It looked like I had to go, or I'd have everyone in the family mad at me." Looking in the buggy, I saw my axe. I didn't think I would ever see it again, but for some reason it didn't look at all like I thought it would. There was no blood on it, and it looked harmless enough just laying there, clean and bright. Grandpa saw me looking at it, and he came over. I kept it for a few days just in case the marshal wanted to ask some questions. Everything seems to be all right now, and we may need a good axe on this hunt." Grandpa sensed how I felt about the axe, and he waited in silence for my answer. The excitement of the hunt was so strong in me, even the sight of the axe brought back only a fleeting remembrance of Reuben's accident. "Yes, we will need one. Besides, it's a good one and there's no use in throwing it away," I said. Grandpa laughed, reached over, and screwed my cap around on my head and said, "That's the boy. That's what I wanted you to say. Now, you better go back to the barn there and get some hay and make a bed in the buggy for your dogs." "Oh, Gramp, they can walk. They don't ever get tired. Besides, they're used to walking." "Walk!" Grandpa nearly shouted. "They'll be not walking. No, sir, not if I can help it. You want them to be footsore when we get there?" Pa chuckled and said, "We can't win a gold cup with two sore-footed hounds now, can we?" "Of course not. Now you get out there and get that hay like I said." As I turned to go to the barn, I couldn't help but smile. It made me feel good to have my Pa and Grandpa so concerned about my dogs. I'd only taken a few steps when Grandpa said, "Oh, wait a minute." I stopped and turned around. Walking up to me and glancing towards the house as he did, he whispered, "In that empty kraut barrel in the harness room, there's a jug of corn liquor. Could you cover it up with some hay so your grandma don't see it and bring it back with you?" And with a twinkle in his eye, he said, "You never can tell when we might need us some medicine." I knew my father wouldn't drink any of the liquor, but if Grandpa wanted to take along a whole barrel, that was all right by me. And just when I thought we were ready to leave, Grandma came bursting out, and Grandpa got nervous, and he whispered again, "Did you hide that jug good?" Well, I nodded my head. Grandma handed Grandpa a pair of long-handled underwear and a scarf and said, "I knew you'd forget something." Well, Grandpa snorted and knew there was no use in arguing with her. She started picking around the groceries and asking about salt and pepper and matches. "Oh, Nanny, we got everything. You must think I'm a baby and don't know how to pack a grub box." "Oh, a baby," Grandma snorted. "Why, you're worse than a baby. At least they have a little bit of sense. You don't have any at all. No codger like you out there chasing a coon all over the hills." At her biting remark, I thought Grandpa was going to blow up. He snorted like Daisy, our milk cow, when she had seen herself a booger. I crawled up in the buggy box with my dogs and hung my feet out. Grandma came over and asked me about warm clothes. I told her I had plenty. She kissed me goodbye, and then we were on our way. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Over a dim, rocky road in a northeasterly direction, our buggy moved on. I noticed that the road stayed at the edge of the foothills, but always in sight of the river. About the middle of the afternoon, we stopped at a small stream to water the team. Pa asked Grandpa if he intended to go on all the way to the campground before stopping. "No," he said. "I figure we put up for the night when we reach Bluebird Creek, and With a good early start in the morning, we can make the campgrounds in plenty of time to pitch our tent and set up camp.
Late that evening, we reached Bluebird Creek. We didn't set up our tent. With a tarp, we made a lean-to and built a large fire out in front of it. While Grandpa fed and watered the teams, Pa and I carried our bed into the shelter and made down our beds. Grandpa said,
"While we're cooking supper, you see to your dogs. You feed 'em and you fix 'em a nice warm bed."
"I figure to cook them some cornmeal mush. That's what they're used to eating."
"Mush!" Grandpa growled. "They're not going to be having mush, not if I can help it."
He walked over to the grocery box, mumbling as he did,
"Mush! Good gracious, a hound can't hunt on a belly full of that stuff."
He came back and handed me 2 large cans of corned beef hash and said,
"Here, I reckon they'll eat this."
Well, I wanted to hug my old grandpa's neck. "Sure, Grandpa, they'll love that." Opening one of the cans, I dumped it out on a piece of bark in front of old Danny. He sniffed at it and refused to eat it. I laughed, for I knew why. Well, I opened the other can. Grandpa came over.
"What's the matter? Won't he eat it?"
"Sure, Grandpa, he'll eat it, but not before little Ann gets her share." When the second can opened, I fed her on another piece of bark, and both of them started eating at the same time. With an astonished look on his face, Grandpa exclaimed,
"Well, I'll be darned. I never saw anything like that. Why, I never saw a hound that wouldn't eat. Did you train him to do that?"
"No, Grandpa, that's just the way they've always been. They won't take anything away from each other, and everything they do it as one." Pa had overheard our conversation. He said, "You think that's strange? You should have seen what I saw the other day. One of the girls threw 2 cold biscuits into the backyard for old Dan, and he stood and looked at them for a bit, and then picked both of them up in his mouth and trotted over to the house. Well, I followed just to see what he was doing. Well, he walked up in front of the doghouse and laid them down and then growled. Not like he was mad, it was kind of a strange sort of growl. Little Ann, she came out of the doghouse, and each of them ate a biscuit. Now, I seen that with my own eyes. Believe me, those dogs are close to each other. They're real close." After Pa had stopped talking, silence settled over the camp. Grandpa stood staring at my dogs. In a slow voice, as if he was picking his words, he said,
"You know, I always felt like there was something strange about those dogs. I don't know what it is, and I can't exactly put my finger on it yet. I can feel it. Could be just my imagination. I don't rightly know."
Turning to my father, he said,
"You ever notice the way they watch that boy? They see his every move that he makes."
Pa replied, "Yeah, I've noticed a lot of things they do. In fact, I'll tell you a few that you'd never believe, but right now there's something you better believe. Supper's ready." While I was helping myself to the hot Dutch oven cornbread and fried taters and a fresh side of meat, Grandpa poured the coffee. Instead of the 2 cups I expected to see, he set out 3 and filled them to the brim with the strong black liquid. I'd never been allowed to drink coffee at home, and I didn't exactly know what to do. I glanced at Pa. He was too busy with his eating to pay any attention to me. Well, taking the bull by the horns, I reached over and ran my finger around that cup's handle, and I held my breath as I walked over and sat down by a post oak stump. Nothing was said. Grandpa and Pa paid no attention to what I did. My head swelled up as big as a number 4 washtub. I thought, I'm not only big enough to help Pa with the farm, now I'm big enough to drink coffee. With supper over and the dishes washed, Grandpa said,
"Well, we better turn in, as I want to get an early start in the morning."
Long after Grandpa and Pa had fallen asleep, I lay thinking of the big hunt. My thoughts were interrupted when the wonders of night life began to stir in the silence all around us. From a ridge on our right, a red fox started barking. He was curious and in his small way, challenging the intruders who dared to stop in his wild domain. From far back in the flinty hills, the monotone call of a hoot owl floated down in the silent night. It was a mating call, and was answered from one on a distant mountain. I could hear the stamping feet of our horses and the grinding and crunching noises made by their strong teeth as they ate the hard yellow kernels of corn in their feed boxes. A night hawk screeched as he winged his way through the starlight night. An eerie screech from a tree close by ran shivers up and down my spine. It was a screech owl. I didn't like to hear the small owl, for there was a small superstition in the mountains concerning them. It was said that if you heard one owl, it meant nothing at all, but if you heard more than one, it meant bad luck. I lay and listened to the eerie, twittering sound. It was coming from the left of our camp. The creeping sound stopped, and for several moments there was silence. When next I heard the cry, it was coming from the right, and I sat up in alarm. Had it been two owls? My movement had awakened Grandpa, and in a sleepy voice he asked,
"What's the matter? Can't sleep? What you sitting up for?"
"Grandpa, I heard two screech owls," I said.
Grunting and mumbling, he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
"You heard two screech owls? Why, that's nothing. I've heard two. Oh, I see. You're thinking of that bad luck superstition. There's nothing to that. Nothing at all. Now you just lay down and get some sleep. Tomorrow it's going to be a big day."
I tried hard to fall asleep, but I couldn't. I couldn't get the owls out of my mind. Had I really heard two? Were we going to have bad luck? Surely nothing bad could happen, not in such a wonderful hunt. I found peace in my mind by telling myself that the owl had simply changed trees. Yes, that must have been it. He must have flown from one tree to another. The next morning, while having breakfast, Grandpa started kidding me about the screech owls.
"Wish you could have caught one of those owls last night. We could have boiled them in our coffee pot. I've heard there's nothing like strong owl hoot coffee."
It wasn't an owl hoot, Grandpa. It was a screech owl. And I don't know for sure if I heard one or two, but it could have just been one. Pointing to a small red oak, I said, "I think the first one I heard over here, and the next one, he was over in that direction. Maybe he just changed trees. I sure hope so." Grandpa saw that I was bothered.
"You don't believe none of that hogwash superstition, do you? Bad luck. Bah, there's nothing to that."
Pa laughed and said, "These mountains are full of that jinx stuff. If a man believed it all, he'd go crazy." The encouraging words from Pa and Grandpa helped some, but there was still some doubt. It's hard for a young boy to completely forget things like that. Breakfast over, our gear stowed back in the buggy, we left Bluebird Creek. On that day, Grandpa drove a little faster than he had on the previous one. I was glad for this, for I was anxious to reach the campground. About noon, he stopped the teams. I heard him ask Pa, "Is this Black Fox Hollow?" "No, this is Waterfall. Black Fox is the next one over. Why?"
"Well, there's supposed to be a white flag at the mouth of Black Fox. That's where we leave the road, and the camp is in the river bottom."
By this time, I was so excited I stood up in the boggy box so I could get me a better view.
"Maybe you ought to step on them a little bit, Grandpa. It's getting kind of late."
Pa joined in with his loud laughter. "Oh, you just take her easy. We'll get there in plenty of time. Besides, these mares, they can't fly." Well, I saw the flag first. "There it is, Grandpa!" I shouted.
"Where?"
"Over there. See that tied on that grapevine?" As we left the main road, I heard Pa say, "Boy, look at all these tracks. Sure must have been a lot of traveling on this road."
"Well, that smoke over there, that must be coming from the camp."
When we came in sight of the camp, I couldn't believe what I saw. I stared in amazement. I'd never seen so many people in one gathering. Tents were spread out all over an acre and a half of ground, all colors and shapes and sizes. There was odd-looking cars and buggies and wagons and saddle horses. I heard Grandpa almost in a whisper,
"I knew there was a lot of people here, but I never expected so many."
I saw the astonished look on my father's face. Off to one side of the camp, under a large black gum tree, we set up our camp. I tied my dogs to the buggy and fixed a nice little bed for them under it. After everything was taken care of, I asked if we could look around the camp.
Sure, Grandpa said. Go any place you want to, just don't get in anyone's way.
I started walking through the large camp. Everyone was friendly. I heard a voice say,
"That's the boy who owns them 2 little red hounds. I heard they're pretty good."
If my head could have gotten any bigger, I knew it would bust. I walked on, straight as a cane brake. I looked at the hounds. They were tied in pairs here and there. I'd seen many coon hounds, but none that would equal these. These were red bones and blue ticks and walkers and bloodhounds. I marveled at their beauty. All were spotlessly clean with slick and glossy coats, and I saw the beautiful leather leashes and brass-studded collars. Well, I thought of my dogs. They were tied with small cotton ropes and had collars made from old check-line leather. As I passed from one set of dogs to another, I couldn't help but wonder if I even had a chance of winning. I knew that in the vein of these hounds flowed the purest of breeding blood. No finer coon hounds could have been found anywhere. They came from the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, the bayou country of Louisiana, the red river bottoms of Texas, and the flinty hills of the Ozarks. Walking back through the camp, I could feel the cold fingers of doubt squeezing on my heart. One look at my dogs drove all that doubt away. In the eyes of little Ann, it seemed I could read this message. "Don't worry, just wait, we'll show 'em." That night, Grandpa said, "Tomorrow we'll have you having the contest for the best-looking hound. Which one are you going to enter?" I told him I didn't think I'd enter either one of my dogs. They were so little, I didn't think they'd have a chance. Well, Grandpa got all huffed up, and he said, "It don't make any difference how little they are. They're coon hounds, aren't they?" Well, I asked him if he had seen any of the other hounds. "Yes, I seen 'em all. Sure, they're big and good-looking dogs, too, but that make no difference. I don't care if your dogs are no bigger than a snuff can. They still have a chance. Now, which one are you going to be entering?" I couldn't decide, I said. I'll think it over tonight, and I'll let you know tomorrow." The next morning, when I stopped outside the tent, I saw men everywhere. They were combing and brushing their dogs, waiting and giving them some pruning for their beauty contest. Beautiful combs and brushes were going to be brushing expensive oils into their glossy hair. Going over my dogs, I stood and looked at them. I started to untie old Dan, but taking a closer look at him, I could see he'd never win no beauty contest. His face and ears were a mess of old scars caused by many fights with tough old coons and bobcats. I held his head in my hands and felt sorry for him, but loved him that much more. I looked little Ann over and couldn't see any scars. I laughed because I knew why. She was too smart to walk right up in the face of a fight. She would just wait until old Dan took over and then dart in. I untied her rope and walked her over to our tent. My father and grandfather were gone. No doubt they were over in some tents visiting old friends and making new ones. Looking around to find something I could use to groom my dogs, I saw Grandpa's open suitcase. There, right on top, was the very thing I needed. His beautiful bone-handled hairbrush and his ivory comb. Picking them up, I turned them over and over in my hand. Little Ann stood staring at me. Impulsively, I reached down and raked her from shoulder to hip with the brush. She seemed to like it. I knew I shouldn't do it, but I decided to use them anyhow. Knowing I had no oils, I got some butter from our grocery box, and with the homemade butter and Grandpa's hair set, I brushed her until she shone. All the time I was grooming her, she tried to lick the butter from my hands. The job completed, I stepped back and inspected her. I was surprised at the change. Her short red hair glistened and every one in perfect place. Shaking my finger at her, I said, "Now if you lay down and roll, I'm going to wear you out." Although I knew I wouldn't. Hearing a lot of movement outside, I looked out. Men were setting their dogs up on a long table which was built in the center of the campground. Leading little Ann to it, I picked her up and set her on the table too. I told her to act like a lady. She wagged her tail as though she understood, and I untied the rope and stepped back. After the dogs were all lined up, the judging started. 4 judges walked around and around the table, looking at them from all angles. When one of them would point at a hound, he was taken down and was eliminated from the contest. Dog after dog was disqualified, yet little Ann was still on the table. My eyes were wide, my throat was dry, and my heart was just a thumping. One judge stopped in front of little Ann. My heart stopped too. Reaching over, he patted her on the head. Turning to me, he said, "Is this your dog?" I couldn't speak. I just nodded my head. He replied, "She's a beautiful hound." He walked down the line. My heart started beating again. Then there was 8 dogs left. Little Ann was still holding her own. And then there was 4. I was ready to cry. 2 more were taken down, and little Ann and a big Walker hound owned by Mr. Kyle was the only ones left. The judge, they couldn't seem to make up their minds. Everyone started shouting, "Walk 'em! Walk 'em!" Well, I didn't know what they meant. Mr. Kyle and I were told to go to one end of the table. Our dogs were placed on the other end. Mr. Kyle snapped his fingers and called to his dog. The big hound started walking towards his master, and what a beautiful sight he was. He walked like a king. His body was stiff and straight, his head high in the air, and his large muscles quivering and jerking under his glossy coat, but something went wrong. Just before he reached the end, he broke his stride, turned, and then jumped down off the table. A low murmur ran through the crowd. Well, it was my turn. 3 times I tried to call to little Ann. Words that just wouldn't come out of my throat. My mouth and throat was too dry. The vocal cords refused to work, but I could snap my fingers, and that was all I needed. She started towards me, and I held my breath. There was silence all around me. As graceful as any queen, with her head high in the air, her long red tail arched in a perfect rainbow, my little dog walked down that table. With her warm gray eyes staring straight at me, on she came. Walking up to me, she laid her head on my shoulder, and as I put my arms around her, the crowd exploded. During the commotion, I heard and felt hands clapping me on the back, and heard the words, "Congratulations," time after time. The head judge came over and made a speech. He handed me a small silver cup, and he said, "Congratulations, son. It was justly won." Well, the tears just come a-rolling. I gathered my dog up in my arms and walked to our tent, and Grandpa followed, proudly carrying the cup. That evening, the head judge stepped up on the table. He had a small box in his hand. He said, "Here, here, men. I have some announcements to make." We all gathered round. In a loud voice, he said, "Gentlemen, the contest will start tonight. I'm sure most of you men have been in these hunts before, and for those that haven't, I'll explain the rules. Each night 5 sets of dogs will be taken out to hunt. A judge will go along with each a pair of the hounds, and every morning the judges will turn in that night's catch. The 2 hounds that tree the most coons will qualify for the championship runoff. The other 4 sets will be eliminated from the hunt. Of course, if there is a tie, both sets will qualify. And on the following nights, only those hounds tying the first night's score or getting better will be in the runoff. Now, gentlemen, this hunt must be carried out in a sportsmanlike way. If the coon is treed where he cannot be caught, such as in a bluff, it will not be counted. You must catch the coon, skin it, and turn the hide over to your judge. You're allowed to take an axe, a lantern, and a gun with birdshot, which you can use to get a coon out of the tree. 25 sets of hounds have been entered into the hunt, and in this box I have 25 cards. Everyone in the contest will now line up for the drawing. The card you draw will tell you what night your hounds are to hunt." Walking along the line, I noted the beautiful red coats and the caps and the soft leather boots worn by the other hunters. I felt out of place in my faded blue overalls and old sheepskin coat and scuffed and worn shoes, but to the wonderful men it made no difference. They treated me like a man, even talked to me like a man. And when it came my time to draw, my hand was shaking so hard I could hardly get it in the box. Pulling the card out, I saw that I had drawn the 4th night. After the hunters had left, we stood around our campfires, sipping black coffee and listening to the baying of the hounds. Time after time, we heard the tree bark. Once 2 hounds came close to the camp, out on the trail, and we listened to their steady bawling. All at once they stopped. After several minutes of waiting, a hunter said, "You know what? That old coon tucked to the river, and some way he's fooled them dogs." Another put in, "Yeah, he sure has." A friendly hunter looked at me and asked, "You think he'd fool your dogs?" Thinking the question over, I said, "You know, sometimes when I was hunting, way back in the mountains or down on the river, I'd sing a little song I made up myself. And one of the verses goes kind of like this. You can swim the river, old Mr. Ringtail, and play your tricks out one by one. It won't do any good, Mr. Old Ringtail. My little Nan, she knows every one." Well, the hunters roared with laughter, and some slapped me on the back. Tired and sleepy, with a smile on my face, I went off to bed. The next morning, 2 big blue tick hounds from the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee came out in the lead with 3 big coons to their credit. The other 4 sets were eliminated. The following morning, all 5 sets of dogs were eliminated. None had even tied the blue ticks. All those 2 sets had gotten 2 coons, and one of these had treed a third in a bluff. That day, while eating dinner, my grandfather asked me if my dogs had ever treed through coons in one night. Well, I said, "Yeah, 4 different times, but that's it." "Where do you think we should hunt on our night?" Pa asked. Well, I told him if we could get our judge to go with us in the buggy, we'd be better off if we could go far downriver and get out of range where other dogs were hunting. "Well, that's a good idea. I'll go see what the judges think about it." And while I was washing the dishes, Grandpa said, "Well, I think I'll best go shave." I should have left the tent then, but I wasn't done with my dishwashing. With a pin, Grandpa hung a small mirror on the tent wall, and after much snorting and mumbling and screwing on his face this way and that, the job was completed. Dabbing a little water on his iron gray hair, he reached for his brush and his comb. From the corner of my eye, I watched him. I had tried to clean that beautiful brush, but hadn't been able to get all the short red hairs from it. With 2 fingers, Grandpa pulled some of the hair from the bristles, and holding it out in front of him, he looked it over closely. And then, bending over close to the mirror and peeking over his glasses, he inspected his head. Straightening up, he looked at the brush again, and turning around quickly, he looked at me straight and said, "Say, young." Not waiting any more, I scooted for the door. Crawling under the buggy, I lay down between my dogs. I knew he wouldn't be mad at me, but it'd be the best to stay out of the way for a while. The 3rd night, the blue ticks were tied by 2 black and tan hounds from the bayou country of Louisiana. All that day I was restless. I prowled around camp. Every little while I'd go and see how old Dan and little Ann were. Once I took 2 weenies from our groceries, and I heated them up and gave them to my dogs for a treat. Old Dan swallowed his down in one gulp and looked at me and to say, "Is that all?" Little Ann ate hers in a ladylike way. I could have sworn I'd seen a little grin on her face. Grandpa was hopping around like a grasshopper, going here and there. Once passing a tent, I heard his voice. Well, I knew he was bragging about my dogs, and I smiled to myself. Another hunter stopped me and asked, "Is it true that your hounds treed 6 coons in one night? 3 in one tree, or is that old man out there just blowing off some steam?" Well, I told him my grandfather had a wee bit of steam, but he was the best grandpa a boy could ever have. Well, he patted me on the head, turned, and walked away laughing. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. In the afternoon, our judge came over and introduced himself. He told us he'd be going with us that night. About sundown, we piled in our buggy and drove a few miles downriver. I noticed other hunters doing the same thing. Everyone was trying to get away from the already hunted territory. It was dark by the time Grandpa stopped. I untied the ropes for my dogs. Little Ann reared up at me and whined. Old Dan walked off a few yards, stretched his body, and dragged his claw through the soft bottom soil. Opening his mouth, he let out one loud bawl and then disappeared into the thick timber. Little Ann was right on his heels. We took off after them. Grandpa got nervous. He said to me, "Don't you think you ought to whoop 'em to 'em a bit?" I told him to wait a little while. There'd be plenty of time for whooping. He snorted and thought a hunter always whooped to his dogs. "Well, I do, Grandpa, but not before they strike a trail." So we walked on. Every now and then we'd stop and listen. I could hear the loud snuffing of old Dan. Once we caught a glimpse of little Ann as she darted across an opening that was bathing in moonlight. She was as silent as a ghost and quick as a fleeting shadow. Pa said, "Well, it sure is a beautiful night for hunting, guys." The judge said, "Oh, you can't beat these Ozark Mountain nights for beauty. I don't care where you go." Grandpa started to say something, and his voice was drowned out by the bell-like cry of little Ann. In a whisper, I said, "Come on, Dan. Hurry up and help her." As if to answer to my words, his deep voice hammered its way up through the river bottoms, and I felt the blood tingling in my veins. That wonderful feeling that only a hunter knows crept over my body. Looking over at Grandpa, I said, "Now you can whoop." Jerking off his hat, throwing back his head, he let out a yell. It wasn't a whoop or a screech, it was halfway zip betwixt, and everyone laughed. The coon was running upriver towards our campground. We turned and followed. I could tell by the dogs' voices they were running side by side and were hot on the trail. Closing my eyes, I could almost see them running, bodies stretched out to their fullest length, legs pounding up and down in white steam, rolling from their hot breath in the frosty night. Grandpa got tangled up in some underbrush and lost his hat and spectacles, and it took us a while to find the glasses. Pa said something about getting them wired on with baling wire, and Grandpa snorted, and the judge laughed. The coon crossed the river and ran on upstream, and soon my dogs were out of hearing distance. I told Pa we'd better stay on our side of the river and keep going until we could hear them again. 20 minutes later, we heard them coming back, and we stopped. I think they crossed back to our side," I said. All at once, the voices of my dogs were drowned out by a loud roar. "What in the world was that?" Grandpa said. "I don't know," the judge said. "Reckon it was wind or thunder." About that time, we heard it again. The judge started laughing. "I know what that is. Those hounds have run that coon right back by our camp. That noise we heard was the other hunters whooping up to them." Everyone laughed. A few minutes later, I heard my dogs bawl and treed. On reaching the tree, Pa ran his hand back under his coat and he pulled out Grandpa's gun. "Well, that's a funny-looking gun," the judge said. "That's a 410 gauge pistol, is it?" "Well, it's the very thing for this kind of work. You couldn't kill a coon with it if you tried, especially if you got bird shot. All it will do is sting his hide a little." At the crack of the gun, the coon gave a loud squall and jumped. My dogs lost no time in killing him. We skinned the coon, and soon were on our way again. The next time my dogs treed, they were across the river from us. Finding a little riffle, they pulled off our shoes and we started across. Grandpa, very gingerly, started picking his way. His tender old feet moved from one smooth rock to another. Everything was fine until we reached midstream where the current was much stronger. Well, he stepped on a loose round rock and it rolled and down he went. As the cold river water touched his body, he let out a yell that could have been heard for miles. He looked so funny we couldn't help but for laughing. Pa and the judge helped him to his feet. Laughing every step of the way, we finally reached the other side. Grandpa kept going on in his wet clothes until he reached the tree where the dogs were. After killing the coon, we built a large fire so Grandpa could dry his clothes. He'd get up as close to the fire as he could and stand this way and that. And he looked so funny standing there in his long underwear steaming away. I started rolling with laughter. He looked over at me and snapped.
What's so blasted funny?
Nothing.
Well, then why are you laughing?
At this remark, Pa and the judge laughed until their eyes started watering. Mumbling and grumbling, Grandpa said,
Well, if you fellers were as cold as I am, you wouldn't be laughing.
We knew we shouldn't be laughing, but we couldn't help ourselves. The judge looked at his watch.
Well, it's after 3 o'clock. Do you think they'll tree another one?
As if to throw the words back in the judge's face, old Dan opened up, and I stood up and whooped.
Woo-wee! Get 'em, Dan, get 'em! Put 'em in a little tree.
There was a mad scramble, and Grandpa tried to get his britches on backwards. The judge and Pa ran over to help him with his shoes. Each one of them tried to put a shoe on the wrong foot, and I was laughing so hard I couldn't do nothing. 100 yards from the fire, I realized we had forgotten the coon skins, and I ran back for them. My dogs had jumped the coon in swampland. He tore out for the river bottoms, and I could tell they were close to him by their fast bawling. All at once their baying stopped. We stood and listened. Old Dan bawled tree a few more times and stopped.
What happened?
Grandpa asked. Well, I told him the coon had probably pulled some kind of trick. Coming up with my dogs, we could see they were working up and down an old rail fence, and we stood and watched. And every now and then, old Dan would rear up on a large hackberry tree that was standing about 7 feet from the fence and bawl treed. As of yet, little Ann had not bawled the tree bark. We watched her. She was working everywhere. She climbed up on the rail fence and followed its zigzaggy course until she disappeared into the darkness. I told Pa I was sure the coon had walked that rail fence, and in some way they had fooled my dogs. Old Dan would keep coming back to that hackberry tree. He would rear up and bawl treed. We walked up to him. Looking the tree over, we could see that the coon wasn't in it. The judge says,
Well, looks like he has them fooled. Maybe you better call him off, Grandpa said. We can go someplace else and hunt. We gotta get one more coon, even if I have to tree it myself.
Well, for some reason, no one laughed at his remark. Well, it's almost daylight, Billy, Pa said. Yeah, that's what has me worried. We don't have any time to do any more hunting. If we lose this one, we're beat. Hearing the word beat, Grandpa began to fidget.
What do you think happened? How do you figure the coon fooled him?
I don't know for sure. He must have walked that rail fence. That hackberry tree has something to do with his trick, but I don't know what yet.
Son, I wouldn't feel too badly if I was you. I've seen some of the very best hounds fooled by a smart old coon.
Regardless of all this discouraging talk, the love and belief I had in my little red hounds never faltered. I could see them now and then, leaping over old logs and tearing through the underbrush, sniffing and searching for that lost trail. My heart swelled with pride. I whooped and urged them on. And in a low voice, the judge said,
I'll give 'em one thing, they don't give up easy.
Birds began to cheep all around us, and the sky took on a light gray color. The tiny, dim stars were blinking the night away.
Well, looks like we're beat. It's getting to be daylight, Pa said. And at that moment, the loud, clear voice of a red-boned hound bawling treed ran through the river bottoms. It was the voice of little Ann. Sucking in a mouthful of air, I held it. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs. I closed my eyes tight and gritted my teeth to keep the tears from coming. Well, let's go get him, Grandpa said. No, just wait a minute, I said. Why? He said. We wait until old Dan gets there. It's daylight now, and if we walk up to that tree, the coon might jump out. It's hard to keep a coon in a tree after daylight. Let's wait until old Dan gets there. Then, if he jumps, he won't have a chance to get away. Well, the boy's right, the judge said. It is hard to keep a coon in a tree after daylight. Just then we heard old Dan, his deep voice shattering the morning silence, searching for the lost trail. He had crossed the fence and worked his way out into the old field. Turning around, we saw him a-comin'. He was a red blur in the gray morning shadows. Coming up the trail fence, and without breaking his stride, he raised his body into the air. About halfway over, and still in the air, he let out a bawl. Hitting the ground with a loud grunt, he ran past us, and everyone gave him a whoop. Ahead was a deep washout, about 10 foot wide, and on the other side was a canebrake. His long red body, stretched to the fullest length, seemed to float in the air as he sailed over, and we could hear the tall stalks rattling as he plowed his way through. A bunch of sleepy snowbirds rose from the thick cane and flitted over and settled in a row on the old rail fence. Nearing the tree, we could see it was a tall sycamore, and there in the high top was a coon. Grandpa threw himself a fit. He hopped around, whooping and hollering. He threw his old hat down on the ground and jumped up and down on it. Then he ran over and kissed little Ann right on the head. After we killed and skinned that coon, the judge said, "Let's walk back to that old fence. I think I know how that old fella pulled his trick." Back at the fence, the judge stood and looked around for a few minutes, and smiling, he said, "Yeah, that's how he did it." "How?" Grandpa asked. Still smiling, the judge said, "That old coon, he walked this rail fence, and coming even with that hackberry tree, he leapt up onto its side, and then climbed up. Notice how thick the timber's up there. See that limb way over there in the top, that one that runs over and almost touches that sycamore?" Well, he saw what he meant. That coon walked out on that limb, leapt over and caught that sycamore limb. And I repeated this over and over from tree to tree, and he worked his way far out into the river bottom. What I can't figure out is how that hound found him. Gazing at little Ann, he shook his head and said, "I've been hunting coons and judging coon hunts for nigh on to 40 year, and I ain't never seen nothing like that." Looked over at me. "Well, son, you've tired the leading teams. There's only one more night of eliminations. Even if some of them get more than 3 coons, you'll still be in the running. And from what I've seen here, you got yourself a good chance at winning that cup." I knew that little Ann had scented the coon in the air, same as she had the ghost coon. I walked over and knelt down by her side. The things I wanted to say to her, I couldn't, for the knot in my throat, but I'm sure she understood. As we came into the campground, the hunters came out of their tents and gathered about us. The judge held up the 3 big coon hides, and there was a roar from the crowd. One fella shouted, "Well, that's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen." "What was a beautiful sight?" Grandpa asked. "Last night, those little red hounds brought that coon right through camp." The judge said, "We figured that's what they must have did when we heard that noise." Laughing, the man said, "We heard them when they was running up on the other side of the river. Way up above here they crossed over. We could tell they were coming back, so we doused out all the fires, and sure enough, they came right through camp. Those 2 little hounds couldn't have been 50 yards behind that coon, running side by side. And boy, they were picking them up and laying them down, bawling every time their feet touched the ground. I tell you, that's the prettiest sight I ever saw."
When the judge started telling about the last coon little Ann had treed, I took my dogs over to her tent and fed and watered them. After they'd had their fill, I gave them a good run-down with a piece of gunny sack. Taking them out to the buggy, I tied them up and I stood and watched while they twisted around in the hay making their bed. That night I tried to get some sleep in our tent, but the soaking Grandpa had taken in the river had given him a cold and causing him to snore. I never heard such a racket in all my life. I'd have sworn he rattled the paper sacks in our grocery boxes. Taking a blanket, I went out to my dogs. Little Ann had wiggled up close to old Dan as she could. Prying them apart, I lay down between them and fell asleep. The last night of eliminations turned out like the second night. None of the judges turned in more than 2 hides. That day, about noon, the owners of the other winning teams and I were called for a conference with the head judge. He said, "Gentlemen, the eliminations are over. Only 3 sets of hounds are left for the runoff. The winner of tonight's hunt will receive the gold cup, and if there's a tie for the championship, naturally there'll be another runoff." He shook hands with each of us and wished us good luck. Tensions began to build up in the camp. Here and there hunters were standing in small groups talking. Others could be seen going in and out of tents with rolls of money in their hands. Grandpa was the busiest one of all. His voice could be heard over all camp. Men were looking at me, talking in low tones, and I strutted like a turkey gobbler. That evening, while we were having supper, a hunter dropped by. He had a small box in his hand. He said, "Everyone agreed that we should have us a jackpot for the winner. I've been picked to do the collecting." Well, Grandpa said, "Well, you might as well just leave it here now." Looking at me, the hunter said, "Son, I think almost every man in this camp is hoping you win it, but it's not going to be easy. You're going up against 4 of the finest hounds there are." Turning to my father, he said, "Did you know those 2 big Walker hounds have won 4 cups already?" Very seriously, Pa said, "You know, I have 2 mules down at my place. One is almost as big as a barn, and the other one ain't much bigger than a jackrabbit. But that little mule will outpull the big one every time." Smiling to the hunter, as he turned to leave, he said, "You could be right." Pa asked me again where I thought we should start hunting. Well, I'd been thinking about this all day. I'd said, "Remember where we jumped that last coon in the swamp?" "Yeah." "Well, the way I figure it, more than one coon lives in that swamp. It's a good place for them to be with lots of crawfish and minnows in those potholes. If a hound jumps one of them, he has a good chance to tree 'em." "Why's that, Billy?" "Well, it's a long ways back to the river and about the same distance to the mountains. Either way he runs, a dog can get pretty close to him, so he'd have to take to a tree pretty quick." That evening we climbed into Grandpa's buggy and headed for the swamp. It was dark by the time we reached it. Grandpa handed Pa his gun, saying, "Well, you're getting to be a pretty good shot with that thing." "Well, I hope to do a lot of shooting tonight," Pa said. And under my breath, I said, "I do too." After untying the ropes for my dogs, I held onto their collars for a minute, and pulling them up close, I knelt down and whispered, "This is the last night. I'll know you do your best." They seemed to understand, and tugged at their collars, and when I turned them loose, they started for the timber. Just as they reached the dark shadows, they stopped, turned around, and stared straight at me for an instant. The judge saw that strange action. Laying a hand on my shoulder, he asked, "What do they say there, son?" "Nothing that anyone could understand, but I can feel they know this hunt is important. They know it just as well as you and I." It was little Ann who found the trail. Before the echo of her sharp cry had died away, old Dan's deep voice floated out of the swamp. "Well, let's go," Pa said eagerly. "No, let's just wait a minute again," I said. "Wait, why?" Well, we want to see which way he's going to run. The coon broke out of the swamp and headed for the river. Listening to my dogs, I could tell they were close to him, and I said to Pa, I don't think he's going to make the river. They're right on his heels. By the time we circled the swamp, they were ball and treed. The judge said, Boy, that was fast. Well, I felt my father's hand on my shoulder, and looking at me, he smiled and nodded his head. Pa and I knew I had judged that coon perfectly. He didn't have time to reach the river or the mountains. My dogs had treed that coon in a tall ash which stood about 50 yards from the river. I knew that 50 yards had saved us a good hour because he could pull trick after trick if he had gotten into the water. We spied the coon in the topmost branch. At the crack of the gun, he ran far out on the limb and jumped. He landed in an old fallen treetop, and he scooted out through it, and coming out on the other side, he ran for the river. The tangled mass of limbs slowed my dogs, but they all but tore the treetop apart getting out of it. And the coon was just one step ahead of them as they reached the river, and we heard them hit the water. Running over, we stood and watched the fight. The coon was at home in the river. He crawled up on old Dan's head, trying to force him under. Before he could do it, little Ann reached up and pulled him off. In a scared voice, Pa said, That water looks deep to me. Well, maybe you better call them off, said the judge. That's a big coon, and he could drown one of them easily in that deep water. Call them off? Why, you couldn't whip them off with a stick. There's no use for anyone getting scared. They know exactly what they're doing. I've seen them do it more times than one. Grandpa was excited and scared. He was jumping up and down, whooping and hollering. Pa raised the gun to aim. I jumped and grabbed his arm. Don't do that! You'll hit one of my dogs. Yelling round and round in the deep water, the fight went on. The coon climbed onto old Dan's head and sank his teeth into one of his long, tender ears. Old Dan bawled with pain, and little Ann swam in and caught the coon by one of the hind legs in her mouth. She tried hard to pull him off, and all three disappeared under the water, and I held my breath. The water churned and boiled. All three came out from the top about the same time. The coon was between the bank we were standing on and my dogs, and he swam towards us. They caught him again just as he reached shore, and he fought his way free and ran for a large sycamore. Old Dan caught him just as he started up, and I knew that was the end of the fight. After it was all over, and the coon had been skinned, Grandpa said, I hope we don't have to go through that again. For a while, I'm sure I thought your dogs were goners. The judge said, Well, have you ever seen that? Look over there. Old Dan was standing perfectly still with eyes closed and head hanging down. Little Ann was licking at his cuts and bleeding ears. Well, she always does that. If you'll watch, when she gets done with him, he'll do the same for her, I said. We stood and watched until they finished doctoring each other, and then, trotting side by side, they disappeared into the darkness. We followed along, stopping now and then to listen. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Looking up the sky, Pa said, It doesn't seem to look good up there. I think we're heading for a storm. The sky had turned to dark gray, and fast-moving clouds were rolling across the heavens. Grandpa said, Looks like we're gonna be getting some wind, too. Scared and thinking everyone might want to stop hunting because of a few clouds, I said, If a storm is brewing, it'll be a good night for hunting. All game stirs just before a storm. 30 minutes later, Pa spoke up. Listen. We stood still. A low moaning sound could be heard from the tops of the tall sycamores. Grandpa said, I was afraid of that. We're getting some wind. We heard a rattling in the leaves and underbrush, and it began to sleet. The air turned cold and chilly. From downriver, we heard the deep baying of a hound on a trail. It was old Dan, and a second later the rhythmic crying of little Ann could be heard. Swallowing the lump that jumped up in my throat, I whooped as loud as I could. The ground was turning white with sleet. The storm had really set in. We hurried along, and I said to Pa, "If this keeps up, that old coon won't run long. He'll be heading for his den."
"Well, if it gets much worse, I know some coon hunters that won't be running very long. They'll be frozen too stiff to run."
The judge asked if there was any danger of getting lost. "Well, I don't know. It's all strange country to me," Pa said. My dogs' voices sounded far away, and I knew they were much closer than they sounded as they were downwind from us. Finding 3 big sycamores growing close together, we stopped on the leeward side. Pa shouted above the wind, "I don't know if we can take much more of this."
"It is getting bad. It looks like it's gonna get worse yet, too," Grandpa said.
"Well, you can't see 15 feet ahead of us," the judge said. "You think we can find the buggy?" "I think we can find the buggy all right," Pa said. I could not hear the voices of my dogs any longer, and this worried me. I didn't want to leave them out in the storm.
"Can anyone hear the hounds?"
Grandpa asked. "I can't," Pa spoke up. The judge spoke as well. "Fellers, I think we best go in. There's no telling where they are. They may have crossed the river." Scared and knowing I had to do something, I said,
"Well, they're closer than you think. They probably treed by now. You just can't hear by this wind. Let's just go on a little further."
There was no reply, and no one made a move to leave the shelter of the trees, and taking a few steps, I said, "I'll take the lead. You just follow me." "Billy, we can't find them," Pa said. "You can't see or hear a thing. We had best start back for camp." "I think so, too," the judge said. At this remark, I cried, "I've been out in storms like this before all by myself. I'd never leave my dogs in the woods, and I'm not going to be now, even if I have to look for them by myself." No one answered. "Let's just go a bit further," I begged. I just know we'll hear 'em." Still, no one spoke or made a move to go on. Stepping over to my father, I buried my face in his old Mackinaw coat. Sobbing, I pleaded with him not to turn back. He patted my head. "Billy, a man could freeze to death in this storm, and besides, your dogs all give up and come on in."
"That's what has me worried. They won't come in, they won't, Pa. Little Ann might, but not old Dan. He'll die before he'll leave a coon in a tree."
Pa was undecided. Making up his mind, he stepped away from the tree and said to the others, "I'm going with them. You fellas coming or going back?" He turned and followed me. Grandpa and the judge, they fell in behind. By this time, the ground was covered with thin white layer of sleet, and we kept slipping and falling. I could hear Grandpa grumbling and mumbling. The wind-driven sleet stung our skin like thousands of prickling needles, and strong winds growled and moaned through the tops of the tall timber. Once, during the momentary lull in the storm, I thought I heard the baying of a hound. I told my father that I thought I heard old Dan. "From which direction?" he asked. "From that way," and I pointed to our left. We started on. A few minutes later, Pa stopped and shouted to my grandfather, "You hear anything?"
"No, I can't hear nothing in this storm,"
Grandpa shouted back. "Well, I thought I did, but I'm not sure," the judge said. "Where do you figure it was coming from?" Pa asked.
"Or that way,"
the judge said, pointing to our right. "Well, that's the way it sounded to me as well," Pa said, and at that moment all of us heard the deep voice of old Dan.
"It sounds like they're close,"
Grandpa said. "Well, let's split up," said the judge. "Maybe one of us can find them." "No," Pa said. "It'll be easy to get lost in this storm. We'll stay together."
"I think there are more to the right of us," I said.
"Well, I do too." Pa said. We trudged on. Old Dan bawled again. The sound of his voice seemed to be all around us. Well, the way that wind is whipping the sound through this timber, we'll be lucky if we'll ever find 'em, the judge said. Pa shouted over the roar of the wind. We can't take much more of this. We'll freeze to death. The men were giving up, and I felt the knot again as it crawled up my throat. Salt water froze on my eyelashes. Kneeling down, I put my ear close to the icy ground in hopes that I could hear my dogs, but I couldn't hear anything above the roar of the blizzard. Standing up, I peered this way and that. All I could see was a white wall of whirling sleet, and I closed my eyes and said a silent prayer, hoping for a miracle. We heard a sharp crack and a loud crashing noise. A large limb torn from a tree by the strong winds fell to the ground. The sharp crack of the limb gave me an idea. Shouting to my father, I said, Shoot the gun. If my dogs are close enough to hear it, maybe little Ann will come to us. Pa didn't hesitate. Pointing the gun high over his head, he pulled the trigger, and the sharp crack rang through into the teeth of the storm. We waited. Just when I had given up all hope and had sunk to the lowest depth of despair, out of the white wall of driving sleet, my little dog came to me. I felt down and gathered her into my arms. Taking one of the lead ropes from my pocket, I tied her to her collar, and I said, Find him, little girl. Find old Dan. Right then, I didn't care about coons or gold cups or anything. All I wanted was my dogs. I don't know how she did it. Straight into the face of the storm she led us. Time after time she'd stop, turn her head this way and that. I knew she couldn't scent or see anything. Instinct alone was guiding her. Over a winding, twisting trail we followed. And coming out of the bottoms, she led us into a thick canebrake, the tall stalks sheltering us from the storm. The roar of the wind didn't seem as loud, and like ghostly figures, large trees loomed out of the almost solid mass. Falling and stumbling, we kept pushing on. Grandpa shouted, Hold up a minute. I'm just about all in. We stopped. Do you think that hound knows where she's taking us? Maybe she's just taking us in circles, the judge asked. Looking at me, Pa said, I hope she does. Some of these canebrakes cover for miles. If we get lost in here, we'll be in bad shape. Grandpa said, I think we've gone too far. The last time I heard old Danny, it sounded quite close. Well, that was because the wind was carrying the sound, I said. The judge spoke up. Fellas, no dog is worth the lives of 3 men. Now let's do the smart thing and get out of here while we can. Our clothes are wet, and if we keep on wandering around in this jungle, we'll freeze to death. It don't look like this blizzard's going to be letting up any time soon. I could hear the roar of the blizzard back in the thick timber of the bottoms. 2 large limbs began rubbed together by the strong wind made a grinding, creaking sound, and the tall, slender cane around us rattled and swayed. I could feel the silence closing in. I knew the judge's cold logic had had its effect on my father and grandfather. The men had given up. There was no hope left for me. Kneeling down, I put my arms around little Ann, and I felt the warm heat from her moist tongue caressing my ear, and closing my eyes, I said, Please, Dan, just bawl one more time. Just one more. I waited for my plea to be answered. With its loud roaring, the north wind seemed to be laughing at us. All around, tall stalks of canes were waving and dancing to the rattling rhythm of their knife-edged blades. My father tried to talk above the wind, but his words were carried away into the storm just before another blast. Clear as a foghorn on a stormy night, old Dan's voice rang loud and clear. It seemed louder than the roar of the wind or the skeleton-like rustling of the tall, swaying cane, and I jumped to my feet. My heart did a complete flip-flop, and the knot in my throat felt as big as an apple, and I tried to whoop, but it was of no use. Little Ann bawled and tugged on the rope. There was no mistaking in the direction. We knew that little Ann was right all along, and straight as an arrow she led us to him. Old Dan was treed up in a deep gully, and I slid off the bank and ran to him. His back was covered with a layer of frozen sleet. His frost-covered whiskers stood as straight as porcupine quills. I worked the wedges of ice from between his toes and scraped the sleet from his body with my hands. Little Ann came over and tried to wash his face, and he didn't like it, and jerking loose from me, he ran over to the tree and reared up on it and started bawling. Hearing shouting from the bank above me, I looked up. I could dimly see Pa and the judge through the driving sleet. At first I thought they were shouting at me, but on peering closer I could see they all had their backs to me. Catching hold of some long stalks of cane that were hanging down from the steep bank, I pulled myself up. Pa shouted in my ear, "Something's happened to your grandfather." Turning to the judge, he said, "He's behind you. When was the last time you saw him?" "I don't know for sure. I guess it was back there when we heard that hound bawl." "Didn't you hear anything?" "Hear anything?" the judge exclaimed. "How could I hear anything in all that noise? I thought he was right behind me the whole time, and didn't miss him until we got here." I couldn't hold back the tears. My grandfather was lost and wandering in that white jungle of cane, and screaming for him, I started back. Pa caught me and shouted, "Don't do that!" I tried to tear away from him, but his grip was on my arm firm. "Try shooting the gun," the judge said. Pa shot time after time. It was useless. We got no answer. Little Ann came up out of the washout. She stood and stared at me. Turning, she disappeared quickly into the thick cane, and moments later we heard her. It was a long, mournful cry. The only times I had ever heard my little dog bawl like that was when she was baying at a bright Ozark moon, or when someone was playing a French harp or a fiddle close to her ear. She didn't stop until we reached her. Grandpa lay where he had fallen, face down in the icy sleet. His right foot was wedged in a fork of a broken box elder limb. And when the ankle was twisted, the shearing pain must have made him fall unconscious. Pa worked Grandpa's foot free and turned him over, and I sat down and placed his head in my lap. While Pa and the judge massaged his arms and legs, I wiped the frozen sleet from his eyes and his face. Burying my face into his iron gray hair, I cried and begged God not to let my grandfather die. "I think he's gone," the judge said. I don't think so," Pa said. "He took a bad fall when that limb tripped him, but he hasn't been laying here long enough to be frozen. I think he's just unconscious." Pa lifted him to a sitting position and told the judge to start slapping his face. Grandpa moaned and moved his head. "He's coming around," Pa said. I asked Pa if we could get him back to the gully where old Dan was. I had noticed there was very little wind there, and we could build us a fire. "That's the very place. We'll build a good fire, and one of us can go for help," he said. Pa and the judge made a seat by catching each other's wrists, and they eased Grandpa between them. By the time we reached the washout, Grandpa was fully conscious again and was mumbling and blumbling. He couldn't see why they had to carry him like he was a baby. After easing him down over the bank and down into the gully, we built a large fire. Pa took his knife and cut the boot from Grandpa's swollen foot. Grandpa grunted and groaned with pain. I felt sorry for him, but there was nothing I could do but look on. Pa examined his foot. Shaking his head, he said, "Boy, that's a bad one. It's either broken or it's badly sprained. I best go for help."
Grandpa said. Now, wait just a minute. I'm not going to let you go into that blizzard by yourself. What if something happens to you? No one would know.
What time is it? Pa asked. The judge looked at his watch. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Well, it's not long till daylight, Grandpa said. Then if you want to go, you can see where you're going. Now help me get propped up against this bank. I'll be all right. You don't hurt any more. It's numb now.
Well, I think he's right, the judge said.
Think you can stand it? Pa asked him.
Grandpa roared like a bear.
Sure I can stand it. It's nothing but a sprained ankle. I'm not going to die. Now build that fire up a little more, would ya?
While Pa and the judge made Grandpa comfortable, I carried wood for the fire.
Well, there's no use standing around gawking at me. I'm all right. Get that coon out of that tree. That's what we come for, ain't it?
Up till then, the coon hunting had practically been forgotten. The tree was about 30 feet from our fire, and we walked over and took a good look at it for the first time. My dogs, seeing that we were finally paying attention to them, started bawling and running around the tree. It's not much of a tree, just an old box elder snag. There's not a limb on it. Oh, I can't see any coon, but must be hollow, said the judge. Pa rapped on its side with the axe, and it gave forth a loud booming sound. It's hollow, all right. He stepped back a few steps, and scraping his feet on the slick ground for a good footing, he said, Stand back and get a hold of them hounds. I'm going to cut it down. We need some wood for the fire anyway. Squatting down between my dogs, I held on to their collars. Pa notched the old snag as it would fall away from our fire. As the heavy axe chewed its way into the tree, it began to lean and crack. Pa stopped chopping and he said to the judge, Come on and give me a hand. I think we can push it over. After much grunting and pushing, snapping and popping, it fell. I turned my dogs loose. On hitting the ground, the snag split and broke up. Goggle-eyed, I stood rooted in my tracks, watching 3 big coons roll out of a busted old trunk. One started up the washout, running between us and the fire, and old Dan caught him when the fight was on. The second coon headed down the washout, and little Ann caught him. Hearing a loud yell from Grandpa, I looked that way, and old Dan and the coon were fighting close to his feet. He was a-yelling and beating at them with his hat, and the judge and Pa ran over to help. The third coon began climbing up the steep bank close to me. Just before he reached the top, his claws slipped on icy mud, tumbling end over end down he came, and I grabbed up a stick, and I threw it at him. Growling and showing his teeth, he started for me. Well, I threw the fight to him then and there. Some 10 yards away I looked back, and he was climbing the bank. That way he made it and disappeared in the thick cane. Hearing a squall of pain from little Ann, I turned, and the coon was really working her over. He'd climbed up on her back and was tearing and slashing, and she couldn't shake him off. Grabbing a club from the ground, I ran over, and I was going to help her. Before we had killed our coon, old Dan came tearing in. We stood and we watched the fight, and when the coon was dead, Pa picked it up and we walked back to the fire. How many coons were in that old snag? Pa asked. I saw 3, I said. The one that got away climbed over in that direction. I pointed in the direction the coon had taken. I never should have pointed. My dogs turned as one, and they started a-bawling and climbing their way up that steep bank, and I shouted and scolded, but it was of no avail. They disappeared into the rattling cane. We stood still, listening to their voices, and the sound died away into the roaring storm. Sitting down close to the fire, I buried my face into my arms and cried. I heard the judge say to my father, Well, that beats anything I ever seen. Why, those dogs can read that boy's mind. He just pointed at that bank and away they went. I'll never see anything like that. I can't understand some of the things they've done tonight. Hounds often aren't that smart. If
If they were collies or some other kind of breed, it'd be different, but they're just red-bone hounds or hunting dogs.
Pa said, I know what you mean. I've seen them do things that I don't understand as well. I never heard of hounds that ever had any affection for anyone, but those dogs there are definitely different. Did you ever know they won't hunt with anyone but him? They won't even hunt with me. Hearing my grandfather call my name, I went over and sat down by his side. Putting his arm around me, he said,
Now, don't you be worrying about them dogs. They'll be all right. It's not long till daylight, and then when it's light out, you can go get 'em.
Yeah, but what if the coon crosses the river? My dogs will follow him, and if they get wet, they'll probably freeze to death.
Well, we'll just wait and hope for the best. Now straighten up and quit that sniffling. Act like a coon hunter. You don't see me bawling, and this old foot is paining me something awful.
Well, I felt better after my talk with Grandpa. Come on, let's go skin those coons, Pa said. And I got up to help him. After the skins were peeled from the carcasses, I had an idea. Holding one up close to the fire until it was warm, I took it and wrapped it around Grandpa's foot. Chuckling, he said,
Boy, that feels good. How about you heat that other skin just the same way?
Well, I kept that up for the rest of the night. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Just before dawn, the storm blew itself out with one last angry roar. It started snowing. A frozen silence settled over the canebrake. Back in the thick timber of the river bottoms, the sharp snapping of frozen limbs could be heard. The tall stalks of wild canes looked exhausted from a hellish night. They were drooped and bending from the weight of the frozen sleet. I climbed out of the deep gully and listened for my dogs. I couldn't hear them, and just as I started back down the bank, I heard something. I listened, and again I heard the sound. Pa was watching me. Can you hear the dogs? He said. No, not the dogs, but I can hear something. What's it sound like? Well, it sounds like someone whooping, I said. Pa and the judge hurried up the bank, and we heard the sound again. It was coming from a different direction. Well, the first time I heard it, it was over that way. Well, that must be the men from camp, the judge said. They must be searching for us. Well, we started a whooping, and the searchers answered. Their voices came from all directions. The first one to reach us was Mr. Kyle. He looked haggard and tired. He asked if everything was all right. Yeah, we're all right, but the old man has a bad ankle. It looks like we're going to have to carry him out. Well, your team broke loose and came back to camp about midnight, Mr. Kyle said. This really spooked us. We were sure something bad had happened, so 25 of us have been searching since then. Several men started down the bank and went over to Grandpa. They looked at his ankle, and one said, Well, I don't think it's broken, but it sure is a bad sprain. Well, you're in luck, another one said. We have one of the best doctors in the state of Texas in our camp, Dr. Charlie Lawman. He'll have him fixed up in no time. Yeah, and if I know Charlie, he'll probably have a small hospital with him. Back in the crowd, I heard another man say, You mean that Loth fella who owns them black and tan hounds? He's a doctor? Sure is one of the best. Mr. Kyle asked where my dogs were, and I told him they were treed somewhere. What do you mean, treed somewhere? He said. Pa explained what had happened. With a wide-eyed look on his face, he said, Do you mean to tell me those hounds stayed with the tree in that blizzard? I nodded. Looking at me, said, Son, I hope they do have that coon treed, 'cause you need that one to win the cup. Those 2 Walker hounds, they caught 3 before the storm came up, and when it got bad, all the hunters they could have done come in. The judge spoke up. I'll always believe that those hounds knew that boy needed another coon to win. If you fellers have seen some of the things those dogs had done, you'd believe it too. One hunter walked over to the broken stag. 3 out of 1 tree, he said. No wonder luck here. That old snag was half full of leaves and grass. Why, that's a regular old den tree. Several of the men walked over, and I heard one say, Well, I've seen this happen before. Remember that big hunt there in the Red River bottoms when the 2 little beagle hounds, they treed 4 coons and an old holler snag? They won that championship, too. Well, I wasn't there, but I remember reading about it, one said. Say, I don't see Benson, Mr. Kyle said. The men started looking at each other. Well, he was searching further down river than the rest of us. Maybe he didn't hear us a-shouting. Some of the men climbed out of the gully. They started a-whooping, and from a distance they heard an answering shout. Oh, he hears us. Here he's a-coming. Everyone looked relieved. Mr. Benson struck the washout a little way above us, and he was breathing hard as he had been running. He started talking as soon as he was within hearing distance. Well, I was scared when I first saw them, he said. I didn't know what they were. They looked like white ghosts. I never did see anything like it. A hunter grabbed Mr. Benson by the shoulder, shaking him. Get a hold of yourself, man. What you be talking about? Mr. Benson took a deep breath to control himself and started again in a much calmer voice. Those 2 hounds, I found them. They're frozen solid, nothing but white tips from the tips of their nose to the ends of their tippy tails. Hearing Mr. Benson's word, I screamed and ran to my father. Everything started whirling around and around. I felt light as a feather, my knees buckled, and I knew no more. Regaining consciousness, I opened my eyes and could dimly see the blurred images of the men around me. A hand was shaking me, and I could hear my father's voice, but I couldn't understand his words. Little by little, the blackness faded away, and my voice was dry, and I was terribly thirsty, and I asked for some water. Mr. Benson came over, and he said, Son, I'm sorry, truly sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Your dogs, they're alive. I was just excited. I'm awfully sorry, son. I heard a deep voice say, That's a hell of a thing to do, come running in here and saying that the dogs are frozen solid. Mr. Benson said, Well, I didn't mean it to sound that way. I said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to do? The deep voice growled again. I think it's still a hell of a thing for a man to do. Mr. Kyle took over. Now, let's not have any more of this. We have work to do. We've been here standing acting like a bunch of school kids. All this time that old man's out there laying there suffering, and a couple of you fellers, you best go cut 2 poles and make a stretcher to carry him. And while the men were getting the poles, Pa heated the coonskins again and wrapped them around Grandpa's foot. With belts and long leather laces from their boots, the hunters made a stretcher. Very gently they put Grandpa on it, and again Mr. Kyle took command. Part of us will start for camp with him. The others, they'll go after the dogs. Here, take this gun, Pa said. I'll go with them. Looking at me, Mr. Kyle said, Well, come on, son. I want to see your hounds. Mr. Benson led the way. Well, as soon as we get out of this cane, we may be able to hear 'em. They have the coon treed in a big black gum tree. You're gonna see a sight now, I mean a sight. They done walked a ring around that tree clear down to the ice and snow, and you can see the bare ground. I wonder why they did that, someone asked. I don't know, Mr. Benson replied, unless they ran in that circle to keep from freezing to death or to keep that coon treed. I figured I knew why my dogs were covered with ice. The coon had probably crossed the river maybe several times, and old Dan and little Ann would have followed him.
They had come out of the river with their coats dripping wet, and the freezing blast of the blizzard had done the rest. Nearing the tree, we stopped and stared. Now, did you ever see anything like that? When I saw them there, I thought they was white wolves. My dogs hadn't seen us when we came up. They were trotting around and around, just as Mr. Benson had said. We could see the path they had worn down through the ice and snow till the bare black earth was visible, and like ghostly white shadows around they trotted. In a low voice, someone says, They know if they stop, they'll freeze to death. Well, that's unbelievable, said Mr. Kyle. Oh, come on. We gotta do something quick. With a choking sob, I ran for my dogs. On hearing our approach, they sat down and started bawling treed. I noticed their voices didn't have that solid ring to it. Their ice-covered tails made a rattling sound as they swished that way and this on the bare, icy ground. A large fire was built. Standing my dogs close to that warm heat, the gentle hands of the hunters went to work. With handkerchiefs and scarves heated with steaming hot, little by little the ice was thawed from their bodies. If they had laid down, they would have froze to death, someone said. And they knew it, too. That's why they kept running that circle. What I can't understand is why they stayed with the tree, Mr. Benson said. I've seen hounds stay with a tree for quite a while, but not in a darn northern blizzard. Men, said Mr. Kyle, people have been trying to understand dogs ever since the beginning of time. One never knows what they'll do. You can read every day where a dog saved the life of a drowning child or laid down his life for his master. Some people call this loyalty. I don't, but I may be wrong, but I call it love. The deepest kind of love. After those words were spoken, a thoughtful silence settled over the men. The mood was broken back by the deep, growling voice I heard back in the washout. It's a shame that people all over the world can't have that kind of love in their hearts, he said. There'd be no more wars or slaughter or murder, no greed or selfishness. It would be the kind of world that God would want us to have. It'd be a wonderful world. After all the ice was thawed from my dogs and their coats were dried out, I could see they were all right. And I was happy again, and I felt good all over. One of the hunters said, You think them coons are thawed out enough to fight a coon? Sure, you just run 'em out of that tree and they'll get 'em, I said. Well, at the crack of the gun, the coon ran far out onto a big limb and stopped. Again, the hunter sprinkled him with some birdshot, and this time he jumped, and hitting the ground, he crouched low. Old Dan made a lunge, and just as he reached him, the coon sprang straight up and came down on his head. Holding down with his claws, the coon sank his teeth into a long, tender ear, and old Dan was furious. He started turning in a circle, bawling with pain, and little Ann was trying hard to get a hold of that coon, but she couldn't. Because of his fast circling, old Dan's feet flew out from under him and he fell. Well, this gave little Ann a chance. Darting in, her jaws closed in on the back of the coon's neck, and I knew the fight was over. Arriving back at camp, I saw that all the tents had been taken down but ours. The hunter said, Everyone was in a hurry to get out before another blizzard sets in. Pa told me to take my dogs into the tent, as Grandpa wanted to see them. I saw tears in my grandfather's eyes as he talked to them. His ankle was wrapped in bandages. His foot and toes were swollen to twice their normal size. They'd turned a greenish-yellow color. Placing my hand on his foot, I could feel the feverish heat. Dr. Lathman came over. Are you ready to go now? He asked. Snorting and growling, Grandpa said, I told you I wasn't going anywhere until I see that gold cup handed to this boy.
Turning to face the crowd, Dr. Lathman said,
"Boys, well, let's get this over. I want this man in town. That's one of the meanest sprains I ever seen, and it ought to be in a cast, but I don't got any plaster with me."
The hunter, who'd come by our tent collecting the jackpot money, came up to me. He handed me the box and said, "Here you are, son. There's over $300 in this box, and it's all yours." Turning to the crowd, he said, "Fellas, I can always say this. On this hunt, I've seen two of the finest little coonhounds I could ever hope to see." There was a roar of approval from the crowd. Looking down, I saw the box was almost full of money. I was shaking all over, and I tried to say thanks, but it only came out as a whisper. Turning, I handed the box to my father. As his rough old hands closed over it, I saw a strange look come over his face, and he turned and looked at my dogs. And some of the men started shouting, "Here it is." The crowd parted, and the judge walked through, and I saw the gleaming metal of the gold cup in his hand. And after a short speech, he handed it to me and saying, "Son, this makes me very proud. It's a great honor to present you with this championship cup." The crowd exploded. The hunter's shouts were deafening. I don't know from where the two silly old tears came out. They just squeezed their way out, and I felt them as they rolled down my cheeks, and one dropped on the smooth surface of the cup and splattered, and I wiped it away with my sleeve. Turning to my dogs, I knelt down and showed the cup to them. Little Ann licked it, and old Dan sniffed it one time and then turned his head away. The judge said, "Son, there's a place on the cup to engrave the names of your dogs. I could take it into Oklahoma City and have her done, or you can have it done yourself. The engraving charge has already been paid for by the association." Looking at the cup, it seemed that far down in the gleaming shadows I could see two wide blue eyes glued to a window pane. I knew that my little sister was watching the road and waiting for our return. Looking back to the judge, I said, "If you don't mind, I'll take it with me. My grandfather can send it in for me." Laughing, he said, "Oh, that's all right." He handed me a slip of paper and he said, "This is the address where you should send it." Grandpa said, "Well, now that's all settled. I'm ready to go to town." And turning to Pa, he said, "You'll have to bring the buggy in, and I wish you'd look after my stock for me. I know Grandma will want to go in with us, and there'll be no one left at home there to feed them. Tell Bill Lowry to come in and take care of the store. You'll find the keys in the usual place." "Oh, don't you worry. We'll take care of everything," Pa said. "Don't you worry about a thing. I don't intend to stop until we get back, because it looks like we're in for some more bad weather." I went over, and I kissed Grandpa goodbye. He pinched my cheek and whispered, "We'll teach them city slickers that they can't come up here and beat our dogs." I smiled. Grandpa was carried out and made comfortable in the back seat of Dr. Lathman's car, and I stood and I watched as it wheezed and bounced its way out of sight. "Well, I'm harnessing the team," Pa said. "You take the tent down and pack up our gear, please." On the back seat of the buggy, I made a bed out of our bed pillows, and down on the floorboards I fixed a nice place for my dogs. All through the night, the creaking wheels of our buggy moved on, and several times I woke up. My father had wrapped a tarp about himself. Reaching down, I could feel my dogs. They were warm and comfortable. Early the next morning, we stopped for breakfast. And while Pa tended to the team, I turned my dogs loose and let them stretch. "We made good time last night. If everything goes all right, we'll be home long before dark."
Reaching Grandpa's store in the middle of the afternoon, Pa said, "I'll put the team in the barn and feed the stock while you unload the buggy." Coming back from the barn, he said, "In the morning, I'll head over and tell Bill Lawlery to come up here and open the store." Looking around, he said, "It snowed more here than it did where we were hunting." Feeling big and important, I said, "I don't like the looks of this weather. We'd better be scooting on home." Pa laughed. "You sure you're not in a hurry to get home to be showing off that gold cup?" he said. A smile was my only answer. 200 yards this side of our home, the road took a turn around a low foothill, shutting out our home from sight. Pa said, "You're going to see a scramble as soon as we round that bend." Well, it was more of a stampede than a scramble. The little one came out first and all but tore the screen door off its hinges, and the older girls passed her just beyond the gate. And in their hurry she slipped and fell down into the snow, and she started crying. The older girls ran up, asking for the cup. Holding it high above my head, I said, "Now wait a minute. I've got another one for you two." And I held the small silver cup out to them. And while they were fighting over it, I ran to the little one, picking her up. I brushed the snow from her long braided hair and her tear-stained face. I told her there was no use to crying. I'd brought the gold cup for her, and no one else was going to get it. Reaching for the cup, she wrapped her small arms around it, and squeezing it up tight, she ran for the house to show Mama. Ma came out onto the porch. Well, she was just as excited as the girls were, and she held out her arms, and I ran to her, and she hugged and she kissed me.
"It's good to have you home again," she said.
"Look what I have, Mama," the little one cried, "and it's all mine."
She held the golden cup out in her two small hands. As Ma took the beautiful cup, she looked at me, and she started to say something, but was interrupted by the cries from the other girl.
"We have one too, Mama," they cried, "and it's just as pretty as that one." "It is not, neither," the little one piped up in a defiant voice. "It's not even as big as mine is."
"2 cups? Did you win too?" Mama exclaimed.
"Yes, Ma," I said. "Little Ann won that one all by herself." The odd expression on my mother's face was wonderful to see. Holding a cup in each hand, she held them out in front of her.
2. A gold one and a silver one. Who would have thought anything so wonderful could have happened to us? I'm so proud. So very proud.
Handing the cups back to the girls, she walked over to Pa. After kissing him, she said,
"I just can't believe everything that has happened. I'm so glad you went along. Did you enjoy yourself?"
With a smile on his face, Pa almost shouted, "Enjoy myself? Why, I never had such a time in my life." His voice trailed off to a low calm. "Well, that is, except for one thing. Grandpa, he had himself a bad accident."
"Oh, yes, I know," Ma said. "One of Tom Logan's boys was at the store when they arrived. He came by and told us all about it. The doctor said it wasn't as bad as it looked, and he's pretty sure Grandpa will be home in a few days."
Well, I was happy to hear this news, and I could tell by the pleased look on my father's face that he was almighty glad to hear it too. On entering the house, Pa said, "Oh, I almost forgot this." He handed the box of money to Ma.
"What's this?"
"Oh, it's just a little gift from old Dan and little Ann," Pa said. Ma opened the box. I could see the color drain from her face, and her hands, they started trembling. Turning her back to us, she walked over and set it on the mantel. A peaceful silence settled over the room. I could hear the clock ticking, and the fire in the fireplace crackling and popping. Turning from the mantel, Ma looked straight at us. Her lips were tightly pressed together to keep them from quivering. Walking slowly to Pa, she buried her face into his chest, and I could hear her say, "Oh, thank God. My prayers have been answered." There was a celebration in our home that night, and to me it was like a second Christmas. Ma opened a jar of huckleberries and made a large cobbler, and Pa went to the smokehouse and came back with a hickory-cured ham. We sat down to a feast of ham, huge plates of fried potatoes and ham gravy, hot cornbread and fresh butter and wild bee honey. During the course of the meal, the entire story of the championship hunt was told, some by Pa, but mostly by me. Just when everything was so perfect and peaceful, an argument sprang up between the two oldest girls. It seemed that each wanted to claim the silver cup, and just when they were on the verge of sawing it in two, so each of them could have their allotted share, Pa settled the squabble by giving the oldest one a silver dollar. Once again, peace and harmony was restored. That night, as I was preparing for bed, a light flashed by my window. Puzzled, I tiptoed over and peeked through the pane. It was Mama, carrying my lantern and two large plates heaped high with food. She headed for the doghouse. Setting the light down on the ground in front of them, she called to my dogs. And while they were eating, Ma did something I couldn't understand. She knelt down on her knees in prayer. After they'd eaten their food, Ma started petting them, and I could hear her voice but couldn't make out her words, and whatever she was saying must have pleased them, because little Ann wiggled and twisted, and even old Dan wagged his long red tail, which was very unusual. Pa came out, and I saw him put his arm around Ma, and side by side they stood for several minutes, looking at my dogs. When they turned to enter the house, I saw Ma dabbing at her eyes with her apron. Laying in bed, staring into the darkness, I tried hard to figure out the strange actions of my parents. Why had Ma knelt in prayer in front of my dogs, and why was she weeping? I was running all the whys around in my mind when I heard them talking. "I know," Pa said, "but I think there's a way. I'm going to have a talk with Grandpa. I don't think that old foot of his is ever going to be the same again, and he'll be needing some help around the store." I knew they were talking about me, but I couldn't understand what it meant. And then I thought, why, that's it. They want me to help with Grandpa. Well, that'll be all right with me. I could still hunt every night. Feeling smart for figuring out their conversation, I turned over and fell asleep. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Although the winning of the cups and the money was a big event in my life, it didn't change my hunting any. I was out after the ringtails every night. I'd been hunting the river bottoms hard for about 3 weeks, and on that night I decided to go back to the old cyclone timber country. I'd barely reached the hunting ground when my dog struck a trail. Old Dan, he opened up first. They struck the trail on a ridge and then dropped down into a deep canyon on the other side, and then broke out into some flats. I could tell that the scent was hot from their steady bawling, and 3 times they had treed the animal. Every time I came close to the tree, the animal would jump and the race would be on again. And after a while, I knew it wasn't a coon, but decided it was a bobcat. I didn't like to have my dogs tree the big cats, for their fur wasn't any good, and all I could expect was 2 cut-up hounds. They could kill the largest bobcat in the hills, and had on several occasions, but to me, it was a useless adventure. The only good I could see in killing one was getting rid of the vicious predatory animal. The 4th time they treed, they were on top of the mountain, and after the long chase I figured the animal was winded and would stay in the tree. In a trot I started to them. As I neared the tree, little Ann came to me,
reared up and whined. By her actions, I knew that something was wrong, and I stopped. In the moonlight, I could see old Dan sitting on his haunches, staring up in the tree, bawling. The tree had lots of dead leaves on it, and I knew it was a large white oak because it was one of the last trees in the mountain to lose its leaves. Old Dan, he kept bawling. Then he did something he had never done before. For seconds, his deep voice was still and silence settled over the mountains. My eyes wandered from the tree to him. His lips were curled back, and he snarled as he stared into the dark foliage of the tree. His teeth gleamed white in the moonlight, and the hair on his neck and along his back stood on end. A low, deep, rumbling growl rolled out of his throat. I was scared. I called to him. I wanted to get away from there. Again I called, but it was of no use. He wouldn't leave the tree, for in his veins flowed the breeding blood of a hunting hound. In his fighting heart there was no fear. I set the lantern down and tightened the grip of my axe, and slowly I started walking towards him. I thought, if I can get close enough to him, I can grab his collar. I kept my eyes on the tree as I edged forward, and little Anne stayed by my side, and she too was watching the tree. Then I saw them. 2 burning yellow eyes staring out from the shadowy foliage of the tree, and I stopped, petrified with fear. The deep bang of old Dan stopped, and again the silence came in, and I stared back into the unblinking eyes. I could make out the bulk of a large animal crouched down on a huge branch close to the trunk of the big tree, and then it moved. I heard the scratch of razor-sharp claws in the bark. It stood up and moved out onto the shadow of the limb, and I saw it clearly as it passed between the moon and me. I knew what it was. It was the devil cat of the Ozarks, the mountain lion. The silence was shattered by one long, loud bawl from old Dan. I'd never heard my dog bawl like that. It was different. His voice rang out over the mountain, loud and clear. The vibrations of the deep tones rolled in the silence of the frosty night, and on, out onto the flats and down into the canyons, and died away into the rim rocks like the cry of an old lost soul. Old Dan was voicing his challenge to the devil cat. It was a low cough and a deep growl from the lion. I saw him crouch, and I knew what was coming. My hands felt hot and sweaty on the smooth ash handle of the axe. With blood-curdling scream, he sprang from the tree with claws outstretched and long yellow fangs bared. Old Dan didn't wait. He reared up on his hind legs and met the lion in the air, and the heavy weight bowled him over, and he wound up into a fallen treetop. The impact of the 2 bodies threw the lion off balance, and little Anne darted in, and her aim was true, and I heard the snap of her steel-trapped jaws as they closed down onto his throat. With a squeal of pain and rage, the big cat rolled over onto his side, and dragging little Anne with him. His right paw reached out and curved over her shoulder, sinews tightening, razor-sharp claws dug inward. With a cry of pain, she loosed her hold, and I saw the blood squirt from the deep wound in her shoulder. She ignored it and bored back into the fight. Old Dan, stunned for an instant from the impact of the lion's body, fought his way from the treetop, and bawling the cry of the damned, he charged back in. I went berserk, and I charged into the fight as well. There, in the flinty hills of the Ozarks, I fought for the lives of my dogs. I fought with the only weapon I had, the sharp, cutting-edge blade of the 2-bit axe. Screaming like a wild man, with tears running down my face, I hacked and I chopped at that big, snarling mountain cat. And once feeling the bite of the sharp blade, the devil cat turned on me. His yellow, slinting eyes burned with hate, and the long, lithe body dipped low to the ground. The shoulder muscles knotted and bulging. I tried to jump back, but my foot slipped and I dropped to my knees. I knew I was trapped, and with a terrifying scream, he sprang. I never saw my dogs when they got between me and the lion, but there they were,
Side by side they rose up from the ground as one, and they sailed straight into those jaws of death, their small red bodies taking the ripping and slashing claws that were meant for me. Well, I screamed, and I charged back into the fight, swinging my axe, but I was careful not to hit one of my dogs. The battle raged on, down the side of the mountain, over huckleberry bushes and fallen logs and rocks. It was a rolling, tumbling mass of fight and fury. I was in the middle of it all, falling and screaming and crying and hacking away at every opportunity, and I had cut that big cat several times. Blood showed red on the bit of my axe, but as yet I had not gotten in any fatal lick. I knew it had to be soon, for my dogs were no match against the razor-sharp claws and the long yellow fangs. The screams of the big cat and the deep bellowing voices of my dogs echoed through the mountains as if demons of hell had been turned loose. Down the side of the mountain, the terrible fight went on. Down into the very bottom of the canyon. The big cat had old Dan by the throat, and I knew he was seeking to cut the all-important vein, the jugular. At the pitiful ball of old Dan, little Ann, throwing caution to the wind, ran in and sank her teeth into the lion's tough neck. With her claws digging into the mountain soil, she braced herself and started pulling, the muscles on her small legs knotting and quivering. She was trying hard to pull the devil cat's fangs from the throat of old Dan. In the rays of the bright Ozark moon, I could see clearly, and for an instant I saw the broad back of the big cat, and I saw the knotty bulge of steel-bound muscle, the piston-like jerk of the deadly hind claws, trying for the downward stroke that would disembowel the dog. Raising the axe high over my head, I brought it down with all the strength of my body. My aim was true. Behind the shoulders and the broad, muscular back, the heavy blade sank with a sickening sound. The keen edge cleaved through the tough skin, and it seemed to hiss as if it's slicing its way through bone and gristle. I left the axe where it was, sunk to the eye in the back of the devil cat. He loosed hold onto the throat of old Dan, and with a scream of pain he reared up onto his hind legs and started pawing the air, little Ann dangling from his neck and still holding on. Her eyes were shut tight, and her small feet were digging and clawing at the body. Old Dan, spewing blood from a dozen wounds, leapt high in the air. His long red body sailed in between the outstretched paws of the lion, and I heard the snap of his powerful jaws as they closed down onto the throat. The big cat screamed again. Blood gurgling and spraying in a bright mist, it rained out over the underbrush and rattled like sleet on the white oak leaves. In a boxer stance he stood and clawed the air, his slitting eyes turning green with hate, and he seemed to be unaware of the two hounds that were hanging from his body, and he kept staring at me. I stood in a trance and stared back in a ghastly scene. The breath of life was slowly leaving him. He was dying on his feet, but refused to go down. My axe handle stuck straight out from his back, and blood gushing from the mortal wound was glistening in the moonlight. A shudder ran through his body, and he tried once more to scream, and blood gurgling in his throat. It was the end of the trail for the scourge of the mountains. No more would he scream his challenge from the rim rocks to the valley below. The small, helpless calves and the young colts, they'd be safe from his silent stalking. He fell towards me. It seemed that his last effort was to try and get at me, and as his huge body struck the ground, something exploded in my head, and I knew no more. When I came to, I was sitting down. It was silent and still. A bird was disturbing by the fight, started cheeping far up the side of the mountain. A small winter breeze rustled some dead leaves in the deep canyon, and a cold, crawling chill crept over my body. I looked over at the lion. My dogs were still glued to his lifeless body, and in his dying convulsions the axe had been dislodged and lay out from the wound. To lay there, in the moonlight, covered with blood, my numb brain started to work. I thought of another time the axe had been covered with blood, and I don't know why I'd thought of Reuben Pritchard at that time. or why I thought of those words I'd often heard. There's a little good in all evil. I got to my feet and went over to my dogs. I knew I had to inspect them to see how bad they were hurt. It wasn't too hard to get little Ann to loosen her hold, and I examined her body. She was cut in several places, but nothing fatal. The only bad wound she had had was on her shoulder. It was 9 inches long and down to the clean white bone. She started licking it immediately. It was different with old Dan. Try as I might, he wouldn't turn loose. Maybe he could remember that night in the cave when he was a pup, how the big cat had screamed and how he had bawled back at him. I took a hold of his hind legs and tried to pull him loose. It was no use. He knew that the hold he had was a deadly one and he wasn't going to let go. I tried to tell him it was all over, that the lion was dead, to turn loose, as I wanted to see how badly he was hurt. He couldn't understand and wouldn't even open his eyes. He was determined to hold on until the body turned cold and stiff. With my axe handle, I pried apart his locked jaws, and holding on to his collar, I led him off to one side. I couldn't turn him loose, as I knew if I did, he'd go right back to the lion. With one hand, I started examining him. I ran my fingers through the short red hair, and I could feel the quivering muscles and the hot, sweaty skin. He was a bloody mess. His long, velvety ears were shredded. His entire body was a mass of deep, raw, red wounds. On both sides of his rib cage, the sharp claws had laid the flesh open to the bone. His friendly old face was pitiful to see. A razor-sharp claw had ripped down on an angle across his right eye. It was swollen shut, and I wondered if he'd ever see from that eye again. Blood dripping from his wounds, and they fell onto the white oak leaves. I saw that he was bleeding to death. With tears running down my cheeks, I did the only thing a hunter could do. I raked the leaves away, and I let his blood drip onto the black mountain soil, and mixing it into a mud, I worked it into his wounds to stop the flow of blood. With my axe in one hand and holding on to his collar with the other, we climbed out of the canyon. I knew if I could get him far enough away from the lion, he wouldn't go back. On reaching the top, I saw the yellow glow of my lantern. I turned old Dan loose and walked over and picked it up. Not knowing exactly where I was, I looked down out of the mountains to get my bearings. Beyond the foothills and fields, I could see the long, white, crooked line of steam that was marking the river's course. Following the snake-like pattern with my eyes, in no time I knew exactly where I was, for I knew every bend of that river. Anxious to be home so I could take care of my dogs, I turned to call to them. Little Ann was close by. She was sitting down, licking at the wounds in her shoulder, and I saw the shadowy form of old Dan sniffing around the tree where the lion had been treed. As I stood and watched the moonlight, my heart swelled with pride. Wounded though he was, he wanted to make sure that there was no more lions around. I called to him. In a stiff-legged trot, he came over to me. I caught hold of his collar and gave him another inspection. In the lantern light, I could see the mud-caked wounds clearly. The bleeding had almost stopped, and I felt much better. Little Ann came over. I knelt down and put my arms around them. I knew that if it hadn't been for their loyalty and unselfish courage, I probably would have been killed by the slashing claws of the devil cat. "I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back for what you've done," I said, "but I'll never forget it." Getting up, I said, "Come on, let's get home so I can take care of those wounds." I hadn't gone far when I heard a cry. At first, I thought it was a bird or a night owl. I stood still and listened, and I glanced over at little Ann, and she was looking behind me. I turned around, looking for old Dan. He was nowhere in sight. The cry came again, low and pitiful, and instantly little Ann started back the way we'd come, and I followed as fast as I could run. I found old Dan laying on his side, pleading for help. What I saw was almost more than I could stand. There, tangled in the low branches of a huckleberry bush, were the entrails of my dog. With a gasping cry, I knelt down by his side. I knew what had happened. Far back in the soft belly, the slashing, razor-sharp claws of the lion had cut into the hollow, and in my inspections I had overlooked the wound. His entrails had worked out and had become entangled in the brush, and the forward motion of his body had done the rest. He whimpered as I laid my hand on his head. A warm, red tongue flicked out at it. With tears in my eyes, I started talking to him. "Hang on, boy. Everything will be all right. I'll take care of you." With trembling hands, I unwound the entrails from the bush, and with my handkerchief I wiped away the gravel and the leaves and the pine needles. With fingers that shook, I worked the entrails back into the wound. Knowing that I couldn't carry them, and the axe and the lantern, I stuck the axe deep into the side of a white oak tree. I blew out the lantern and hung the handle over the other blade. I wrapped my dog in my old sheepskin coat and hurried for home. Arriving home, I woke Mother and Father. Together we doctored my dogs. Old Dan was taken care of first, and very gently Ma worked the entrails out and into a pan of warm, soapy water and washed them clean of the pine needles and leaves and grit.
"If only I knew what I was doing, I'd do it better,"
Ma said as she worked. With gentle hands she worked the entrails back through the opening, and the wound was sewed up and bandaged with a clean white cloth. Little Ann wasn't hard to doctor. I held her head while Ma cleaned their wounds with peroxide, and feeling the bite of the strong liquid, she whined and licked at my hand. "It's all right, little girl. You'll be well in no time." I opened the door and watched her as she limped off to the doghouse. Hearing a whimper, I turned around, and there in the doorway to the room stood my sisters. I could tell by the looks in their faces that they had been watching for some time. They looked pitiful, standing there in their long white gowns, and I felt sorry for them.
"Will little Ann be all right?"
my oldest sister asked.
"Yeah, she'll be all right. She's only has one bad wound, and we've taken care of it." "Old Dan's hurt bad, isn't he?"
she said. I nodded my head.
"How bad is it?"
she asked. It's bad. He was cut wide open." Well, they all started crying.
"Now here," Ma said, going over. "You girls get back in bed. You'll take a death of cold being up like this in your bare feet."
"Mommy,"
the little one asked.
"God won't let old Dan die, will he?" "I don't think so, honey. Now, off to bed,"
Ma said. They turned and walked slowly back to their room. "The way your dogs are cut up, it must have been a terrible fight," Pa said. "Oh, it was, Pa," I said. "I never saw anything like it. Little Ann wouldn't have fought the lion if it hadn't been for old Dan. All she was doing was trying to help. He wouldn't quit. He just stayed right in there till the end, and I had to pry his jaws loose from the lion's throat, even after the lion was dead." Glancing at old Dan, Pa said, "It's in his blood, Billy. He's a hunting hound, and the best one I ever saw. He only has two loves, you and hunting. That's all he knows."
"If it wasn't for them, Pa, I probably wouldn't be here now." "What do you mean, you wouldn't be here now?"
Ma said. "Well, I told them how the lion had leapt at me and how my dogs had gotten between me and him. They were so close together, when they came up off the ground they just looked like one," I said. There was a moaning sigh from Ma, and she covered her face with her hands and started crying.
"I don't know. I just don't know. To think you were so close to being killed. I don't think I can stand any more,"
she sobbed. Now, Pa said as he walked over and put his arms around her. "Don't be going all to pieces. It's all over. Just be thankful, and we'll do our best for old Dan." Do you think he'll die, Pa? I asked. I don't know, Billy, Pa said, shaking his head. He's lost an awful lot of blood. He's a mighty sick dog. All we can do now is wait and see. Our wait wasn't long. My dog's breathing grew faster and faster, and there was a terrible rattling in his throat. I knelt down and laid his head in my lap. Old Dan must have known he was dying, and just before he drew one last sigh, a feeble thump of his tail, and his friendly gray eyes closed forever. At first, I couldn't believe my dog was dead, and I started talking to him. Please don't die, Dan, I said. Don't leave me now. I looked to Ma for help, and her face was as white as the bark of a sycamore tree, and the hurt in her eyes, they tore at my heart. She closed her mouth to say something, but words that just wouldn't come. Feeling as cold as the Arctic wind, I got up and stumbled to a chair. Ma came over and said something, and her words were only a murmur in my ears. Very gently, Pa picked old Dan up in his arms and carried him out onto the porch. When he came back in the house, he said, "Well, we did all we could do, but I guess it wasn't enough." I'd never seen my father or mother look so tired and weary as they did on that night. I knew they wanted to comfort me, but didn't know what to say. Pa tried, though. "Billy, I wouldn't think too much of this if I were you. It's not good to hurt like that. I believe I'd just try to forget it. Besides, you still have little Ann." I wasn't even thinking about little Ann at that moment. I knew she was all right. "Well, I'm thankful that I still have her," I said. "But how can I forget old Dan? He gave his life for me. That's what he did. He just laid down his life for me. How can I ever forget something like that?" "Well," Ma said, "it's been a terrible night for all of us. Let's go to bed and try and get some rest, and maybe we'll all feel better in the morning." "No, Ma. You and Pa go to bed. I think I'll stay up for a while. I couldn't sleep anyway." Ma started to protest, but Pa, he shook his head, and arm in arm they walked towards their room. Long after my mother and father had retired, I sat by the fire, trying to think, but I couldn't. I felt numb all over. I knew my dog was dead, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to. One day, they were both alive and happy, and then that night, just like that, one of them was dead. I didn't know how long I'd been sitting there when I heard a noise out on the porch, and I got up and walked over to the door and listened. It came again, a low whimper and a scratchy sound. I could think of only one thing that could have been. It had to be my dog. He wasn't dead. He had come back to life, and with a pounding heart I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. And what I saw was more than I could stand. The noise I'd heard was made by little Ann, and all her life she had slept by old Dan's side. And although he was dead, she had left the doghouse and come up to the porch and snuggled up close to his side. She looked up at me and whimpered, and I couldn't stand it. I didn't know I was running until I tripped and fell. I got to my feet and ran on, down through our fields of shook corn, until I fell face down into the riverbank. There in the gray shadows of breaking dawn, I cried until I couldn't cry no more. The churning of gray squirrels in the bright morning sun told me there was daylight. I got to my feet and I walked back to the house. Coming up through the barn lot, I saw Father feeding our stock, and he come over and said, "Breakfast is about ready." "I don't want any breakfast, Pa," I said. "I'm not hungry, and I have a job to do. I gotta bury my dog." "Tell you what," he said. I'm not going to be very busy today, so let's have us a good breakfast and then I'll help you.
No, Pa, I'll take care of it. You go and eat breakfast. Tell Ma I'm not hungry.
I saw a hurt look in my father's eyes, and shaking his head, he turned and walked away. With rough pine slabs, I made a box for my dog. It was a crude box, but it was the best that I could do. With a strip of burlap and corn shucks, I padded the inside, and on the hillside at the foot of a beautiful red oak tree, I dug his grave. There, where the wild mountain flowers would grow in the spring, I laid him away. I had a purpose in burying my dog up there on the hillside. It was a beautiful spot. From there one could see the country for miles. The long, white, crooked line of the river, the tall, thick timber on the bottoms, and the sycamore, birch, and box elder. I thought perhaps that on the moonlight nights old Dan would be able to hear the deep voices of the hounds as they rolled out of the river bottom on the frosty air. After the last shovel of dirt was patted in place, I sat down and let my mind drift back through the years. I thought of the old Casey bacon powder can, and the first time I saw my pups in the box at the depot. I thought of the $50, the nickels and dimes, and the fishermen in the blackberry patches. I looked at his grave, and with tears in my eyes, I voiced those words. You are worth it, old friend, and 1,000 times over. In my heart, I knew there in the grave lay a man's best friend. 2 days later, when I came in from the bottoms with my father and I from clearing land, my mother said, Billy, you better look after your dog. She won't eat. I started looking for her. I went to the barn, went to the corn crib, and looked under the porch, and I called her name, and it was of no use. I rounded up my sisters, and I asked if they had seen little Ann. The youngest one said she had seen her go down into the garden. I went over there and called her name. She wouldn't answer my call. I was about to give up, and then I saw her. She had wiggled her way back in under the thorny limbs of a blackberry bush into the corner of the garden. I talked to her and tried to coax her out, and she wouldn't budge. Got down on my knees and crawled back in after her, and as I did, she raised her head and she looked at me. Her eyes told the story. They weren't the soft gray eyes I'd looked into many times. They were dull and cloudy. There was no fire, no life, and I couldn't understand. I carried her back to the house, and I offered her food and water, and she wouldn't touch it. I noticed how lifeless she was. I thought perhaps she had a wound I had overlooked, and I felt and prodded with my fingers, and I could find nothing. My father came over and looked at her. He shook his head and said, Billy, it's of no use. The life is gone out of her. She's got no will to live. He turned and walked away. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't. With eggs and rich cream I made a liquid, and I pried her mouth open. I poured it down, and she responded to nothing I did. I carried her to the porch and laid her down in the same place I'd laid the body of old Dan, and I covered her with gunny sacks. All through the night I'd get up and check on her. Next morning I took warm, fresh milk out, and again I opened her mouth and fed her. It was a miserable day for me, and at noon it was the same. My dog had just given up. There was no will to live. That evening when I came in from the fields, she was gone. I hurried to Mother. Ma told me that she had seen her going up the hollow from the house, so weak that she could barely stand. Ma had watched her until she had disappeared into the timber. I hurried up the hollow, calling her name. I called and I called. I went up to the head of it, still calling her name, praying she'd come to me, and I climbed out onto the flats, looking and searching, calling. It was of no use. My dog was gone. I had a thought, a ray of hope. I just knew that I'd find her at the grave of old Dan. I hurried over. I found her laying on her stomach, her hind legs stretched out straight, and her front legs folded back under her chest. and she had laid her head on his grave. I saw the trail where she had dragged herself through the leaves, and the way she lay there, I thought that she was alive. I called her name. She made no movement, and with the last ounce of strength in her body, she dragged herself to the grave of old Dan. Kneeling down by her side, I reached out and touched her. There was no response, no whimpering cry or friendly wag of her tail. My little dog was dead. I laid her head in my lap, and with tear-filled eyes, gazing up in the heavens in a choked voice, I asked, "Why'd they have to die? Why must I hurt so? What have I done wrong?" I heard a noise behind me. It was my mother. She sat down and put her arm around me.
"You've done no wrong, Billy. I know this seems terrible. I know how it hurts, but at one time or another everyone suffers. Even the good Lord suffered while he was on earth."
"I know, Ma, but I can't understand. It was bad enough when old Dan died. Now little Anna's gone. Both of them are gone just like that."
"Billy, you haven't lost your dogs altogether. You'll always have their memories. Besides, you can get some more dogs."
I rebelled at this.
"I don't want any more dogs. I don't ever want another dog. It wouldn't be like old Dan or little Ann."
"We all feel that way, Billy. I do especially. They fulfilled a prayer that I thought would never be answered."
"Well, I don't believe in prayers anymore. I prayed for my dogs, and now look, both of them are dead."
Ma was silent for a moment, and then in a gentle voice she said,
"Billy, sometimes it's hard to believe that things like this can happen. But there's always an answer, and when you're older, you'll understand better."
"No, I won't," I said. "I don't care if I'm 100 years old. I'll never understand why my dogs had to die."
As if she was talking to someone far away, I heard her say in a low voice,
"I don't know what to say. I can't seem to find the right words."
Looking up at her face, I could see that her eyes were flooded with tears.
"Mom, please don't cry. I didn't mean what I said."
"I know you didn't," she said as she squeezed me up tight. "It's just your way of fighting back."
I heard the voice of my father calling to us from the house.
"Come now," Ma said. "I have supper ready, and your father, he wants to speak with you. I think when you've heard what he has to say, you'll feel better."
"I can't leave little Ann like this, Ma. It'll be cold tonight. I think I'll carry her back to the house."
"No, I don't think you should do that," Ma said. "Your sisters would go all to pieces. Let's just make her comfortable here."
Raking some dead leaves into a pile, she picked little Ann up and laid her in them. Taking off my coat, I spread it over her body, and I dreaded to think of what I had to do tomorrow. My father and sisters were waiting for us on the porch, and Ma told them the sad story. My sisters broke down and started crying, and they ran to Ma and buried their faces into her long cotton dress. Pa came over and laid his hand on my shoulder. "Billy," he said, "there's times in a boy's life when he has to stand up like a man. This is one of those times. I know what you're going through and how it hurts, but there's always an answer. The good Lord has a reason for everything he does."
"Well, there couldn't be any reason for my dogs to die, Pa. There just couldn't. They couldn't have done anything wrong."
Pa glanced at Ma. Getting no help from her, he said, "It's getting cold out here. Let's go on into the house. I got something to show you."
"Guess what we're having for supper?"
Ma said as we entered into the house.
"Your favorite, Billy. Sweet potato pie. You'll like that, wouldn't you?"
I nodded my head, but my heart wasn't in it. Pa didn't follow us into the kitchen. He turned and entered his bedroom. When he came into the room, he had a small shoe box in his hand, and I recognized the box by the bright blue ribbon that was tied around it. Ma kept her valuables in it. A silence settled over the room. Walking to the head of the table, Pa set the box down and started untying the ribbon. His hands were trembling as he fumbled with the knot. With the lid off, he reached in and started lifting out bundles of money. After stacking them into a neat pile, he raised his head and he looked straight at me. "Billy," he said, "you know how your mother has prayed that someday we'd have enough money to move out of these hills and into town so that you children could get an education?" I nodded my head. "Well," he said in a low voice, "because of your dogs, her prayers have been answered. This is the money that was earned by old Dan and little Ann. We managed to make the farm feed ourselves and clothe us, and I've saved every cent your furs have brought in. We now have enough."
"Isn't it wonderful?" Ma said. "It's just like a miracle."
"I think it is a miracle," Pa said. "Remember Billy said a prayer when he asked for his pups, and then there was your prayers? Billy got his pups, and through those dogs your prayers were answered. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a miracle."
"If he gave them to me, then why'd he take them all away?" I asked.
"Well, I think there's an answer for that too," Pa said. "You see, Billy, your mother and I had decided not to separate you from your dogs. We knew how much you loved them. We decided that when we moved to town, we'd leave you here with your grandpa for a while. He needs help anyway, but I guess the good Lord didn't want that to happen. He doesn't like to see families split up. That's why they were taken away. I knew my father was a firm believer in fate. To him, everything that happened was the will of God, and in his Bible he could always find the answers. Pa could see that his talk had had little effect on me, and with a sorrowful look on his face he sat down and said, "Now let us give thanks for our food and for all the wonderful things that God's done for us. I'll say a special prayer and ask him to help Billy." I barely heard what Pa had to say. During the meal I could tell that no one was enjoying the food, and as soon as it was over I went to my room and lay down in bed. Ma came in.
"Why don't you go to bed?" she said. "Get a good night's sleep. You'll feel better tomorrow."
"No, I won't, Ma. I have to bury little Ann tomorrow."
"I know,"
she said as she turned my covers down.
"I'll help if you want me to."
"No, Ma. I don't want anyone to help. I'd rather do it by myself."
"Billy, you're always doing things by yourself," Ma said. "That's not right. Everyone needs help sometime in his life."
"I know, Ma," I said, "but please, not this time. Ever since my dogs were puppies, we were always together, just us three. We hunted together and played together. We went swimming together. Did you know, Ma, that little Ann used to come by every night and peek in my window just to see that I was all right? I guess that's why I want to be by myself when I bury her."
"Now say your prayers and go to sleep. I'm sure you'll be all right," Ma said.
I didn't feel much like saying any prayers that night. I was hurting too much. Long after the rest of the family had gone to bed, I lay staring into the darkness, trying to think and not able to. Sometime in the night I got up and tiptoed to my window and looked out at my doghouse. It looked so lonely and empty, sitting there in the moonlight. I could see that the door was slightly ajar, and I thought of the many times I'd laid in my bed and listened to the squeak of that door as my dogs went in and out. I didn't know I was crying until I felt the tears rolling down my cheeks. Ma must have heard me get up, and she came in and put her arms around me.
"Billy," she said in a quivering voice,
You just gotta stop this. You're gonna make yourself sick, and I don't think I can stand any more of it. I can't, Ma. It hurts so much. I just can't. I don't want you to feel bad just because I do. I can't help it, Billy. Now come down and get back in bed. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. After she'd tucked me in, she sat on the bed for a while, and as if she was talking to the darkness, I heard her say, "If only there was some way that I could help. Something I could do." "No one can help, Ma," I said. "No one can bring my dogs back." "I know," she said as she got up to leave the room. "But there must be something. There just has to be." After Ma had left my room, I buried my face in my pillow and cried myself to sleep. Next morning, I made another box. It was smaller than the first one. Each nail I drove into the rough pine boards caused the knot in my throat to get bigger and bigger. My sisters came to help. They stood it for a while, and then with tears streaming, they ran for the house. I buried little Ann by the side of old Dan. I knew that's where she wanted to be. I also buried a part of my life, along with my dog. Remembering a sandstone ledge I'd seen while prowling the woods, I went over there. I picked out a nice stone, carried it back to the graves, and then with painstaking care I carved their names deep in the red surface. As I stood looking at the two graves, I tried hard to understand some of the things that my father had told me, but I couldn't. I was still hurting and still had that empty feeling. I went to Ma and had a talk with her. "Ma," I asked, "do you think God made heaven for all good dogs?" "Yes," she said, "I'm sure he did." "Do you think he made a place for dogs to hunt? Just like we have here in our place, with mountains and sycamore trees and rivers and cornfields and old rail fences. Do you think he did?" "From what I've read in the good book, Billy, he puts far more things up there than we have here. Yes, I'm sure he did." I was thinking this over when Ma came up to me and started tucking my shirt in. "Do you feel better now?" she asked. "It still hurts, Ma," I said as I buried my face into her dress, "but I do feel a little better." "I'm glad. I don't like to think that my little boy's hurting like this," she said as she patted my head. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. The following spring, we left the Ozarks. The day we moved, I thought everyone would be sad, but it was just the opposite. Ma seemed to be the happiest one of all, and I could hear her laughing and joking with my sisters as they packed things. She had a glow in her eyes I'd never seen before, and it made me feel good. I even noticed a change in Pa. He didn't have that whipped look on his face anymore. He was in high spirits as we carried the furniture out to our wagon. After the last item was stored in the wagon, Pa helped Ma to the spring seat, and we were ready to go. "Pa, would you mind waiting a few minutes?" I said. "I'd like to say goodbye to my dogs." "Sure," he said, smiling. "We have plenty of time. Go right ahead." Nearing the graves, I saw something different. It looked like a wild bush had grown up and practically covered the two little mounds. It made me angry to think that an old bush would dare grow so close to the graves, and I took out my knife and intending to cut it down. When I walked up close enough to see what it was, I sucked in a mouthful of air and stopped. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There between the graves, a beautiful red fern had sprung up in the rich mountain soil. It was fully 2 feet tall, with long red leaves that reached out in rainbow arcs that curved over the graves of my dogs. I'd heard the old Indian legend about the red fern, how a little Indian boy and girl were lost in a blizzard and had froze to death. And in the spring, when they were found, a beautiful red fern had grown up between their bodies. The story went on to say that only an angel could plant the seeds of a red fern, and that they never died. Where one grew, that spot was sacred. Remembering the meaning of that legend, I turned and started hollering for Ma. Ma! Ma, come here! And hurry, you won't believe it! And in a frightened voice, she shouted back,
What is it, Billy? Are you all right?
I'm all right, Ma, but hurry, you won't believe it! Holding her long skirt in her hand and with a frightened look on her face, Ma came puffing up the hillside. Close behind her came Pa and my sisters.
What is it, Billy?
Ma asked in a scared voice.
Are you all right?
Look, I said, pointing at the red fern. Staring wide-eyed, Mum gasped and covered her mouth with her hand, and I heard her say, almost in a whisper,
Oh, it's a red fern. The sacred red fern.
She walked over and very tenderly started fingering the long red leaves, and in an odd voice she said,
All my life I wanted to see one, and now I have. It's unbelievable. Don't touch it, Mama. It was planted by an angel,
my oldest sister whispered. Ma smiled and asked,
Have you heard the legend?
Yeah, Mama,
my sister said.
Grandma told me the story, and I believe it too.
With a serious look on his face, Pa said, These hills are full of legends, and up until now I'd paid no attention to them, but now I don't know. Perhaps there is something to that legend of the red fern. Maybe it's God's way of helping Billy understand why his dogs died. It sure is, Pa, I said. And I do understand. I feel different now. I don't hurt anymore.
Come, Mama said. Let's get back to the wagon. Billy wants to be alone with his dogs for a while.
Just as I turned to leave, I heard Pa murmur in a low voice, Wonderful indeed is the work of our Lord. As I stood looking at the two graves, I noticed things I hadn't seen before. Wild violets and rooster heads and mountain daisies had completely covered the two little mounds. A summer breeze gushed down from the rugged hills, and I felt its warm caress as it fanned my face. It hummed a tune in the underbrush and rustled the leaves on the huge red oak. The red fern wavered and danced to the music of the hills. Taking off my cap, I bowed my head, and in a choking voice I said, Goodbye, old Dan and little Ann. I'll never forget you, and this I know. If God made room in heaven for all good dogs, I know He made a special place for you. With a heavy heart, I turned and walked away. I knew that as long as I lived, I'd never forget the two little graves and the sacred red fern. Not far from our home, the road wound its way up and over a hill, and at the top, Pa stopped the team. We all stood up and looked back. It was a beautiful sight, one I'll never forget. As I stood and looked at the home of my birth, it looked sad and lonely. There was no spiral of lazy blue smoke twisting from the rock chimney, no white leghorn hen chasing a June bug, and no horse or cow standing with head down and tail swishing. I saw that I had left the door of the barn loft open and a tuft of hay hung out. It wavered gently in the warm summer breeze, and something scurried across the vacant yard and disappeared in under the barn. It was Sammy, our house cat, and I heard my little sister say in a choked voice,
Mama, we forgot Sammy.
There was no answer, and to the left I could see our fields and the zigzag lines of rail fences, and further down I could see the shimmering whiteness of the tall sycamores. My vision blurred as tears came to my eyes, and the sorrowful silence was broken by my mother's voice. She said,
Billy, can you see it?
See what, Ma? I asked.
The red fern.
My oldest sister spoke up.
I can see it,
she said. Rubbing my eyes, I looked to the hillside above our home, and there it was, in all of its wild beauty, a waving red banner in a carpet of green. It seemed to be saying, Goodbye, and don't worry, I'll be here always. Hearing a sniffling, I turned around, and my little sisters had all started crying. Mother said something to Pa, and I heard the jangle of the trace chains as they tartaned in the single trees, and our wagon moved on. I've never been back to the Ozarks. All I have left are my dreams and memories, but if God is willing, someday I'd like to go back. Back to those beautiful hills. I'd like to walk again on trails I'd walked in my boyhood days. Once again, I'd like to face a mountain breeze and smell the beautiful scent of the rosebuds and pawpaws and dogwood trees. With my hands, I'd like to caress the cool white bark of a sycamore. I'd like to take a walk far back into the flinty hills and search for a souvenir, an old double-bit axe stuck into the side of a white oak tree. I know the handle has since long rotted away with time. Perhaps the rusty frame of a coal oil lantern still hung from the blade. I'd like to see the old home place, the barn and the rail fences. I'd like to pause under the beautiful red oaks where my sisters and I played in our childhood. I'd like to walk up to the hillside to the graves of my dogs. I'm sure the red fern has grown and has completely covered the two mounds. I know it's still there, hiding its secret beneath those long red leaves, but it wouldn't be hidden from me, for part of my life is buried there too. Yes, I know it's still there, for in my heart I believe the legend of the sacred red fern. End of Where the Red Fern Grows.